Investors trying to get back to the upside here this morning with tech in focus in a big way. It's all about the cloud. To kick things off here, we have Microsoft, obviously, and Google taking the headlines this morning, heading in opposite directions. And again, all about the cloud. Microsoft with a huge beat in that division. Google, not so much. We are watching to see if we can't get back to positive territory here to kick things off. So much to talk about. Obviously, Snapchat with earnings as well. A ton of things moving around this morning. Overall, the market, though, under a little bit of pressure as we're seeing yields creeping back to the upside once again. So something to watch this morning. The dollar showing some strength. Payment companies getting crushed here this morning across the board. I've never heard of Worldline, but apparently a French payment company called Worldline comes out, cuts their full year forecast, so everything payment related. Downside, we'll touch on that coming up. It is Wednesday, October 25th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, there's Google to kick things off, almost 6% right now, trying to bounce around this 130 area, but huge levels coming into play once again on the daily chart here for Google. It's the one to the downside. Microsoft, on the other hand, the one to the upside. Is the overall market kind of looking the same here, back to the bottom end of the range as we get going on a pretty busy Wednesday morning. We're still, as far as the overall earnings season is concerned, we're still 78, 80% beating expectations of those companies that have reported across the board. I mean, it's been nothing but, you and I were talking about this a little bit yesterday, it's been nothing but forecast increases, raise here, raise there across the board. So we're finally seeing a little bit of at least specific areas of reports maybe coming up on the downside.
Yeah, I just hope we don't sell off like we did last earnings season, where we, again, had 80% about beating, and then, subsequent to that, we sold off. It was kind of a sell the news event. So much to talk about. Microsoft, Google, Snapchat, Boeing, the list goes on and on. Big show today, Brendo.
Yeah, Boeing, an interesting one. Back to the downside ever so slightly. We'll see what the call brings as far as Boeing is concerned. I was going to mention this, obviously, positive day yesterday across the board for the NASDAQ, S&P, the Dow, and the Russell, but we are negative to kick things off this morning. Again, it's going to be about Google if we can't get going back to the upside here. Microsoft, obviously, pretty positive to kick things off, guys. We have yields, though. Got to keep that in mind today. I think they're creeping back to the upside as well. Good morning.
Boo, TLT's down 1%, but Microsoft is a bad mother, you know what, but rest in peace, Shaft. Richard Roundtree, absolute legend. I'll drop as many references as I can to that. It's a weird one. Microsoft strong, Alphabet weak, Boeing, I hate your guts. Teladocs to the downside. We'll be watching some of that. There's so many earnings names today that you're going to have to hunker down and sort of pick and choose, what you want to trade. And there's a couple of continuation plays from yesterday that I think are going to be in play. Like I'm looking at GM again. I'm looking at Roblox again. So you don't have to trade the earnings names. Sometimes they can disappoint. We've seen big cap tech earnings where you get a big gapper like a softie, and maybe you don't break too far out of the range in the first day. I'm not talking about the pre-market range. It's already a $4 pre-market range here early, and sometimes we don't really crack much further than that. So you can have a bit of an inside day when it gets mixed, but cloud was the story. We're going to talk a lot about that in the rundown. And yeah, it should be really interesting to see what TLT does, because the way that we ended yesterday, he's just waiting for some, like a couple of days of bullishness in a row where you can hold on some highs. And with Google down that much, it might be a little bit tough to get that happening, especially when you got Meta coming in tonight. I think it's going to be tough for it not to be a choppy day today. Like my gut is telling me inside day based on what's happening early.
I just want to say, if my wife is watching, you win, because she said something like, it's going to be not too long before Neil has a reference there to Shaft. And I was, because she saw it hit her news wire. And as soon as she saw it, she thought of you. And I was like, so I said, I'm not sure. And then it was literally the first thing. So she wins. She knows you too well in the show. So that's funny. So shout out to you, Marissa, if you
just before
she's
you
not
start,
watching now.
I got a question for you, just out of curiosity. Any plans today, or
no plans
Okay.
at all. No.
Didn't think so.
No. Is that? Yeah, I'm wearing this because I think it's going to be a red day. Yeah. I have Google written down as a long. I don't know. I'm gonna wait to see here. As soon as I came in, Sharif was like, "Yo, are we buying more Google today or what?"
Check out Nimit.
I need to. What's Nimit saying? No, I'm going to the. Jump. Yeah, we could do that. Crisscross will make you.
But you're not wearing it backwards.
No, I need to wear. Yeah, if you see, maybe we'll come back from a segment. I'll have the hat on backwards and everything. No, I'm going to the Raptors game tonight, and so yeah, I'm wearing this.
Go Raps, go Leafs.
They want me to wear it. Got my hat on here today too.
You know, maybe
I should. I could put on.
Backwards.
I could put on the Palantir hat. Then I'd have the green and the red.
I don't know if that fits.
I don't want to. Great. Now I'm all paranoid. You can't do this to traders because now I'm thinking I wanted to wait for some nice longs here today, thinking that I feel like Meta's going to come out with a good report because advertising was pretty strong there for Google. So Meta has just crazy amounts of upside here. I feel like. I mean, Google's been holding this 130 area pretty nicely. It is going to get hit down. I mean, you're down 6%. You broke through the 50-period moving average. And right now, you're going to see the sticky note in a minute, but I feel like these data points that were down here, 127 and change, back in September, and then again back here in August, I think things are well at Google. I don't know if we need to be breaking back down below into this 120 area. So I feel like we got to hold somewhere around here. So 126, 127, we're waiting for Google. When it hits there, boys, we're going to be long.
Yeah, going to be interesting to follow that today. I was just seeing, don't look now as well. Bitcoin officially at double now on the year. So we'll talk on Coinbase coming up. JP Morgan with positive note on Coinbase specifically. Let's touch on these though. It doesn't matter which one you look at. That's a firm. I mean, PayPal's down significantly as well. On this Worldline forecast cut, you have a note on that.
Yeah, the CEO of Worldline, Gilles, I don't know how to say this guy's name, said the economic downturn in Europe was reducing discretionary spending by shoppers, while increased regulatory scrutiny had an impact on its merchant risk policies. This is an interesting one, though, Brendo. He said Worldline had severed ties with several of its merchants to reduce risk in light of increase in cybercrime. I didn't know that they were using these buy now, pay later as forums for cybercrime and fraud. So we'll have to see what more information we can get about this.
Just to put this in perspective, here is Worldline, WLN, trading in Paris right now. Down 57.5% here, guys, for WLN.
That name.
What the hell is Worldline?
Worldline, and you can actually look at this one on the OTC if you're looking at it.
Yeah,
you cannot trade in Paris. This is it on the OTC, WRDLY. Thank you, Jeff Mendel, for mentioning that to us. I didn't realize this one was going to be listed. But that is falling like a rock on the daily, like it got caught by a right hand from Kimbo Slice. WorldStar.
WorldStar hip hop.
I've never heard it.
I
never heard it on Worldline, but I've heard of WorldStar, so I had to work that reference in. WorldStar, it's weird. Like it was such a big deal.
People stop beating each other up in the streets because WorldStar.
No, but now they have so many other places. It's just it gets posted to TikTok and.
I'm gonna make a video
YouTube,
tonight and post it on
Instagram.
WorldStar.
That's sort of the problem. Is like it's just when it was its own thing.
Yeah.
It's kind of like how Vine is not a big deal anymore. But Kimbo was legit. I remember when it first happened. That was
Kimbo Slice was.
It was legit.
And then he went to the UFC, I think, and he got dealt with. But.
Yeah, because he wasn't a real. I mean, he wasn't a real fighter. I don't know much about this world. Like I don't know this. I don't know Worldline, but we do know a firm. Okay, that's interesting. My 15 doesn't like it, but we do know a firm, and a firm was actually having a good day yesterday. Square PayPal going to be down on this, but a firm was bouncing off of support, stair-stepping to the downside, and rejecting 20, which oddly enough is what I was looking for. Unfortunately, like this news means you can't trade. Like I was looking for shorts off that 20, and all of a sudden it's at $18 on this. He's down almost down 7.5%, almost 8%. This could easily, I mean, $17 on that daily is where the support is. So just don't fight it. Ideally, I was wanting to work off the 20 after what happened yesterday, but now it's in the middle of nowhere, and all there is like this 18.5, which is the pre-market high, which is always a bit of a tricky trade because sometimes it'll break that high, and you just got to let it go and then allow it to make its own top and come back underneath. If it flat bottom breaks 18, I'm not sure the volume's going to be good enough here, but this was actually something that was showing some signs of a bounce that I was going to look to fade into, and then this happened. PayPal, on the other hand, I mean, what is going on here? Double bottom. And this is the bottom. I pulled up a weekly on this and found like $43 to $44 was some kind of a reasonable level on it. 50 seems like it could be incoming, but that double bottom just got tested. Affirms next week. PayPal's not till the 1st. So, we're going to get them. Sorry, PayPal's next week. I think Affirm is maybe 2 weeks from now in terms of earnings. But PayPal, we get earnings next week, Tuesday. And it's going to be at that 50 level. I think that could get tested. If this continues to the downside, the 50 level could certainly get tested on PayPal. I'd look for maybe a chance at a bid there, but I want to short pops on Affirm. These names are already under enough pressure. Sometimes a thing like this can be the bottom, but let it prove that's like a big piece of bad news can be a bit of a turn. But if that's the case, let that be proven before we try any longs, or just $50.
Yeah, that's what I had written on here on the sticky note, which I'm just working on as we speak here. I wrote down PayPal $50, Square $40, and then Affirm $20.
$40? Where's Square?
Yeah, Square's at 42, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, no, I'm shaking my head.
Yeah. I was gonna say, hopefully. But the good news about this is, I think this is probably overdone at some point here. Like we were just talking about Worldline, and then we didn't even talk about the company, and we went right over into Kimbo Slice. So how much does this really affect some of these names here today? 3% to the downside on this? I mean, I thought the world was getting more digital. We're talking about Bitcoin, we're talking about all these names coming through, and then yet PayPal and Square and some of these other names that were so hyped up during the cryptocurrency days are now just getting killed as crypto's making sort of a little bit of a comeback. That's not a reason to buy PayPal or anything down there, but remember we did have that sort of that brown label or white label, brown label underneath them. I forget what the name of it was, where they're the ones providing all the payment solutions to an Uber and all that. So I feel like there still is business with PayPal aside from their retail business. So I feel like there's a buy here somewhere. If you bought at 50, 52, 53, and you got out at 50, that's maybe a loss, that's 6%, but maybe it's worth that shot if you get back up to $60. But then why would you take the risk ahead of earnings? So I feel like you just kind of got to let this thing fall down. And when did you say it was? Next Tuesday? So I don't know. Let me see. Like here's Square. If you guys, I know we're just we have the whole watches to go through, man. It's only 8:43. But let me just see when Square reports. I mean, Square is almost just as Q.
Oh, check that. It's actually a week today.
It's a week today. Okay, well that's good enough. That's you said Tuesday. It's fine. Square's November 2nd. So yeah, so that's gonna be coming in then after that. And you could see here's Square down here at that $41, $42 mark. So still, we'll have to wait to see. Market cap only 23 billion. Wow, okay, so a lot of these names have been hit pretty badly. Like, look at this. This can't even get out of its own way. It tried to get going back up to $47, $48. Obviously, you're going to want to wait for about a $50 break. And this is actually setting up right here. This is kind of the play that I like, actually, now that I'm looking at this. I have to have maybe a better look at PayPal. But you see where it's baselining here? It has to take this 48 out. I'd rather, hopefully the 50 period can come down here, because you see what was kind of happening here. You got like a nice drop from 70 into 60, baseline, take out the 50 period, right? Back up to the upside. And it doesn't really happen here because it's a little bit too wide, but then you have it here bouncing off the 50 period, breaks it, doesn't even come close to seeing the 50 again. This was back at $70 right there. Now you're getting that baseline here. So we'd like to see a couple more days, and then let's wait till next week. If next week the earnings come out and we can break above this $47, $48 mark, then I think we might be golden on a long there for Square. So that could be something. I think be patient on these. And I don't know if you want to hold them for a long time, but I think a break up to there gets you into 60, 55, 60. So you take that 10, 15%, I think. So that's Square and PayPal, both on my mind, but not till a lot lower.
Square's got a better looking chart on the daily.
That's what I was looking at.
PayPal's looked much worse.
Yeah, I think you guys are right. So I was going to say, sorry, we should have gone back over to those guys, but Comp SRX1 thinking it's not happening. So
Yeah, okay.
I don't know. Let me throw it back to you guys. What do you guys think about Square, PayPal? Are we
Pick one.
yeah, pick one, or are they a buy at all?
I still own it.
There you go. Look, I know everybody knows about my PayPal story. I talked about that on the midday show. I like Square a little bit better, more because I'm a fan of Jack Dorsey, and I think that they've also diversified a little bit into the business sphere where they have like the POS, point of sale terminals, etc. Yeah, that's what I like them.
From that application, that side of things, it's so handy and unique and different and easy, but yeah, what a mess. Let's switch gears here a little bit. I want to touch on Google from the aspect of, yes, the cloud. We'll set that aside here for a second, but this is just a random article I was just reading through here, guys. While Neil and Sean were talking, let's just focus on YouTube alone. Okay, so YouTube alone, ad sales up 12.5% to 8 billion. I just double checked. If you go back to, remember what happened when Netflix reported? Mm-hmm. Huge move. Netflix Q3 actual revenue this year, 2023, was 8.5 billion. So YouTube alone, basically at Netflix for Google, as far as comparable size is concerned. We were talking about this going back a couple of weeks ago. They rolled their podcast, Google Podcast app, into YouTube now. And this was just showing that 23% of weekly podcast users in the US have already stated that YouTube is their preferred platform over Apple, over Spotify, versus 4% that were using this Google Podcast app that has now been shut down.
Well, what do you do when you're looking for a car, looking for a new phone? The first thing I do is go to YouTube, see what people have to say about it, what the reviews are, what the videos are. So I'm not surprised about this at all. YouTube is a beast, but so is Google. Guys, I'm going to give you more about the details of the earnings on the rundown, but here's a little teaser. Revenue for Google on the quarter, $76.69 billion. That is the GDP of Canada. No, I'm kidding, of course. But it is a huge number for one company to generate revenue. Why does this matter? Because Meta reports today, and they also make a lot of money from advertising. So I want to see how they did.
The best part with YouTube is they bought YouTube for $6 billion and change. They bought the entire company for $6 billion and change, and it just made 8 in 3 months.
No. I tweeted it out today. I think, Brendo, it was 1.65 billion.
Well,
I think is what they paid for it, which is
the other. I mean, either way,
I could be wrong, but
it's fantastic. They're down today, and it's not like they look. Obviously, 8 billion is great.
Yeah.
But in the face of what people are looking into the future, that's why the cloud number is what everyone's harping on. Like, where's the really big exponential growth going to be? And your competition in cloud, which you're trying to catch, is growing at over 20%, and that's Azure, and that's the reason that Google got hit a bit. And you know what? Is it fair? I don't know. I'm very surprised. I thought a bad day for Alphabet was going to mean testing just underneath the 50 period, like 133, 134. Like, I thought that was what would be coming into play. I didn't really think 130 was going to be it, but it is somewhat trend support. I'm not going to try to draw the trend line. We have broken trend support. It's right about the 132. You can see like 127 looks like an absolute go zone. That's where it broke out from previously. And then you had support down there in mid-September. So that's like the Alamo for me today. I just don't see a reason that this should be underneath that price. There's too many things that are going right here. And from a valuation standpoint, like it's hard not to think that there wouldn't be dip buyers faring very well. Some of this probably has to do with how just darn close it was to the top, right? And most of the names that are at that top, slight sign of weakness, and you're going to get pulled back in there. But you absolutely can't hate on YouTube. You made that analogy of, oh, what's the first thing you do when you buy a car? And I want to replace like the battery on like my car fob. I'm like, man, I was like, it didn't make sense how to open it. And because I couldn't figure it out in the first 5 seconds, and my phone was like right there, I'm like, whatever. let's just, because there's gonna be 20 videos of someone just showing me how to do it, and I can save 30 seconds of my life by watching 5 seconds of this video and then doing it, replacing anything in the house. It's insane. Like, if everyone's using it all the time, I think they'll be fine in the long term. I think it's a bit of a reaction to just what's going on relative to Microsoft in the cloud, and most of the other aspects of the business I think are okay here for Alphabet. If we get past 127, then I know that I've lost on a long today on Alphabet. There's no question about it.
Yeah, I want, that's what we just put out the sticky note. That's exactly what we wrote down on here, 127. We actually talked about that data point that came back, throughout the summer. So we're just trying to look at these levels here. I feel like it's too much of a move to the downside. That story about YouTube being bought and what it's worth, you're going to get another story tonight about someone buying something that is worth 100 times whatever he paid for it, and that's Instagram. And that's what happens with technology. That's why, we're looking at the Magnificent Seven. It's like if YouTube had it, they could be their own company, but they got bought out. It's the same thing with Instagram. And that's what I actually feel like we're going to get to Snapchat soon. I actually almost think that something could happen with Snapchat, and I've said that now for a year, and it's been doing absolutely nothing. So I have no idea if Snapchat's going to get bought out or not. But you saw Google go in there, snatch up YouTube. I mean, the story is, it's infinite, right? This happens in every industry, but in tech, once the money comes in, grabs a piece of property like that, intellectual property, then they can start to monetize it, and then it hits the masses, and then you're kind of taking off from there, right? And so that's why you're going to see, I hope anyways, a big number from Meta tonight. And here's Google, right? Like, Google's bouncing right now pretty good off that 130 again. So now Google's trying to get back to the upside. I agree. I think we're overdone down here, down 6. So I'm looking for dip buyers. And I could see people rushing in and selling this thing. You're under the 50-period moving average now. If you didn't sell up here, you're a little nervous now, because if you break this 126, 125, then I do feel like you are down into here, and you could get into the teens. I don't think that's going to happen, but this world always is making me nervous these days, wondering about oil, wondering a little bit about everything. I know we want to buy Google on dips. That's the only thing that I am definitely sure about today. So it's Google, it's dip buyer time, and I will not be shorting this name unless it gets to 140.
Let's get some analyst moves for you this morning. Worth noting, anything that reported, there's obviously going to be a ton of analyst moves on the earnings front, but here are a few. Adara has that over at the screen.
So American Express with an upgrade from Citigroup. This one is definitely getting a lot of upgrades lately since its earnings last week. We also have Chewy with an upgrade from UBS, Verizon with an upgrade from Barclays. This one reported yesterday, and Gap with an upgrade from Wells Fargo. In terms of downgrades, we have a firm with a downgrade from Compass Point. This name actually has seen a lot of these other payment-related stocks tanking this morning, so PayPal also struggling, and along with Square. We also have Etsy with a downgrade from Citigroup, TransUnion with a downgrade from BofA Securities, and Corning with a downgrade from Deutsche Bank, guys.
Gap has been,
Opening it.
well, okay, it's gapping higher today.
Is it gapping? Okay,
I
good.
know. I wasn't going to say it, but I was like, I might as well, because it is gapping higher. Let's respect it. But this has been nicely trending up. And I don't wonder, look, I don't think it lasts forever. I'm just wondering where the reverse is going to come in. It's got an interesting double top at 15, which is getting pretty darn close. But if you look at this, ever since the bottom in May, there hasn't been any real hiccups. The slight one at $10, you can see there. And oddly enough, every now and then on a daily chart, you got a golden cross, and then the next thing that happens is it breaks out to the upside. So I don't know, I find that that's not always the best indicator in the world, but you have clear higher highs going through. And I think you just look to play off. If you play off of this trend, it's trying to break out from these higher highs, which has not happened on any of those moves. So I almost think like a fade. Like if it doesn't break and hold above 13 today, then this could easily be dipping back in, and then the next dip, you play a rip. So looking at that trend, I'd almost think that Gap is due for a pullback at the open, at least the way that trend line has been going. And if it's going to continue strength, maybe you look back at like a 1250, 1260, something like that. But yeah, I'm a little surprised at how well GPS is doing. It's a chart that I hadn't looked at in a while. That is a very, very clean up trend, but it's already at the top of that range. So I wouldn't want to be buying that top unless there was an explosive catalyst, which I don't know that it has enough of that here going today. But it's on the radar at least. Good for Gap. They're having a good couple of months.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't really like anything in the retail side of things, but that's good, man. I like that name. AXP, another one that I think we saw it there on the upgrade list, on the upgrade side of things. This is another name that just held beautifully at the bottom. They reported on October 20th, so last week, and they had a bad quarter, right, all the way to the downside. You saw the payments operators getting downgraded here again today, so that's not going to be good for AXP. But yeah, back into 140 right now. That's a great level, right? I mean, you got to go all the way back to 52-week lows. I just checked it. The 52-week low is 138, and it was put in back here almost 52 weeks ago. So, you know, we bounced off that level there. I like this name. I think if it comes back in at all, I think you can grab it. AXP with, let me see what the yield is here. I'm going to say probably 3%, but I can never remember if it's higher or lower. MasterCard, Visa, all these ones. Yeah, okay, so this is the lowest one. So 1.65%, right? So that's not great considering, and again, I don't want to, I've said this over and over again. It's more like old school thinking. You really shouldn't be looking at dividend yields now. We were out with someone last night that's saying he's getting 5.5%, you know, on some CDs, which anyone can get. So it's just like, why do you care about that? He also liked Intel for the long term there. So, you know.
I liked it more before 2 days ago.
That's, yeah, we were talking about that. I said, now all of a sudden NVIDIA wants to get into the game. But the thing is like, you know, those foundries that are building in the United States there, I think that's good. Get away from some of that China dependency.
It has to happen, but it's like, you know, it's going to cost a lot of money to do it. That's the only issue. So.
Wow. But we're paying for that already in the stock price, I think, right?
I think so.
Disclosed all their capex and all that stuff.
25 is a good entry for Intel.
25, okay, wow.
No, but I just wish I'd rang the register more.
Oh yeah.
When it was above.
Wait a second, 35. It's not so bad. What was its high? 38 or something?
While we're switching top, it broke a trend. Like I've been tracking this, and it basically broke a long trend line on the daily chart.
There it is. Yeah, 39-ish.
Yeah, if you look, this is my concern, is like you finally broke it. Since bouncing triple bottom off 25, you've broken a bit of a trend in the last couple of days. So I thought this was just, bounce, head right back up to the top after earnings, but kind of wishing that I'd rung the register. But I had no reason to.
Not so bad.
I had no reason to. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. It's not terrible, it's just that it broke a bit of a trend on that NVIDIA news. That's all.
All right, let's go. I guess we're going to start going over the watches pretty soon, but it's a very, very busy day. And thanks to Dara for all those upgrades and downgrades. Let's go back over to the handsome gentleman.
Hawks that they were operating in. We were just talking about GM here and what happened with Cruise yesterday out in San Francisco. Just checking on Tesla too, not really doing a heck of a lot, down slightly. Here's GM down slightly as well. More negativity on the strike front, UAW strike front coming through today.
Yeah, GM had been the least affected of the three by the strike. About 9,200 workers were on strike. Now that's expanding because the Arlington facility in Texas now is subject to the new expanded strikes. And that's where they make some of the big hitters. They make the Escalade there, some of their pickup trucks, some of the biggest ticket items that they have are going to be subject to that. In addition, Brendel mentioned the DMV, the California DMV coming out yesterday and basically vetoing the San Francisco City Council and removing GM's special license there to operate their Cruise vehicles autonomously. So it's going to be a tough look. It's a tough couple of days for GM.
Yeah, remember they lost $1.6 billion so far this year, that Cruise division alone. So not good here, guys, again for GM.
This is the thing, like, Google can lose $1 billion in automated driving, which they did. GM, on the other hand, it's not the same thing, and this is sort of the issue. It's like, yeah, let's slap the fail on it. We've already been over this. Broke down off of 30 yesterday. It had already broken 29. It actually was recovering, and then the Cruise news hit, and then it just slowly grinded to the downside. So once 29 broke, this is the short that we were in underneath 28.8, and then it ended up getting all the way down to 40. So I'm just thinking short till it's not, at least looking at the 29 and then the 30 level. So, 28.80 where we had it yesterday makes some sense into 29. If it breaks that, I'd still be looking for some kind of a curl into the 30 level. If it can recover 30, fair enough. It's obviously made a good bottom down there somewhere. But yeah, not a great look for GM. And as far as their brethren goes forward, we're at 11:30, so it's getting there. I think we're gonna. I said I think yesterday, this week that Ford 11 comes into play, and that could be today. So if Ford gets to 11, it's been relatively simple. It's broken 11, I think, at least once, maybe twice, gotten to the 90s or something like that. But it's been a very, very big level on the daily chart for a bounce. So, Ford gets to 11, I'm looking bounce. It's that simple. But that's been a play since, we're talking about the front half of the year was the last time we were able to get those kind of fills, and we're back here now. So if we see it, I'll be on the bid trying to go for that Ford 11. It's come in, and it doesn't mean anything good about the stock that you like the long there. It just means that's where the support's been. Look for the bounce. More of a scalp play than anything else.
Yeah, so the only thing, actually, it was funny. We were talking about Ford, actually another story about Ford last night, which led to Jim Cramer stories, which was funny. These guys are from New York, so they told us some funny stories about seeing Jim Cramer in some really interesting predicaments. But anyways, as we go, Ford is at the same price. Remember I talked about this yesterday? The same price it was in 2002. So this is not a great stock, man. We had a huge bump up into $27, I think it was, back in 2022. Huge move up right now. We knew the auto strike was coming. It's just ridiculous to really have been holding it through here. But once it gets all resolved, maybe you can get back into a buying range here for Ford. And we're all talking about the same levels. It's right here, right now. The stock kind of does suck, man. And I really feel like, and maybe you just need somebody that can properly value, what this company is worth. But when I'm seeing a pullback in a name that I know is working on, we talked about this today, again, just before the show, the robo-taxis, the Ubers, everything else that Tesla represents as far as the semis coming through, the Cybertruck, Tesla Model 2s and whatever else they're going to make. I think they could still make a bike. There's all this kind of, rhetoric behind Tesla that I like, and then we talk about Ford, and we can't really think of anything too positive to talk about. Indeed, the GM experience yesterday, as we've talked about there with their EV outlook, not very positive. So you got to sort of pick your poison with these. At some point, valuation is going to come into question if it hasn't already, and maybe it might be on the positive side. Maybe they're too far down. We're not giving enough credit to their, their combustible engine segment. What's it called? Ford Blue or Ford Original or whatever it is.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah. So there's going to be some segments that are going to be hot, and let's just see if the market rewards them. They report tomorrow after market.
Yeah.
So we don't have to wait very long to find out where these segments are and if they're making any money. And if you see a progress in their green division, then I think you can buy the name. And then you can use that 11, 10.50 something as your out. So I don't know.
Or by Mullen, I don't know.
Or by Mullen, or by Nikola. Or something.
I'm joking.
You could do all of that. By Oxy, by XOM. Hey, what's up, Kat? What do you got there? Is that a Cinnabon? I don't mind the egg thing. Sometimes I sneak out and grab an egg tart thing there. Oh, by the way, Neil, I said to Neil it was a good time. He missed some drinks and some food last night and blah, 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 blah. And, of course, we did have that espresso martini.
You had two.
You asked about. Yeah, and I was drinking it. And then all of a sudden, Brendan's like, I turn around, and there's another pick-me-up there. So we had a couple pick-me-ups. I think I need to pick-me-up right now, actually. But, all right. Brendo had, what did you have? Oh, Guinness, I believe.
You had a Guinness?
Oh, yeah.
No, they had that fancy, this is all kind of fancy drinks you could have had. You're stuck with the Guinness, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, OG, baby.
I'm easy, man. I'm not complicated. All right, let's go. We're late. Sharif's going to kick things off. Overall market.
Yeah, Breno, 42.71 is where we closed out at yesterday. We're below that level right now. We're down on the ES. 42.54 is where we're trading. Number one, look for yesterday's closing price to be a level of resistance if we get there. If we clear it and hold above it, look for 4,300 as resistance. If we continue to trend down, look for that 42.30. That's where these hourly candles both closed at. 42.30 for support.
I've just seen Peloton just popping up in front of me here. Anyways, let's talk about everything else. There's so much to talk about today. Make sure you do grab that. Use the QR code. Go to watchlist.tradertv.live. Enter your email address. Super simple. It just shows up right in your inbox every single day for free. Let's kick things off. Talk a lot about cloud-related stuff this morning because that's really what this boils down to. I mean, we touched on the YouTube aspect of Google. Let's get into a few other interesting aspects here as far as this report is concerned, because let's face it, it was enormous right across the board. The only negative here is as you were saying, $20 million miss on cloud.
That's like 10 minutes of revenue, like you and I were joking off camera. All right, hang on to your hats here. There's a lot of information to give you. Earnings per share beat 155 versus 145 expected by the street. Revenue 76.69 billion versus 75.97 expected. That's an 11% year-over-year growth on the quarter. YouTube advertising revenue 7.95 billion versus 7.81 billion expected. Advertising revenue as a whole 59.65 billion versus the 54 that was expected. Google Cloud revenue, and this was the miss, 8.41 billion versus the 8.64 billion expected. And the last but not least, TikTok, a competitor to Google, right? Especially with respect to shorts. Well, 70 billion daily active views now on YouTube Shorts. That's growing. It's growing big.
That's all. Sorry, 70 billion?
70 billion daily views, Brendo.
Well, I mean, 8 billion you mentioned on the cloud side of things. We'll talk about Microsoft here in a second, but yeah, that's it as far as downside today.
If there's that many views, then I'm just going to simply ask for this.
Hola.
70
Like and
billion.
subscribe today.
There we go. Like and subscribe. We even got the little YouTube.
need a piece
thing
of that.
there. Oh, this is a good time to hit the other one that we have to contractually.
Like, subscribe, and share the show that takes you to the heart of the market every day.
There we
Same
go.
shirt? No, it's not
Long
the same
live
shirt.
the beard.
Whoa, whoa,
What the hell are you
whoa,
doing, Fabian?
whoa. Chill, Winston. Come on.
Oh, that's
now.
probably the guy up there. Ah, okay.
Okay, I have a straight line to see you hit the key, Sharif. Like a straight line. I'm staring right at you when I look at this camera. Alphabet, let's go. It's, okay, like we said, all of the good things got overshadowed by the fact that you had 22% Azure growth year over, which is insane. Like 22, and then these guys are growing at single digits, which is still good. It was still year over year turning a profit in their cloud. They're trying to catch up to the big two. Obviously, it's a bit of a disappointment today, but it was so close to the local highs that maybe this was inevitable coming off the 140. You're not really breaking the local trend unless you're, I mean, you probably have to get underneath this 130 convincingly, but this is 127. This is a weekly chart, by the way. It's a big W there. 127 right in here. It would be kind of a triple bottom on that weekly. I just wanted to pull it out far enough so that it looks much, much nicer when you look at I wanted to show you guys this high at 150. If you get down there, I'm a little bit surprised if you get to the 27. So I'm not sure that's the optimal place to wait for on Alphabet because it's very extreme. So I would just look at post-market first. You got to 129.5. That's the pre-market low. That would be the first salvo. But I don't think you hold that long into a 127 if it starts to get to the downside. Not even going to bother putting it into my head what the SSR level is, but in the back of my mind, if somehow Google got to 10% down, then if you like SSR bounces, there's no chance I wouldn't start looking for a long there. I do have one level that I would look for short if we curled, and that's only because of where the futures are at. I mean, if we're pushing to the upside and there's a fail point at 14.8 or 14.85 on the NASDAQ, and Alphabet was up here testing 134 at that moment, then that's a logical place to look for a curl here on Google. So it's not really trading at a level that I think is an automatic go, but that 27 is good. I'd take a shot at 134 as long as we're at resistance on the futures for a short. But other than that, I don't think you want to rush in. Take the extremities of the range on something like an Alphabet on earnings. The lesson of Netflix and certainly Amazon when they report is generally you don't always have to break out of the established range in the first half an hour. Sometimes you just sit in it, and if you get yourself chopped up in the middle, it's just a frustrating morning. So be very, very patient with Alphabet. And the same is going to go for Microsoft.
Yeah, so I just, I mean, we've already sort of talked about a little bit about Google over and over again this morning, but with good reason. I mean, it's going to be something that we're trading. I just want to highlight the symbol that we'll be looking at. More volume on the L. So just if you're trading it, you could trade Goog. I mean, it's just one's going to be, it's just a different class of shares. So they're going to move exactly the same. They should be down at pretty much the exact same percentage points, which they are. And you can see you're going to get the exact same action in both of these names. So just whatever one you're trading, see, we just flip it over. You can't even tell the difference. So this is what we're looking at. And it just does a little bit more volume. It's what we trade. So you can, let me see what the volume is today. So 1.67 on the L, and then 8.
It's not even close.
800,000, right? So, all right. Anyways, just want to talk about that because I think we've just gone over a bunch of different levels there. I feel like this is going to be one of the strongest names to buy on any market dip. So if that's going to be the case, well, you're getting a stock-related dip here today. So if you buy some today and buy a little bit more, if we're nervous about the broader NASDAQ, then we can wait for the NASDAQ to fall down and then add to our positions. So again, not financial advice because quite frankly, we're day traders. But for me, I feel like probably let's see what happens here on the open. Don't buy or sell anything into the long-term portfolios while we're on the show. But I feel like this afternoon, midday, something like that, if we do get into something into here, 127, 128, and then honestly, if I'm buying it for the next 20 years, then I'm not going to look back today and wonder if I bought it at 130 or 128. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening here on Google. I'm a buyer. It's on the sticky note. You can go find it right now up at Trader TV. Sean, here it is right here. And go grab it. It's the sticky note, Google 127. We talked about that going back to late September into the summer. There was some nice little levels there. I feel like Google needs to be bought down here, and let's just see if the market agrees with us, as we still have to wait, guys, for this. The imbalance locator, right? At 925, right now it's just showing New York names, which there's really nothing on here. You're gonna have, there's not even Square on here or anything. Snapchat's on there pretty small, which we're gonna get to. You're gonna wait for 925. There could be a decent seller coming through on Google, and I almost feel the same way about our next name as well. So wait out for some dip buy opportunities as the NASDAQ is getting hit here early.
All right, we'll move on to, Microsoft, the other one this morning. Big move to the upside. I was mentioning this just quickly. There was a monster D print. That's why it popped up in front of me. It was 2.9 million shares on the D print for Peloton, but doing absolutely nothing. Microsoft, on the other hand, doing a lot so far this morning. So as we were saying, Google Cloud, bad. Microsoft Cloud, very, very good.
Microsoft's a monster. I really don't know what else to say. Guys, net income, not revenue, income on the quarter, $22.29 billion. That is a 27% year-over-year increase. Revenue, $56.52 billion, 13% year-over-year increase. With respect to guidance, Chief Financial Officer Amy Hood implying a 15% move for their fiscal second quarter. They go into their second quarter next quarter. Their intelligent cloud segment produced $24.26 billion revenue, up 19% year over year on the quarter. Productivity and business processes, that includes like Microsoft 365, et cetera. That's up big, $18.59 billion. And their personal computing, which includes like Xbox, Windows, et cetera, that also did well with a muted $13.67 billion, the smallest of the bunch, Brendo, and I didn't expect that at all.
So small. What do we do here, guys, with this thing today?
In English, Microsoft makes a lot of money. And they're going to start making more money when everyone's paying $30 a month for the AI add-on to the ChatGPT add-on to their Office suite. It literally starts next week.
Is that what it is? It's $30 a month?
It's $30 a month add-on. So I mean,
get like a buy 1 month, get one free or something?
I don't know if they don't have to do a deal. Everyone that uses the suite's going to be probably paying that. So, and it's $30. If you're paying for the suite, like you're going to want those features. If it's in your day-to-day, it's such an efficiency there. Anyways, let's get to the chart because they're winning. You've gapped through on the daily as quickly. This is 341 on the daily chart there. There you go. Like you've gapped through 341. If you look at what was previous highs, you can maybe, I saw like 41 to 43 is a bit of a zone where I would anticipate resistance turning into support, right? So you get down in the low 40s. That's where I think you pick up the long. Rightly pointed out, and I want to show this on the weekly chart. We're just having a discussion in the chat. A couple of people were mentioning the 351.5 was what was said, but I kind of, for myself, just wrote down 351 area. On the daily chart, I just like my trade ideas a little bit better here. And again, if you had this rejection at the 350 level. And if you see it, it was like this last wick in here. That's why I like that 351. So you broke out, or you attempted to break out off 350. You came right back, you wicked 350 and got to 351.5 or so. So I think that's your near-term resistance level, which is $6 away. The dip buy is actually pretty darn close on Microsoft into that 341, 343 zone. So Softy, I like them. They're well diversified too. Like they got a lot of different avenues that I think can work. So they're probably insulated a bit if there is an economic downturn. That said, you know, they're not actually cheap. Like you're paying a premium for a reason because they're so good and they have so much growth. But you know, they're not super cheap on a PE basis. But I still like them. It's hard to bet against them. And the only place I like that short is at that 51. So it's possible that never comes into play.
Oh man, again, you know, great talk about Microsoft. I mean, all kind of the same that I want to talk about here as well. The only thing is like this 200 period is right here where we wrote down 342, 343. So I feel like a dip buy into that is maybe a good opportunity to begin with. It's just, I'm not sure I want to sit there. We might just try it with 20% of the shares or something like that to see if we do get hit long on the way back in. This is just reminding me of kind of earnings plays where, and this is what I meant by taking profit, it's a huge move up, right? So here's sort of the bots getting a hold of this number, coming up here, bouncing around off 350. They sell it early, they let it go, hit it again, and we haven't really got going. I mean, there was a little bit of a move upside into 348 until we really break this 350 area. I'm not too sure, you know, that I'm expecting too much of a long here into or above 350. If that happens, great. I mean, I want to take the 350 break. I just feel like being up 6% or whatever we'd have to get up to that, is that what's going to happen today? I mean, I'm worried about the NASDAQ falling down. Obviously, there could be strength in individual names. So I'd rather just play the dip. And what I could see happening right here is market coming in today a little bit. I could see some strength being sold off the open. So what I mean by that is you're up 5% right here. If Microsoft rallies a little bit, I could see the sellers coming in, defending this 348 area, saying, you know what, I'll take it, man. There's even people in the chat saying they bought some lottos down here yesterday at 330. I was long at 330 at the end of the day. Microsoft is a huge holding in many people's long-term portfolios. Thank you, Mr. Rob. That's a good one there, and that's the cup that I expect from this guy.
I missed that.
Classy, sassy, and a little bit smart-assy.
I'll take one.
Yeah, you'll take one too. Yeah, okay. So
I missed the message.
there it is. But anyways, just real quick here on Microsoft, there's a nice move to the upside right here. I feel like we could fade back in. I'm not sure about even standing there waiting for it. So I'd rather see us base out. But again, another name that I have to be biased to the long side. If we do base and we can trade something off of 350, that would be great. And then maybe 340 is the bottom. I don't know. But look, see, just right now, we were just at 348. You're down to 344 in 10 minutes. Oh man, we're getting on time here. All right, 917.
917.
It's all that great. It's all that analysis, man. You're killing it with Microsoft and Google today. Hopefully, I'll have something smart to say about Snapchat. Nah, probably not. All right, over to the big guys.
It was AI related, apparently, for Snapchat. What's it called? My AI? That it was doing way better than anyone expected in this quarter. But this move after the close was amazing to go all the way to 12 and then right back down to negative and then some before the end of the day. But yeah, decent report here for Snap.
Yeah, and they're blaming that move down on Middle Eastern advertising spending because of the war. I'm not really sure how that figures in. More to come on that soon, probably. Earnings, 2 cents per share, worse than they did last time around. Last time around, they reported 8 cents per share. Revenue, 1.19 billion versus the 1.11 billion expected. That's a beat there. Global daily active users, an important metric for this company, 406 million versus the 405.7 expected. ARPU, Sean's favorite, 2.93 versus the 2.74. ARPU is average revenue per user, guys. And Snapchat Plus, Brendo, doing better. $3.99 a month you have to pay, and increasing subscribers 1 million more than we had last quarter.
And oh yeah, they're going to buy back 500 million worth of shares as well, which is always positive.
The next trick for Snapchat, consistently make money. That'll be a good one when they can do that. Again, like sometimes you see these impressive revenue numbers and it's like, turn consistent profits. But $10 if it breaks today again, because it's been back and forth. This is a daily. This is 975 to 980, which was a previous resistance level, the one that's been breaking out. So I don't have anything genius to say except 975 to 10. If it can hold that area, it looks a little bit strong above there. Like, it was complete nonsense in the aftermarket. Like, there's nothing to be discerned by the levels that got made in the aftermarket, because that, I don't even know what to make of that, why it was even trading, and I'm assuming a lot of that's real above 12. Just don't trade aftermarket. Don't get trapped in something like that. Like, you could have maybe taken an $11 break and just be kicking yourself if you traded that on earnings. But yeah, 975 to 10. That's what I'd look at on Snapchat today on any kind of potential dip. But I'm not really in love with this one. If it was consolidating down there, maybe now you got to go dip and rip and try and withstand a move to the downside. It's 8% short float. That's good, not great.
Oh, is it only 8%? I wrote down 13. Oh, no. I think you might be right now that you said that.
That's from Trade ID.
Yeah, 8. No, it is only 8. 13 was something else. Was it Rivian? I don't know, maybe. All right, so for me, for Snapchat, adding daily active users, okay, we're already above it. So this was one that I was looking at breaking through that $10 mark. I wrote down 10.10 as a long, bless you, but it was more like and I also wrote down here on the sticky note, pre-market high. So it looks like right now, I'm not worried about that wick there. So it looks like we're going to have to deal with this somewhere around maybe 10.20 or so there as a level. Let's just see. I don't even care about any other levels other than what we've just seen here in the pre-market so far, because we've already talked about if we get into 11, I think that's great. So we want to sell any longs up near 11, and then you can let it go to see if it gives it something. But I definitely think 1080 something is a good long. So maybe now we got to look right here. That's a 1020. Those top wicks are 1030, 1040. Yeah, so I like this name. I like the short float aspect of it. They're talking all about AI. They've added some users there. And honestly, like I said about this before, we talked about Google snapping up.
Boom.
Oh, stop it. YouTube. And then we talked about Instagram being bought up by, at that time, Facebook. And so is Snapchat one of those other names that could easily just get gobbled up with a 13 billion market cap? Okay, 13 billion market cap. Watch this. META, ready? Okay, so where is the cash? 53 billion in cash. So these guys can kind of take out Snapchat. I mean, I'd have to pay for a premium, I'm assuming, but that could happen, and they wouldn't pay for it all in cash anyways. Cash is worth too much. But, you know, a little bit of stock action here. I could see something going on in an M&A there with somebody in Snapchat. Hey, how about you know another company that has a hell of a lot of cash?
Well, no,
Pinterest?
No, I was going to say Pins could be another target of Meta.
Correct.
They don't have a lot of cash. They don't.
No. Another company here, 62 billion right now. This is just what they're earning, right? 62 billion there for Apple. So we'll have to wait to see something with their augmented reality coming through. So let's just see if Snapchat is indeed a play. So let's go back over to the desk with only a couple minutes left.
We're just touching on Teladoc up next here. Kathy Woods, 13th largest holding. Downside this morning after earnings as well. So daily chart not looking great here, but decent report overall actually for Teladoc.
Yeah, they missed on the top line. They missed on the bottom line. It's a tough one. They're trying to get more efficient. Here's what analyst Robert Simmons at D.A. Davidson said. The company is doing a good job of reorienting towards greater efficiency and is now undertaking a comprehensive operational review to further those efforts, but likely needs to show more stability in its revenue lines to drive investors to become more positive. They need to make more money. They need to expand their user base. I think that's what it really comes down to.
Wow. In October, I was just reading more about this. In October, as of October 23rd, she had 11.7 million shares of TDOC.
If you liked it at 50, then you loved it at 25. You loved it at 25. You love it at 16. I mean, I don't know. This is a flat bottom break. It wasn't completely all bad, but whatever. It flat bottom broke $18, so that usually just means one thing. Like, I want the short back into that level. I don't know where that's. When I sat down, I thought maybe there'd be a relief rally to get it to 17.5. That just ain't happening right now, and it's actually through 17 even. So it's a bit far away from $18 to want this down here. That you don't want to put up a buck on that trade. So patiently wait for the first available rip and look to see if I can fade it. I could see some shorts taking profit after earnings. That makes some sense to me. So when that abates itself, I want to look for a short there. I don't have a long that I like on this, unless it goes down 10%, and then I can start thinking about an SSR bounce. So I'm just probably sitting Teladoc out for a little bit, unless it pops.
Yeah, that was. Oh, is Teladoc the one that's 13%? Is that what we just talked about there?
It might. You know what? It might be.
Yeah, no, it's 14. So, anyways, we miss again on that one. It must just be Rivian. I didn't even actually. I was just so amazed with Snapchat and Google and Microsoft report today, and some of the levels that we like there. And I actually like Boeing that we're going to get to in a minute too as well. I haven't looked at Boeing this afternoon, this AM yet. Teladoc, yeah, continues to fall down. We've broken through that $17 level. I think a pop into 18 is a short. So instead of waiting for the long, I think you want to play maybe an excited short that could come in to play here if we do start to take out some of those levels. So yeah, 1750. I don't necessarily want to start there. Why not just start at yesterday's close? Not great, down 7% here today. Again, didn't really put in the work on Teladoc today. So we'll trade price action if it does base out. We do have it on our mind. I'm actually, and I know we only have 5 minutes now, but you know, PayPal, Square, some of these names, if we do fall back in, you know, this is a nice $50 level. Square, just for people looking at it today, down 4%. Coming back in, Worldline downgrading a lot of the payment systems, payment providers. And there you go to Affirm on a move down on a double downgrade, I guess, Worldline and then something else. But I was looking for a pop-up into yesterday's levels as well. So if there's any sort of a short squeeze, my mind today is probably going to be going to Affirm first. And then we'll sort of shoot first, ask questions later on a short if this bumps up. So we'll wait for Affirm to come through. Let's go over Boeing.
Yeah, it was about the forecast here. The 737 MAX forecast, guidance downside as far as production is concerned. It was not good as far as the numbers are concerned as well, but Boeing's up.
Yeah, I love the headline this morning. Boeing misses, stock soars. Sure, makes sense. Adjusted loss per share of $3.26 versus $2.96 the street was looking for. That's a tough one. Revenue $18.1 billion versus $18.0 billion, so they beat on the top line. Like Brendo mentioned, they will deliver fewer 737 MAX aircraft. They had expected to deliver about 375 to 340. Previous estimate was about 400 to 450, so a bit of a miss there. And there's lots of demand for aircrafts right now. They can't really seem to be able to fulfill their customers' desires.
And they just straight up pointed right at Spirit and said it's your fault. So.
Sometimes if the stock goes up on bad news, then that can be a good sign, which, I mean, Boeing's needed something good to happen to them. So I'll take whatever kernel of positivity you can sort of wreck out of that earnings report, and it would be the reaction of the stock here. So on the daily, this is 190. It probably needs to prove that on these earnings, you can get past 190 to convince me of anything on Boeing, because it wasn't fantastic. A little bit of a sell-off there going into the open. If it breaks 190 today, I think you're getting a relief rally on Boeing, and then I would look to join said relief rally. So I'm going to be very, very patient with that one. It needs to bust that 190 level. Otherwise, I'd sit this out. Again, it was a miss today. It was a miss, but I like the fact that it's reacting to the upside, at least for now.
Okay, so I agree with all those levels. So I got to cancel this. All right, Google is getting shit canned right now. Is getting hit. Nice move to the downside.
That qualifies.
Yeah, I know, but I shouldn't say that. Down there, yeah, just touched 127.50. So this is what we were talking about. We actually literally wrote this down on our sticky note, that we'd have to wait to see about these imbalances and see what happens right off the open, right? I mean, I think that's easy to say when there's earnings. So it's not rocket science here, but there's Google with a quick sell. And I said that would happen, right? We said that if there was a breakthrough, the 50-period moving average, we could get a nice little flush to come in. I think this is a buying zone right now, but the market's not even open. So this whole I think stuff, I mean, the market's going to tell us what we need to think, and that's going to happen pretty soon. And then the tale of two stories, Microsoft was a buy on here. So I just want to zoom in real quick. It's not, unfortunately I have this wick, I'll have to edit this out. Actually, I'm going to edit it right now because it's going to affect me as I'm trading. So 346, just real quick. I just want to show you that there it is. So there's a tale of two stories there where you had Microsoft came out as a bid imbalance. So it went from 344 all the way up to 346 and change, falling back in a little bit right now, as opposed to Google, Neil, with only a couple minutes left.
Less
Now
than a minute.
the sell's getting less and less, so you're going to see it sort of get exhausted there, down to 127.75 for Google. So we're going to wait on this name, see where we go. Now we only have 30 seconds left, but that's what can happen. And then probably Snapchat. Look, Snapchat's a buy. Boom. There goes it right there. Nicely done to the upside. If you took any Snap advice there on breaking through 1020, like we mentioned, but you know, just whatever. Everything will come back. Woo saw woo.
We'll see. The countdown is on. It's hump day. We didn't even say that once yet. Adair is on the bell. TLT just bounced off, or just got to yesterday's low, so bond's taking a bit of a hit. In 4, 3, 2, and 1, ring it.
We also
Liking the blue there. So, I mean, be very patient off this open. Like, this is a very heavy offer on Google is already at 127.
Yeah, I'm
so
already long.
It's pretty much testing it right away. Just broke to 27. Can it hold on? Just got back. But wow. Okay. It was at 60s. I saw 126.60 and punched long back through 27, and it went to 40s right away. So that is how wild it was. I couldn't even get filled on the way back to the upside. I let it break and then tried to get into the long position on the way through. That was completely insane. Keeping an eye on GM and Teladoc as well. But Google, it broke 27, and when it came back through, I tried to get it on the other side. It was 30 cents through 27 on the punch.
All right, well, we could have a Dollar Club winner here on Google pretty soon. So let's just wait to see if we can take out that 128. We've only got out of 20% there. We're long at 127. Let's just see what happens. Here it comes right back in again. So that's why you got to take something out. We're going to get out if this breaks through 126. I mean, we sort of already gave us that little bottom there. So we're going to get out if it does break too much lower than that, as here we come again down in for Google. So let's wait to see if we can get some damage on this name or not. We're now long at 126.90. Okay, we are reloaded, obviously, on this name for Google, as we'll just kind of relax here, see if we can get something going here back onto the upside. We do have a decent position now, as we've had 2 fills there on Google against the level that we talked about supporting earlier. So let's see if this one wants to work it out. Now back up to the upside for Google, but it definitely is dropping out right here, right now. So we'll continue to play the long here on Google. There it goes. Nicely done right there. Let's just give it up for everybody that went long down there on Google at 126 and change, as now it's starting to bounce a little bit more to the upside. I'm still here for the long. I mean, the market's getting absolutely shellacked right now. So, I mean, let's not, wow.
Sorry.
Go ahead, but yeah, this market is not helping these longs.
No, Softy just cracked 43, so that is incoming to that 341. I do have a short on. It is going to be GM. That's a continuation play from yesterday. I got to point out Snapchat to you guys because it, like legit, it was just a 1075.
It snapped?
Yeah, and it snapped right back into the quarters. Like, that's a little bit wild. That's a kind of a rejection, but the market, you just saw pull back really heavily. I still like the long in Snapchat. I don't think if it gets underneath $10, you cross that bridge when it gets there. Was not really thinking that that was going to happen that quickly. Usually the dip buy is a little bit more chill than that. General Motors, you stink. Anyways, the best, I mean, sometimes you just got to get out of a stock, but then I went into Ford, so it doesn't really matter. But GM did get up close to that 28.80. I got some 70s. It's right back into 28.5. So this one is continuing to flush into the downside. Speaking of Ford, no flush yet, but I'm on the bid here. If we get 11s today, then, sorry, if we see 11s today, then I'm going to be long on Ford. Like, I've been waiting around for this for a while, just not really doing anything just yet. We didn't go over Tesla. Apologies for that. Well, everyone looks at Tesla and cares about it.
I
but
about that, actually.
I don't know if we did. We probably didn't. But that just came down a couple of dollars. Still resistance at about 218, 219 on Tesla. Google is trying to calm itself down here off that low. I stopped out, let it make the wick, and then jump back into it. But if it breaks the local bottom, I'm always getting out if it breaks the local bottom. And that's what looks like could happen here on Google. Snapchat did come in. I got 10.22s. Let's see if we can hang on there. Didn't pick up an Affirm short. Did not pick up a Teladoc short. Both those just flushed right away. Now they're starting to come back.
All right, we are going to have a little undercover winner here. It's not that undercover. We've been talking about it all day. Microsoft, we just took it at 42.75. It went up about 80 cents into the money. It's now 60 cents. So there it is. We already took that profit out there at 43. Here we go. Is it going to be the first Dollar Club member? Ooh, it almost got there. We'll see if it comes through again. We, of course, reloaded on Google down there because it's still in that range that we're talking about. So we're going to try to get some more out. But yeah, it's a slippery slope here for sure on Google as it's just continuing to fade out. I mean, this NASDAQ is a dangerous one at these levels, right? We've talked about sort of where we're going. Sorry, that's the TQs. Okay, we can look at the TQs too, but we always look at the NQs. So hold on a second. NQ $F right here quickly. Let's go. Yeah, so there it is. Like we didn't hold that 14.7. So we have to be very, very careful of exactly the longs that we're trying to hold out here because you're at a support zone. We obviously got crushed there, but we'll wait to see if we can start to hold some of these areas because if we can't hold like right now, then I feel like we do want to get down to 14.6. So no matter what these longs, and this is what I said again, it's only a long if the market gives it to you, right? And right now, here we go. X going to give it to you. X going to give you $1 right now on Microsoft. Hopefully that's coming through. And then here we go, Google. Here we go. Nice. Yes, sir. There we go. Yes. This has been another one for us here today as we go deuces here on the sticky note with some big winners. Go to the beach if you're done. It's 9:35. It's going to be a good day, though. Snapchat also boomed, which we missed. But so far, so good.
Yeah, I took some out of 127.40, but if this can't get to 128, that's still looking very weak. I'm talking it is Google. Snap is testing the $10 level, so that's going to come into play very quickly. I did want to get to Affirm. Obviously, all of the payment names were down today, so they're all getting punked. This just bounced off 17.5, so I had to do the quick math on this. I'm pretty sure Affirm just went SSR down here. And so this is a bit of an SSR bounce off 17.5. At this point, a lot of times you can get to VWAP. So I thought 18 would be a short, but once it goes SSR, I think you look for that SSR bounce. And next time it comes into 17.5, I'll look for it to make a base. But Affirm did tag 10% to the downside, which is obviously pretty darn nasty. So now we can get to Snapchat. We'll get to Square in a second and PayPal, but Snap just bounced off a 10. Went in off the pre-market, off the pre-market highs when it broke out to 1080. Now looking for the bounce off the 10 even. If it can't hold on to the 10 area, I think I look elsewhere on Snapchat. That is a big reversal candle, and if it can't hold on to 10, let's forget about it. We did not talk about the chips. On a day like today, sometimes you focus on those earnings. Intel, look, I would have told you in front of 35 anyways. But this just broke $34. Intel, it still looks ugly a couple of days after that NVIDIA news. I still don't like them going into earnings tomorrow. Brendo.
Chinese names downside here, guys, in a pretty big way. NIO, one of those. There was a note, just reading through this. Apparently, NIO has acquired a company called Leopard, which will, in China, earn them something that's called an independent car production certification. So I guess separate from government enforced manufacturing. So NIO is still downside here, but huge volume on the sell side there for NIO at the open.
Yeah, at this point, it's just range-bound trading in Alphabet. You got a 126 half bottom. It can't seem to get the other half, so you're barcoding off 127 as you're getting a bit of a bounce. Snap could not hold on to 10s, so I'm just going to get out. I want it to reestablish above that $10 level. Otherwise, who cares? GM is continuing to flush. I'm looking for an add in GM. The question is going to be where. You're already 1% to the downside, and it's actually looking pretty heavy. Maybe 28 even is just what it's going to be. Because that, 28 was the bottom in yesterday's trade, so that'll be pretty clean. If you get a 2.5% move off the open, you should take it last time I checked. So if we get to 28, I'm going to take that on GM. I'm surprised Ford's not falling the way that this is going, though.
Okay, Ford and GM, yeah, we'll have to look at that.
Ford's not falling.
Okay, yeah, that's, I was looking at this Snapchat. We do have a new position. Oh, by the way, it's $2 now, so we'll spin this just because. We take $2 there on our Microsoft trade as it goes up to the upside, as many of you can see right here. So that's going to be a nice one. Okay, but here comes Google. Google just hitting. Yeah, this is what I told you my out was going to be a breakthrough of 126. So as long as that is set up there, then we are good to go. So here comes Google right back in, man. We are going to give it up here on this break. I mean, the market can't hold, and we talked about this. The market can't hold it. That's why you should have gone to the beach. But there it is. Nice move to the downside. So there we go. Just broke through. So we actually, I think I got triggered. Okay, so we actually got a 98 fill there, which is pretty good right there. But is that the bottom there for Google, as now it's starting to bounce a little bit back to the upside? So that's fine. I mean, it's not fine. We're still net positive here today. But I'm going to try one more time on that, just in case that was a little bit of back and forth nonsense there. I don't think that's going to be the case there, but regardless of what's happening right now, we're long snap. Well, not regardless. We got to address that. But there goes Google right now, touching 345.50. That just went back into there. I feel like we got to put an offer around 345.50. What's up, Brendan?
Tech-related education company, more earnings as well. Learn beating across the board. Nice move here from 44.5 yesterday up to $50. Just took out 53 there, up 20% on a beat for LRN.
Well, that's a pretty good name for an education company. I'm not going to complain about it. This market, we crushed 14.7, by the way. We should have said this on the NASDAQ. 14.7 was the support for the last couple of days, afternoon, and then yesterday was a great one. Now you've taken it out, 14.6, 14.5 half. You're just looking for any kind of bottom, and the only one is obviously that Monday low. So with that going on, what's relatively strong? I'm going to Roblox. It's down 2%, but it's over that breakout price of 32. I'm looking for a 31.80 to 32 dip buy zone as this market is starting to come in pretty heavily. I'm out of Alphabet as it's trying to hang on here. And again, if I like the 127 level, it's tried it. Now it's really starting to break down. Google's almost down 10%. So
yeah.
If this touches if this gets SSR, it's a gimmicky style trade, but if it gets short sell restricted, I'm just going to look for the long at that level. But that's once it's SSR, and then not worrying about anything else. Snap just regained $10, so this is a level I like. So if it wicks underneath, that's still relative strength as long as it's holding $10. But this market is bleeding and it's getting pretty nasty. If you're looking for other relative strength, Tesla is still making a big break to the upside, but the way that we're selling off.
Yeah, this is NASDAQ.
I don't know if I want to jump longs in much of anything that doesn't have a catalyst today. The way this market's falling in here, but Tesla's definitely relatively strong. I'll give it that.
It's funny because I was actually thinking, it's funny you mentioned that because I was thinking that earlier, was like, yo, Tesla was so good the last little bit there, and now not even looked at here today as we get distracted with some of these other names. Yeah, and unfortunately, like we had mentioned before, man, the NASDAQ just is not holding fort here at all. We did get out of some of that Google, but we are still trying to hold a little bit. We're long still at 126.01 right now, just trying to find if there's a base down there. Maybe now, down 10, we can strike to bounce a little bit here. I mean, this is a great level, I think, anyways, to look to add some to people's positions. But we talked about this hitting its lows right now again on the day here for Google. So, hey, 125 is so key. We're just going to give it one more try. And that's that. If that breaks, then, yeah, we will lose faith in this name. And we should have.
You seen Meta?
Meta. So Meta's I'm going to assume Meta's getting crushed because of tomorrow.
Before I get to Meta, Snap couldn't hold on. I tried it again at 10. It broke the 990. So I've taken 2 shots at it. I don't know when I want to take a third, but I'm going to be patient about it. As the market's flushing, Teladoc actually came upside. So Teladoc did make the move up. It got to almost to 1760, but that was the level I liked. It pulled back in. I got 42s. That was a coincidence, not because it's my favorite number. That's just the price that it happened to consolidate at. So that's where I'm in the short. I was looking to short a pop there. It obliged happily. And Meta, as mentioned, and thank you in the chat, what the heck is ID? Meta got down to 301, I don't know, 30, just underneath 302. So it looks like 80s.
30 what? Okay.
Yes. So almost to $300, and look at the bounce. It's already $5 to the upside. So when this market bounces, yeah, Meta, that's not bad at all. You get that kind of reaction off the lows as opposed to what Google is trying to do. And you got to put it into the strong bucket if we actually catch a bid. The other big cap tech names that you're probably interested in here, Apple bounced off 171, Had it been 170, that would have been a go zone. But, 171, some signs of strength. It's a little bit better than the overall market, but not much. GM has sort of tabled off a little bit down to 28.2. Should have just, you know what, at the end of the day, I don't know why Ford isn't going downside. I've been thinking about why am I not just shorting Ford? Why is Ford flat when this is, I can't figure that one out. I'm thinking why am I not just shorting Ford? But the answer should be if it's not making sense, don't do anything with it. I don't know why GM is flushing. I get it, GM had the bad news, but it ain't like Ford's that much better.
Here's a new one. If it can't make sense, it won't make dollars.
I agree. You don't have to trade this.
I think that's right. I mean, that's what we look at these names. And like we were just saying, like if Google is going to continue to fall there, it's not worth loading into because, that's not what you're thinking is going to happen. But we're back long Google right here, and we're going to see if we can, turn that frown upside down on a nice, I mean, again, we've had 40, 50 cents in the pocket here numerous times on Google. So this is not, like for me to be sitting in here in a 50-cent winner is kind of like, okay, we still got hit on it. We're still going to be down on Google right now. Although we have lots of nice outs, it broke there, and then actually I guess it was just that one break, and then I guess it broke again right there. So we're going to try to hold out. Just because we're down on the stock right now does not mean that we can't make that rate back. We do have number at 10 o'clock. What is it again? It is checking. See. Where am I checking? The Trader TV Live watch list.
New home sales.
Right now, new home sales, that's what it was. Thank you very much. So we'll wait for that to come out. I don't think that's going to affect Google or really the market in general. The XHB has really been getting hit recently right now. So a nice little move to the downside today on XHB, down 1.8%, waiting for that new home sales. All right, Google, just honestly, I can say like, I want this name to go up to the moon and everything like that, but honestly, it's not really going. I'm going to replace this with only 10% up here in the 40s. Let's see what's going on. There is news right now about Siri. Siri and Fox getting something done. I just want to see it's not really moving. It's going to the downside. Okay, here we go. There's the nice win. We just got the 40 print there on Google. Hopefully this market is trying to breathe a little life into itself. As Google going back up, and look what's happening to Microsoft. The name that was strong is now weak, and vice versa.
This market's
welcome to the market.
NASDAQ's now down 1.5. I just rang the register on TDOC, but it's only at 1730. So we got 42s into the 30s. Hopefully this can continue to fall. I really don't like Boeing. I should just not own the stock. This is ridiculous. Boeing, it wasn't good earnings, but it was at least up temporarily. Boeing is now down. It just fell $6.50 off the open, so it's about to retest support on a miss. Boeing stinks, but 179, that was support before. I'm not that eager to buy that support. I can't tell you a lie. That looks really nasty on Boeing. Absolutely disgusting. The payment names, I mentioned a firm, I never got into it. PayPal is trying to hold on to 52 as we speak. It's a bit of a double bottom, but it's broken 52.5. So down 4%. It's looking pretty weak here. A firm never even gave you a shot to short the pop. But now it's giving an opportunity to, I think, to get in here off of VWAP. I'm going to get into a firm here off this local high, and then we're going to the desk with Brendan.
So the heads up on Boeing, guys. 10:30 for the earnings call this morning, so it hasn't even started yet. Etsy as well. Weakness everywhere. Downside as well on a Citigroup downgrade today for Etsy.
Like, Boeing doesn't even have the excuse of the conference call. What a dumpster fire.
That is down to 180 right now. But look, again, guys, I just was talking to the professor. He's like, what's up with Microsoft? Checks notes. Buy 342 and 343. Here's a buy of 342. Now $1.50 in the money. Wow, big size there, by the way, on the offer. Also, buy... Thank you. Buying this one right here at 342 and shade. So there it is already. Dollar, right back into that. Also, another Dollar Club member right here. Google making its way back up to the upside, man. And there it comes. You have little faith for this guy because we dropped this name off a couple times. A lot lower than where we are now. How about $1 lower? So let's get to the upside here for Google. Maybe this new home sales or something can rally this market a little bit more than it's been rallied so far today. Absolutely canned down to the downside down there. 14,600. See, I'm saying canned instead. That because You know, it could be a can of peas, whatever. Nice little move to the downside. Oh, we got filled there. Okay, so we just got filled at 68. So that was a good fill for us there. Almost dollar club. We're not worried about that. Snapchat is what we're more worried about. I did put a buy at 30s, 976 right there. So now that you're back into 981. So we went long first on the 200 period. And I immediately got out of half, like for the flat trade, because once it didn't hit up here and we went to 1010, I didn't take any out. I thought maybe we could get this move back through the 50 period, but see, now we're failing this one. I want to get out on a break here of 70. So that was always the plan of action. So right now we're long Snapchat at 81. So this is actually my biggest concern as of right now, as there's Google right here. We'll just take it because it's a ceremony thing. We'll take it for the dollar right there for Google. Microsoft also, guys, fading off right now of that high. So that seems like it's a good out temporarily there. As here goes Snapchat back up to the upside.
So we got in, and again, this market is absolutely getting crushed, down 1.5%. Off VWAP, firm made a pop, waited for it, let it roll over. It's right back into that 1750. It is SSR, so if it holds on to 1750, I want something out in front of it. If it starts making a bid there, I think that can get to VWAP, no problems whatsoever. The one that I'm not likely to be aggressively reloading is going to be Teladoc, because it started to roll over, and now in the midst of market weakness, it's squeezing a bit. Remember, this is a decent short flow, and that can be the play that's happening here. I want to respect that. Roblox, is it back above 32? It's fighting this 32 level, so it didn't break 31.8. I think it holds on to that previous low from yesterday, not the low, but the dip buy price that it did twice. So it holds on to that. If it can hang on to this area, get back above 32, I like it for some relative strength, at least in terms of the daily chart. But it's not. It has to hang on to 32. I'm not really seeing enough buying on the tape just yet for this one. So, Firm and GM look like pretty decent shorts. I'm going to get out of GM on that 28 level. I just feel like it gave you the short pop, and it's starting to slow down a little bit here. So I'm going to trail this one out. You know how I roll here. If it gives you that kind of a move, I think you take it. And no reload for me on TDOC, as I said. If it's not working, don't fight it. If it is working, hold it. And that tried to work, and now it's breaking out to the upside. The next level on TDOC is $18. So I'm going to wait for $18 to make a trade on Teladoc. Take some profit, but I'm adhering to my stop to be sure. AMD, we did not mention, has cracked 100 again, because obviously this market's getting woodshedded. AMD's low was 99.40? 30, okay, like 38. Double bottom here, just underneath 99.50, let's just say that. If it can hang on, that's not a bad dip buy zone. It's already worked twice. Can it work a third time? Down 2%, but then what isn't right now in this market?
Sometimes you got to get a little bit lucky there. Snapchat, we bought the bottom. We got them out in 88, 89, 90s. Like, you guys, we're long here on Snapchat 76. Took advantage of that move down. It almost took us out again on the downside. Snapchat, I was going to say Uber week, but we're not talking about Uber here, we're talking about Snapchat. So there you go. We'll take another 80. We just got filled at 86, 88s all over the place right there. So as you can see, really lucky off that last fill. We got it, then it just ripped. Like, we got 93s out and stuff like that. So let's see if it can continue to go back up to the upside. And just a ho-hum, another trade right there. Look at this. You would think I'm lying about that. Like, look at that fill right there on Microsoft. Once again, another dollar we'll put on that one right there. We just got long at, oh yeah, that's right. Who did that? Was that the Sharif man there, okay? There it is, 341.85 right there on Microsoft. We just took it out right there at 341.80. So far so good here on all these dip buys, man. But we got to wait, though. We got to wait. I feel like Google needs to go back up to the upside. Microsoft has been a beauty for me today. We have absolutely no outs lower than our ins, right? And so far so good there. If this market can somehow bounce off these levels that we've been talking about, guess what? You're right here, right now. So let's see if that can go to the upside. Let's hold on now. Let's see. We have the bottom. It's 10 o'clock. We're pretty comfortable in these positions right now. We're happy. Let's just wait. I'm going to sit in these names. That Boeing, I don't. Let me just call it up here. You're not in it, are you? No. Okay.
Hell no.
I just want to look at it. I didn't know if Neil was short or hopefully. I don't think there was any longs in here. Both he and I discussed 190, and we wrote down here 190 on the sticky note, and we talked about it. It just never came in. It did come in the pre-market, but look what's happening right now. As that conference call, as Brendan mentioned. I thought it was 10:30, right?
10:30,
So
not yet.
There's still a way to go here for Boeing as it just continues to actually take out the low now. You were just getting back up there, and now you're right back into the low. This is what earnings season's all about, man. This is why it's very, very dangerous to sit here and trade things based on the earnings report themselves. It's very difficult to figure out where the market wants to take these numbers. So now we're waiting for this. It's Boeing to the downside. We're 70 cents in the money on each of these, Google and Microsoft, but they've seen better days. So hopefully we can get a little bit of a bounce there right now. Hey, Mr. Westermeyer, I would turn the cap around for a rally, but honestly, I feel like my positions are doing fine the way they are. I am looking for a rally. I just don't think it's rally cap time yet. You know, if this NASDAQ is down.
That's after the 7th inning.
Right, exactly, right? Like, I feel like we're in the top of the first.
It's 9:54.
It's like, come on, boys, let's go. We've already got like 5 runs in. Let's get some more. Nah, man, we're net positive. There it is.
If you put a rally cap on
Right.
before the 7th inning, then
jinx.
I'm going to say something when I'm in the stands of the game. Like, it's a bit of a jinx. You don't want that.
Yeah.
Before we go to Brendan, clean move over 32 and clean move over early VWAP on Roblox, so I'm in. I like the long back into 32 here, so we'll grab that. And I just don't want to fight on that stock. I like it on the daily. But Affirm, because it was SSR, relatively tight stop on that last short. Its shorts are restricted, so yes, we're going to be up on it, but I'm not fighting this stock when it's SSR. We'll take the wins that we can get. GM is at 28 as we speak. What a heaping pile of dung this is right now.
Ouch.
But down 2% when it was actually up at the open. So this is pretty nasty. I don't know why Ford's not falling, but they are. The second it's through 28, I move my trailing stop on this. And last one before we go to Brendo, Meta, super strong move off of 302. Now it's trying to hold on to VWAP. If this holds VWAP with the market going down, I think it's got a decent chance. I have no idea why you hit the word of the day. Let's go to the desk. Okay. I didn't say anything. Let's go to Brendo at the desk.
I was trying to find some strength here, guys. This one just popping up in front of me. GLD back to the highs. Nice day so far for some, not only this, but some gold companies as this move higher in gold continues.
Gold. Everything is gold, coming up gold right now. Yeah, we are now $1.30 in the money again on this Microsoft trade and an official dollar right now on Google as well, as we're going to let these relax. All right, so if you guys want to join us, we've talked about this a couple times here because we are excited for what has been offered. And, you know, this is not the first go around in making changes to the program. It's campus.daytrade the world if you are located in the lovely country of... I got the Raptor stuff on everything here today. So if you are located in Canada, you're lucky because you're going to be able to be a part of this campus program. And what it is you're going to learn all about the software that Neil and myself both trade with. And by the way, there it is, a nice little move up there for Google into 127 as we get out. And that's what it's all about right now. You can also have some nice experiences like I'm having trading with this platform. So there it is, a nice little move up there for Google. And it's campus, trade real money, gain real experience like we're doing right here. It's 16 hours a week. You're gonna wanna put in more than that anyways. You get to go through the market introduction. You get to go through phase 2 of the different platforms. Let's go Microsoft right now as well. Goals in TMS, which goes on the training platform, which one of our hosts, Adara, right now is in TMS as well. Learning the ropes, trying to figure it out, hitting certain goals. And once you do that, then you go LIVE live right there. But we're going to go right back live to the markets. It's a minimum of 8 hours a week. Check out campus.daytradetheworld.com and pick up your Sham Wows for an unbelievable deal right now. 2 for 1 on all Sham Wows. Okay, so right now, Microsoft, there it goes. We are just touching out high now. $1.70 in the money. And we be spinning it today. We're not giving you one. We're giving you another one. And then why not Snapchat as well? That's a dime in the money. So there it is right here. Snapchat, nice move to the upside. Let's take another out at 987 right now on Snapchat as Microsoft now hitting not just the $1 club, the $2 club. And these aren't, it's like, where are we coming up with this? You know, it's like, okay, how about this? 8 o'clock, go on at TraderTV Sean. We have Google written down long here, 127. Microsoft written down here long, 343. Snapchat as well. So stay in the lane there a little bit. I'm a little bit upset that Boeing, unfortunately for Neil and I, both didn't hit that 190 because I feel like that could have been a monster trade to the downside. But your boy's in a good mood over here.
It just, by the way, Boeing just tagged that 178 level. believe it or not. But that's actually insane. Like, it just
Believe
dropped
it or
$11 to the downside. If it starts to hold there, fair enough. But, you know, I'm not jumping on falling knives like that. Like, and this is by far the most extreme move to the downside this morning. There's no question about it. Rather hunt for some strength. You saw a little bit of it in Meta. As far as I'm concerned, not even testing really all that badly the pullback on Roblox. So I want to add to this one in front of 32. If we break out the high, I think this can get to 33. No questions asked. The market's making a nice bounce off of 14.6, but just absolutely, I mean, some names were absolutely woodshedded in there. GM is at that 28. My trail has been moved down on that one. And let's go to Tesla, which has been and still is one of the strongest names out there. On a 15-minute chart, yeah, there's no red candle at the open. And, well, I mean, it's probably not going to have a red candle in 1 minute on the 15. But if it breaks through 218, that is a heck of a run that this could go on. It's got about $4 worth of upside on a 218 break for this name. One more thing I wanted to get to. I knew there was something else. Oh, yeah, it was Coinbase. We have not talked about crypto. Obviously, yesterday, everything in the space was wild. Today, again, there we go. Volatility off the open, but look at the rejection at 85 on Coinbase. There's sellers at 85 on Coin, or at least above that 84 zone. If the market bounce lets this get back into 84, 85, I think Coin is a fade at that price. I'm not really looking at Riot or Mara, just Coinbase. As we go to the desk, time for Happening Now.
All right, a few seconds here, about 10 seconds, guys. We're going to get some new home sales data for September. We're also going to get a Bank of Canada interest rate decision. Expected nothing for the BOC, 5% right now. And there it is. Yeah, no change from the Bank of Canada. Still waiting for this new home sales. There it is, 0.75 million. So 750,000, a little bit higher than consensus here. 680,000 were expected there for September. But again, no change there for Bank of Canada. Still 5% on our side of the border for interest rates. Boeing, yeah, bounced off day lows there, but pretty ugly. Keep in mind, again, 10:30 is the earnings call for Boeing, among the leaders as far as volume today. To the downside, NIO, N-I-O, still pushing lower as well. All of the Chinese ADRs under pretty significant pressure here, including XPeng and Li Auto. Remember, NIO with a acquisition today of a company called Leopard. They got them a new license over in China, so one to watch as well. First 30 minutes, as always, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep up to 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV for 10% off.
So I just got trailed on General Motors. We'll take it. You go to the gates of hell, GM. But it bounced off 28. I got it at 28.10 there. It gave you the pop to short, and the market rolled over, obviously, because, well, this rolled over because it's
Market's
GM.
coming back.
The market's starting to come back in here, so I got to go back over to the name that I am long. How's it doing?
Yeah, I don't know these longs anymore.
Yeah, I'm going to cover this.
That's
a failed break. That's a failed break of the high, and it's still down 1%. I'm going to cancel the bid, let it get down there, because if that's the move, and I wasn't able to add tighter to 32, if that's the move, let's see it make a higher low before I assume it makes a higher low. I'm now completely flat because I'm out of the shorts and out of the one long that I like, which leads me back over to Affirm. What's this doing? Yeah, this could still just be a short into 18, but that's still kind of strong. So maybe be patient with that one. Let's go to PayPal. PayPal, obviously PayPal and Square. Yeah, that's been a short. PayPal's been a short the whole way into this 32 level. And 32 is the support. It's been bouncing multiple times. So maybe VWAP into 52 makes sense on PayPal. I'm just checking all the names that I know. Square's down 7%.
Are we at 40 yet? No.
Not yet. That'll be, by the way, 40 is going to be, obviously that's going to be SSR if it gets down there. So yeah, that's an SSR bounce if it gets to 40. But 42 was the local low that we just put in. So this is at a double bottom as well. I'm pretty bearish on things. I'm just looking for a short entry on something. And I'm not finding it. Affirm is looking a little bit squeeze-ish. Teladoc, where's Teladoc at here? Again, Teladoc, the other one I liked, I got stopped out at the high, but it's still bull flagging here. Like, do I even want to be short that? I don't think so. Apple, how's that doing? That's got some resistance, maybe at VWAP. I don't love it. I don't love anything entry-wise short here, but we are consolidating off the lows in a downward trending market, so I'm not really looking for anything but shorts. Maybe a reload on Roblox long, though.
Yeah, I really like that Roblox call there. I think Roblox has been strong off that $30 level, so that's a good one. I know it's much higher than that rate now as we go. But I just wanted to, before we go over to Brendan, Snapchat, we're already long at not like 976, like pretty good. So let's just wait to see. I just bring it up to everyone's attention because we just got multiple outs here at 97 and 98 as we bounced off 10. I mean, 10 is right here, 200 and the 50. So let's just be happy with that one. We got an out there. We don't have the top for Microsoft as it's trying to fade back out a little bit. And then we did get a really great print on Google at the 50 period. So even though you're in long positions and they're working out for you right now on this bounce, you still got to respect some of the levels that you had in mind from before, including this Microsoft up there at 345. So next offer coming on that one, and over to Brendan.
A couple of interesting things from that Bank of Canada announcement. Guys, GDP, they revised it up. Or sorry, other way around. GDP, they revised it down. Inflation targets, they revised to the upside. So they're expecting inflation to rise, GDP to fall in this country. A couple of things for Apple just coming across. Price hikes coming to Apple One and Apple Arcade. So some price hikes across the board there for Apple. They also, I saw yesterday, announced a October 30th event that they're saying there's going to be a whole bunch of new Macs released for Apple.
Man.
Okay.
Man, that sucks. Upping the price. It's actually, I was yelling, no,
Why
it's
is
bad
that?
for me because I pay for that.
Exactly, so it's good for the stock.
That's what I'm saying. So that's what I was thinking about, and I was like, wait a second, it's great for the name, right? So let's go over here to AAPL and see exactly
That's a
what's
big
happening,
spike.
which there's a spike up to the upside right now. So, hey, man, there it goes. Nice upside move. Maybe Microsoft can up the price of their thing as well, their suite coming through, as you mentioned before, because here we go. We need this to get back to the upside. I'm going to wait for a 345 break. So I decided to wait for this. I'm not even going to get it out. If it comes back up, hopefully it does come back up, and we can get a piece out for that. And then, of course, right now we'll go awesome. Because Snapchat finally found that bottom. Maybe, I'm thinking maybe we have the bottom there down at 976. So hopefully that can come in, and then we'll play it from there. So there goes Snapchat, nicely done to the upside. And then we'll wait to see there about Apple. I definitely like that story for the stock. If they're able to, Apple's the one company, I mean, there's a couple companies in the world, I shouldn't say the one, but they are one of the companies that I think can charge whatever they want for certain products.
No,
and get away
that's,
with
I'd
it.
say that.
I'd say Tesla maybe, but although Tesla's pulled back on some of their pricing, of course, as we know. Yes, sir. I wasn't sure if you were here, Randy, today. I haven't seen you today. Everything all right?
Really?
Oh, traffic.
Well, yeah, how'd
how
this happen?
gorgeous was the day though today? Like I woke up and I was like,
Why is this on a
geez,
photo?
this is
got
summertime.
I got the short sleeves on
It's summertime.
because it was 21 degrees Celsius when I came outside.
And the market,
Fantastic, but I'm going.
Oh,
I
you
didn't
understand that
realize.
long everything.
I
right
forgot
now,
to
my
change
friend?
this. No, I'm bearish.
Oh,
I may be out of shorts, but I'm still staying bearish. I
Market
think
down
we're-
1.5.
I think we're going to the desk here.
Just quickly, guys, Sunrun, RUN, Muddy Waters with a short report on Run.
All right, cheers.
Oh.
We didn't get to do that on camera there
That's true.
because
Ooh,
we
that's
should always do that. Crack all over myself.
All that is fresh.
All right, muddy
That is
waters,
perfect.
muddy waters, muddying up the waters for sure. What'd you say it was? Sun,
Sunrun.
right? So, no, but what's the Sunrun symbol?
just
though?
run.
Oh, it's just run. I typed in sun. Hello. Okay, so right there, Sunrun. Let's see what is going on with this name. Again, Brendan just brought that news to us, so we will figure, whoa, okay. Down 11, and yeah, you know, don't pick on names that are so super strong, you know. Sunrun just getting absolutely
Yeah,
destroyed
exactly.
without any bad news hitting the name. Well, sorry. Without said report, obviously there has to be something in this name as it continues to get demolished back down to the downside. Sunrun today not having a good run, that is for sure. As some of our stuff has come back in a little bit here, as the market just goes right back into day's low, there's going to be a certain amount of time where you're like, I'm not going to continue to reload these things over and over and over again. Snapchat did take out 10. Again, I'm going to wait for 10.10. I think I have an offer at 10.10, exactly at 10.10. So that's where VWAP is. Normally you want to get a little bit before that. So let me put it around like 10.07 to see if we can get out of that name. Good outs on the top there for Google, but again, not enough. Like, I'm bleeding money down back in here as the market sort of retraces. But it's been a big day, man. We're really happy with it. It's one of the better mornings we've had a lot of good mornings, but this is a good one because nothing's really gone against us. We did get hit on Google early. We talked about that, but then able to make some back here late. So we still continue to go forward here with what's been happening. Yesterday was all about crypto. I mean, we talked about crypto almost until we were sort of blue in the face there. And then now today, leaving it alone just a little bit, but there goes Coinbase. Watch out for $80 level there on coin. That could be something that comes into play sooner rather than later. So watch out for that level, and I'll take up the Bitcoin chart once I get it. Just looking at a few other plays here.
Yeah, I mean, I have it up, and
Amazon.
I mean, compared to what coin is doing, Bitcoin's doing absolutely nothing.
Okay.
Which is, it's wild. That's not a good look for Coinbase, by the way. The fact that you're doing nothing. You're essentially 34.4, and you've been in the low 34 range the entire time. Boeing is still holding on to 178. I am back into Roblox, so again, hunting for that relative strength. It's at the 32 quarter area, though, because that's where we got in, and that's where it bounced off of VWAP. And there was a higher low here yesterday, so I want to respect that as well. If it gets back into 50, takes them out. Apple and AMD. Apple, you saw already with some strength, but AMD just retook 100.
Oh, AMD broke below it?
Yeah, broke 100 down. It's just retaken 100. The problem is it's failed above 100 on VWAP, so it's a bit of a trap, but that looks pretty relatively strong. But it's Apple that is, that's well above VWAP. That's holding on to a lot of strength here. If 14.6 is a low, I know I like Roblox. I think Apple in the bucket as well off of VWAP. Is NVIDIA going as well? I see AMD going. How strong is NVIDIA? Okay, equally strong. If not, I'd say almost a little bit stronger is NVIDIA.
I can't believe we missed that one again.
On the other side of things, though, if the market goes lower, yeah, you know which chip name to short the pop. That's going to be Intel. That's still 2.5% to the downside, by the way. Still the weak name of the bunch after that news. If we break the lows on the NASDAQ, or just I see any kind of a curl in the other two chip names, I'm going to look for a pop to short, maybe into VWAP. On Intel, I want something that is not necessarily Roblox, and patience on Apple. Let's see what happens if Apple gets into VWAP. If it bounces there, I like it. But it has to hold on to VWAP to go against this grain.
So Google, it's funny because now Google is not $1, but $2 now in the money, as Google's really ripping upside huge right now. And I think this could be in response to Apple, right? Google has a very similar, I mean, that Apple One suite gives you, I know because I have it, sure, it gives you Apple Arcade, it gives you like Apple iTunes, it gives you whatever part of their suite that you could possibly get there. And it gives you more storage and everything like that. And that reminds me of when I was a Pixel guy, I had the Google One. No, it's Apple One. Google, I think it might be Google One as well, where you can pay for extra storage and whatnot, get a family plan, things like that for Google,
yeah,
right? So maybe that's, if they're generally raising the price across the board and Apple raises the price, whatever they're going to do, I could see that sort of pushing through into Google and at least giving them an idea of something. But anyways, let's just look at some levels. We've already been out here at these levels. This was the high during this little crash that we had, where we were buying these dips and we couldn't get them out much higher than where we are right now. So this is an interesting spot for me here because I want to stay net long, because I also think that we are at a tipping point here for the NASDAQ where we've already called this move down here and said we could bounce off 14.6. So if I'm not going to represent that bounce, then I am just kind of not doing service to a call that we made. So let's wait to see if that bounce does come in. We've already taken profit. I mean, we're definitely not going to let Microsoft get below this low of 341.50. So that's my target out, 341.50 break. We do have more buy. Actually, I don't have any more buys because I got filled there. So we'll put another one down near 341.75, something like that, where we're long right now. And if we do get a dip, which we are getting right now, so we'll put in a dip right here, because you never know when it's going to kind of like do that little flush move back in. So we'll put another dip buy opportunity in there for Microsoft as it's pulling back. And like we just said, the NASDAQ just failed. Pretty good there. It didn't even get to the 50 period. Went all the way up, tried to come back in. Now you're just test these bottoms. At one point, the bottom is going to fall out. But look what just happened on Snapchat. We're now in the money 30 cents. That's 3%. On this name. So 3% move back up to the upside there for Snapchat as we're 30 cents in on $10. Yeah, so $3, 3% right there on Snapchat as we just took that out. So we're getting lighter and lighter, man. Microsoft is the one, Neil, that's scaring me. I don't know what your longs are doing on Roblox. And, oh, you got Apple.
I just got Apple
Probably
now.
a safe one
Because we just got back into the lows on the NASDAQ. So it's trying to hold on to VWAP, but you just got into the lows. It was a temporary bounce off of 14.6 here. So if we hold a low, Apple holds a higher low off VWAP. I like that because it's relatively strong. As you said, Microsoft, maybe not as much, but it's not, like I liked 41, and it's still going 42, lower highs in there. You know, it's definitely got some support. I don't know if it's how clean it is. There are some small caps moving. I do want to cover a couple. Thank you, Reliable Rudy, mentioning BTAI. This feels a lot like LIAN yesterday, right? Support off a 3 and then just kind of barcoding and just be patient with it because if it fails the break of the high, it's probably like a little scalp trade in there and just hold on for the dream. But it's now double bottomed off of this 3. I like that. So if it can hold on to $3, it's a bit of a flat bottom break, but at least you know where to get out of this thing now. So BTAI is on the radar. Actually, LIAN is on the radar for me as well, but this is the one I wanted to mention first. And you just reminded me, Reliable, to get on the bid there. LIAN. Holding on to 330, so it's very similar to yesterday. There we go. Big liquidity grab that does not get through the pre-market breakout price, and this is back above VWAP. So this one should stay on the radar. It's having all kinds of trouble breaking tops, but it's been a pretty good like scalp trade if you're able to get it inside. So Roblox is going to retest that 32 on these lows. Apple is retesting as well. I got to make sure if this gets anywhere back up to this resistance, I take some profit because that could easily be failing 172. If we take out the lows, do not need to be holding on to longs. And as far as shorts go, I'm still looking. I mean, I could have got back into a firm. I'll slap the fail on myself for that. That was a chance to get back in when it retook VWAP, but I did not. Brendo.
I'm flying around here. ASPA is a SPAC. They approved a deal with Logic Talks yesterday, so 685,000 on the free float here for ASPA just halted again.
Okay, Logic Talks. I never heard of that one, but we'll have a quick look at Microsoft because it just went back to 343, and we didn't do anything about that. So as this market continues to hover around the bottom, I am debating now maybe just a VWAP take there if it can come back up for Microsoft because it is not doing well. But we do have a new position, and it's like 2 days ago or 3 days ago or 4 days ago or 5 days ago, I said like, oh man, this guy's a perma bear. Like, what's wrong with this guy? And then now today I'm only long. And then now we go back into our hibernation mode and although we still stay long, with Amazon right now. So Amazon down 3%, and it's just hovering around 125. I'm not bearish at all on the market. I think we can bounce off this 14.6. What I'm trying to do right now is just quickly scalp out a dime, and then if I'm wrong and the market continues to go to the downside, here it comes right now. There's a dime right there. I'm not even sitting there. Well, am I? Where am I? Oh, I'm at 82s right there, and there it is right there. The bear comes out, and now we go a little roar on this one because there's a nice move to the downside, and there's 71s. Oh, did we say 10 cents? What about 20 cents right there for Amazon on that short? So, hey man, we alive and kicking right here on Trader TV Live. Make sure you hit the like and the subscribe because, I mean, if you're not having fun and taking some of these trades, maybe this will get you to hit the like, subscribe.
Hola. Like and subscribe today.
Yeah, why not? I think it's worth it. We're trading Google here, so support.
And maybe if you hit the like and subscribe, then she'll share some of that fantastic-looking Cinnabon that I saw on her desk. And I'm talking about the lovely cat. That it looked delicious. The market is trying to bounce. 172 just got taken out on Apple. It's headed to the upside pretty clearly. I don't know if it gets green today. Like it has to hit 173.5 to go green, but it's trying to make this breakout off of VWAP. I'd love to see it put in a higher low. If it works to 173, I'm getting out. That's for darn sure. What is going on with, oh my goodness, Affirm. Where did you get in? So it's now making another bounce. If I want the short on this name, it has to be it. pop into VWAP. I took profit on it, and it was a tight stop, so it's not like it's bad. It's bad because I didn't jump back into the trade when it put that wick in. So I think VWAP is going to be the play. I'm going to wet the beak if it gets even close to it. I knew what I wanted short. I just didn't hang on to it. And speaking of things we didn't hang on to, I got trailed out of GM. GM is now at 27.90. At some point, if this keeps falling, yeah, now Ford's rolling over.
The whole market is tanked.
Yeah, now we're starting to roll over. I might try to get into Ford under VWAP. If this plays catch up, I don't understand how GM does this and people want to hold on to Ford at these levels. So I'm going, at first available chance, I'm just going to get on the offer and try to get in front of 11.30. So I just got the offer at 26, but I'd much rather be getting fills at like 30 and 31 there on Ford. You can't tell me that it's going to hang on if we break lows and if GM keeps going.
All right, well, we got the bid again on Microsoft. We had to take some out rapido there at 340. I mean, we got hit down there at 80s again. So we are now, you can see our price is 87s right there. We just got some out for like 20, 30 cents as that's what we're talking about now. There we go. We just got some more out at 20s as we're long at 85 on Softy. So it's another, these are all like little undercover hits, man. Like you guys, it's very difficult to understand this. And I went on a little bit of talk about this the other day. And that it's difficult to trade the way we do it. I mean, not on all the trades that we have on, of course, but we talked about buying some dips in there into 341.50, which is where we were going to get out. So right now, 35 cents worth of risk back into that 341.50 from where we're long now. When it pops into the money, 30, 40, 50 cents, worth taking at least half out, which is almost, actually now, we just got hit at 20. So now we're out of half as here it comes in, flying right back down to the downside. So we do have that proxy on, remember, with Amazon. That went 40 cents into the money there as well for us, and we didn't take it. So now we're going to put a bid right here on Amazon at 51. Maybe we do get a fly down here for that. Remember, we are getting very close. You never turning, a positive name into a red name, right? So Microsoft, we can't have 1, 2, 3, 4 good reads and lose everything on the 5th. So let's wait to see right now where this name goes. Looks like it is having a temporary problem getting back up to the upside, but we're still long, waiting out for that break. And one name that's kind of holding out okay has been Google. I don't know if that just flashed down to 126 there. That doesn't seem right. We'll double check that on another platform, but for right now, yeah, holding on very, very slipperily. Slippery? No. No, I knew that one was wrong.
Slippery.
Yeah, so we're slipping down right now into some of these levels, and what a great, I mean, look at that out.
You can't say that.
There for Snap. I don't know, I can't, it's because it's not a word, that's why we can't pronounce it. But right there, nice move up for Snapchat. We took it out, now we have like 5% left on that one. But it's a slippery slope here for the market, but not for Amazon, as here's a nice short for us on that name. Back into 56, 57. I'm just gonna buy a 58 here, see if we can get that, sorry, 59, we got it right there. Take a piece out and hope this market can bounce. Now let's go over to the desk with Adara.
Trading news is provided today by Benzinga Pro, which is the official news source of Trader TV. Game-changing tool for active investors. Lots of helpful market information here. You can actually take advantage of their Halloween sale early now by clicking the link in the description. You can use the coupon code TTV for 50% off for life. We do have BTAI here, BioXcel Therapeutics. This one was mentioned earlier. Also on the watch list today, they had announced some positive findings from a third-party audit for the trial for one of their treatments. We also have another one from the watch list. Actually, this one's a 2-day runner here, Lian Bio, Lian. This one is actually trading higher after getting an upgrade or a maintain overweight from Raymond James, sorry. It also was trading higher yesterday after this Bristol Myers Squibb news for mavacamten. Last but not least, we do have Nuve Holding Corp, NVVE. This one has recently announced the pricing of a $1 million underwritten public offering of roughly 7 million shares at 14 cents per share. Lots of small caps to watch today, guys.
Projected.
Yeah.
Quickly over there, thank you very much, Adara. That LIAN, it is on my radar, but I'll get to it. I got to get to that stock. I'm on the bid of the other one, BTAI, which can be easy to mix those up because they're both $3 stocks. Roblox is coming right back in and testing this 38.10, 31.80 bottom. If it cannot hold on to that, as the market's holding on to 14.6, then that's no good. I'm going to have a tighter stop on this portion because I feel the way this market is going, If it stops me out here tighter, then I can try to get back in on a false break of 31.80 or a bounce of 31.80 instead of giving it the entire way. So I want to have a tight stop because I'm going against the grain in some ways, but I do plan on going back to the 31.80 level. If I'm long above that 32 in the 20s, I'm in the teens actually, then I don't want to carry it all the way underneath the 32. I'll look for a re-entry underneath 32 and try to get those money fills. Ford, I don't know what to tell you, but it didn't make any sense to me that it wasn't rolling over when GM was dying. So the second it showed signs of weakness at the quarters, jumped into it. I have 24.5 because I did get a couple of fills in there. I was able to get something at 26 and then the rest at 24. So it's kind of like a 24.5 price. If it gets to 11, I'm looking long. But it has to get to 11 first. Otherwise, that's not going to matter. Apple is bucking the trend, at least for now. I think this is the one. There was no reload off VWAP there, so you can pretty much stick a fork in that. Hopefully, if this market's going to go up, I think Apple can lead the way up to 173. Just a matter of where to reload. Suddenly, VWAP isn't in play. I'm not going to give up on VWAP just yet. I'm going to put my offers back in at the pre-market high because that's how I roll. I want to get out if we get back into this chop zone here. I'm not believing in the market until we pass 14.65. Until then, I want to look to take profit somewhere. Affirm is the name I wanted short. Still looking for a pop into VWAP so we can get back into that one. That's been a good short pretty much the entire morning, but it is SSR. It's short sell restricted because they hit 10% down. You got to be careful with those when they catch a bit of a bid.
We got out of Microsoft as it's breaking back down through 341. So I saw what you're saying there, Chris, in the chat, man. Yeah, it's been a tough. Microsoft's my #1 stock today, and I'm like surprised as we hit lows, as we've only been shorting, right, or going long, sorry. But the key is to respect some of the game that you have, and I think that that's part of it, right? Like if the game is to get out when we're starting to hit VWAP in 50 periods, the only mistake was waiting for the breakthrough there. We should have had another tick right around here at 344.50 instead of that. So we did give some up there by not getting that out. So, you know, we've given back about half of our day, honestly, by not at the peak. Not half of our realized day, like half of holding on to shares. And we've all been there, done that. You look over at your account and, you know, you're up $100 and you blink and you're up 50. It's that kind of stuff is what I'm talking about. But, you know, just like Snapchat's pulled back, but we got out of it, but net was looking better up there, right? This is a bad example because we don't have many shares. Google might be a good example. We were just, again, 3 minutes ago up at 127.50, where we again had an opportunity to get it out. But here comes Google fading back in again right now. So are these reloads? Are they not? I actually like that Apple trade. And if it comes back in, then I feel like that's good. We always want to go long when there's good catalysts. And we did talk about the pricing issue there on that. So thanks, Brendo, for that story. AMD, though, is still below right now that $100 mark. So this was a level from yesterday that we really played off of. And by the way, right now, let's just go, oh my God, because there goes Amazon really cranking lower right now. This is 70 cents now in the money, and we just put this trade on VWAP. So it's those kind of trades that we're looking for right now. A weak name. Like Amazon getting down to 124, man. I mean, I was buying this before, obviously a little too early as some of these names continue to make moves at the downside. So very, very nerve-wracking right now. What just happened there? Oh, we got that. Okay. So right there, I was like, what happened? We just put some of that back. Nice move for Amazon. We just take that 80 cents right there. So let's go. Nice move down. And unfortunately, if you're still holding on to Microsoft, this is why, again, both myself and Neil talk about risk management. And we had Brian Shannon on yesterday. We talked about risk management. And there it is right there right now. If you're still holding on, join me today, Chris Bretcher. If you're still holding on to this trade, then that's a problem because it broke through the day's low. And now Microsoft can kicked right now down the road here for Microsoft. And there it goes, man, 339. Forget about buying some Google on weakness. This is another one right there that you can buy on some of this weakness, but maybe there's more damage to be done. We still have 326 is the 50 period. Google took that out a couple days ago on the daily right there. Well, bounced around it today, obviously nicely down in for 126 for GOGG. I was going to say the Snoop D-O-double-G.
Nasty.
But, nice move down for Google.
Yeah, I mean, if seeing that thing at SSR is going to be wild if it happens.
It is.
LIAN broke the upside. I got it. I trailed out of Apple there. Part of the problem was 14.6 went on the NASDAQ, so that's that was kind of like an out for me, regardless of where things were. LIAN's breaking the high of the day, but you're right, Super SPAC man. I got to go back over. You know what's happening in Shopify.
You know what time it is?
Shopify has broken 50. I was in it the last time this happened. It double bottomed here today. So this is a flat bottom break that the last time I was in it, I was short off of the low, and then it broke back up. I just got out and kind of take that. I think it was about 25 cents, but because it was a stock I liked the most, it was my worst stock of the day, despite the fact it was a 25-cent hit. It's just a matter of looking at this breakdown on a flat bottom break and just wanting it, right? I'm like, the day that this gives up this level, I just want to be there for it. And if it takes some paper cuts along the way, when it gives it up, I think you could see $46, $47 on Shopify. So it's here again. It just made the break seconds ago for the double bottom at that 50 level, but it is looking rather weak and sick. If the market holds lows, then the same thing happens. It probably holds on to this bid, and I'm not looking for the long there. I'm actually looking for the long back into Roblox off that 3180. So if that can hold on and we hold 14.6, I want VWAP on Apple, I want Roblox holding on to 3180, but I'm constantly giving Shopify a chance to break down off this level time and time again. It was LIAN that was breaking to the upside that I mentioned. I didn't really go over the levels, just showed you guys what was breaking the tops. Stick a fork in it looking for the low threes, because now if you get low threes, I wouldn't be sitting on that bid. That's like 20% to the downside or close to it. So I'm no longer thinking about the long at 3 because it's already made the move to the upside. That should go without saying, but I'm just going to mention it. I was on the bid. I'm no longer trying to get a 3 long because the move has happened.
Okay, I was just waiting here on Tesla, and I actually, thank God I got out immediately on that. Oh, no, we did not get out immediately. Okay, I got to get out of it right now then, as we go on Tesla, because I put in the wrong price. I was actually trying to go long on Tesla, not short. So we're going to just punch out of this almost immediately right now. Let's see. I mean, we are shorting here at 70s. Not on purpose, though, on this one. I was going to go long, and I put in the stop order breaking through 216 to the downside. So the fact that this is going to pay out right now, kind of funny, but that's why we're just getting out right here. It doesn't really matter. This is not, there it goes. See, it's not going to pay out. We did cover it there, but we're not meant to be short right here on TSLA. So let's go over to Adara and see what she's up to. Crypto.
A heads up with regards to the Sam Bankman-Fried trial right now, the SPF trial. That one will be kicking off again tomorrow. The defense is supposed to have 6 witnesses. It's still not sure if SPF himself will testify, but keep an eye on that as the trial resumes tomorrow. Here is Bitcoin, still up for another day. We actually did hit 35,000 yesterday, which was, very huge number for Bitcoin. Right now, we're still dancing and trading above that 34,500 area, still positive on the day. Just around 1% right now, but definitely seeing some consistency and some support around 34.5. Other crypto names are a bit more mixed right now, some down, some up. Solana up about 5.2% right now, which is notable, but pretty mixed day for crypto like the rest of the market.
Move down here, guys, as well in crude oil. Right now, 1.3 million barrel build. Oil inventories just coming through, 1.37 million barrel build versus a huge drawdown expected. Negative 4.4 expected there, comes out 1.3 to the upside.
Yeah, you're not going to see VWAP on Apple, apparently. Just try to get that dip. I did get
Google.
I did get reblocked. I did get the reload on Roblox. Yeah, I excuse myself for that tongue twister. The reload on Roblox, that's why I was jumbling it. Said I would get out rather tight to go back to this level, 3180. That's where it bounced. So I'm in here at 87. And again, like you could hold it the extra 20 cents. I just prefer when the market was that weak, you weren't at that 14.6 level, it was testing underneath it. Let's let it come back down into me, get a better price. If it breaks back up, respect where it has tried to go and try to get some outs in there. Shopify looks like it might hold on to that 50 level. Lucid's at the high of the day, Yatube just said.
Yeah, that wouldn't be surprising. So is Tesla. So let's just come over here real quick.
Not. Never mind.
It's not? Okay. Let's just come over here real quick because it's kind of just a learning thing here. So we went long first, Tesla, down here on VWAP. We went long. Like would now be $1.30 in the money on that. I put the wrong stop price. I meant to put in 216 break downside. Instead, I put 217 break. So the minute I got long, and I put for more shares. So punched me into the short there. I got out and then into the short because I was like all discombobulated. And then you just saw me punch out there, and I was like, oh, wow, this goes into a winner. That's kind of like pie in my face because that's not what we wanted. So, of course, we punch out as soon as it takes 217. But just to show you, man, it's like no matter what, sort of level of experience you have, I'm somewhat experienced at this, you got to sometimes you make those keystroke errors. And when you do that, like I sat there, I was like, oh, maybe we can make money, but we still punched out immediately and we're down a cup of coffee. So it's okay. You just
always punch out.
You got to take that because it's like you're going to look back. And like I was saying, even as I was in it and it was in the money, 10 cents, I was like, oh, this is stupid because, hard to even talk about a trade that you have that you don't mean to have. So that's part of analyzing your wins and your losses. You can't look at something and kind of be like, that's a fluke. You got to take it for a reason. And we did that right there at 126. So let's go on that one. We're not playing. We're still the same strategy. We're still the same guy, but you make those mistakes. And there it is right there on Google. 80 cents on the reload. So when we're hitting the dollar club, it's not like it's a reload from the same levels, right? It's like we're putting on new shares. So right there it is, another position down there at 126. Not as good as the long we had before. We were waiting for more drop down, but did not come through. So there it is right there. I still think, honestly, after looking at what Tesla's doing today, this is the best long for me. We're not long, but this is the best long that I'm going to be looking for here today with Tesla. So it's 10:34 now. I hope we pull back in to these levels, but I'm going to be sitting here throughout the midday show looking for trades on Tesla. So I know Adara Sharif, they look at this name all the time, but I'll be here looking for some trades on this as well. I really like Tesla here today, up 1% when the market is down 1.3%. Right now, and I just want to check back on Randy turning this thing over into a bear. It's flat right now because I'm trying to do, it was down about 1.5 or so when we were down.
And now we're 1.4.
Flat. I'll consider that a flat.
We're chilling, yeah, we're
if you've
chilling.
held short since then, you're probably okay other than Tesla. And
you got to pick your spots.
Yeah, exactly. It's and again, remember, that's the one thing about why we've talked about looking at trading futures and things like that. I've traded the Qs. I traded the SPYs a couple days ago. They're completely different beasts, right? Like, look at Tesla, like I just said, why we like that long and why we actually put the long on. We put the long on and then threw out the wrong order, right? So it's like no matter what the market's doing, you can still find, as Neil just said right there, pockets of strength.
Or weakness.
Or weak, yeah, either way.
Boeing.
Market-related pockets. Oh, yeah, Boeing's right now. It's 10:30, right?
What did I say? Boeing's call started 5 minutes. I'm not going long during the call.
Okay. I didn't know if they
Hell
said
no.
something
Where's the airplane
I have one,
thing?
I have this one. I don't know.
That's the one. You got it.
But
That's
I'm the one going to be coming out of here. There's one with you.
Is
that a chef jacket?
That doesn't make any sense because chefs don't fly. But there's one of those that exists for me somewhere, Fabian. I don't know where it is, and then I'm coming out of the plane. I would have hit that. Let's go to the futures for a quick second here because you're now in this range. 14.6 tops, 14.6 bottoms, and then 14.6 half on the top. But hey, look at that. That's kind of obvious and nice symmetry there for you. Should be happy with that. So you look for pockets of strength and weakness. Moderna, I'm just going to point it out because it's been pointed out to the chat, in the chat to me. Down 4% and trending to the downside. As the market's bouncing, it can't even get into VWAP. That's relative weakness. Boeing, which we just talked, the call's going on, so I don't think you, unless you're listening to the call, I still wouldn't trade it, but that's, what's the, I can't even come up with something nice to say. Down 3% after it was up on those earnings, and it has not caught a bid. So you are now flat bottom breaking on Boeing. If anything, when things settle down, I probably look for shorts in Boeing, regardless of what this market is doing. It sucks today. I don't know what to tell you. I own shares of Boeing, and I'm like, every time I look at it, it's like, oh, I could sell these and get into, just add to like GE or something. So a little bit of a bounce here, but now Roblox doesn't look as strong. So I get it off this low, it's rejecting 32, so I'm getting out of that bad boy in front of VWAP, taking some profits. If it holds the bottom of this range, as the market holds the bottom, great. But this is not the strength off these levels that I saw yesterday.
Look at Microsoft.
Part of that has to do with the overall market. Shop did come out, but I never want to get trapped at the bottom on this. So when I short this and don't give it to VWAP, that's a reflection of flat bottom breaks. I want to really work right away. When it doesn't, I'm just going to get out. So it broke 15.10. I can always get back in if it wants to show me that kind of weakness. Ford, I expect to be a slow grind to the downside. So it is slowly grinding to the downside. It's not falling the way that GM did, but Ford ain't GM. It's hard for me to think this doesn't catch up. That's all. You know, GM flush, I actually thought it was going to stall out at 28 even, and now I think Ford can follow suit as a name which is under some pressure. They report tomorrow?
Which one?
Ford.
Yeah,
Let me
tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night. There you, Sean. I'm not looking it up. Sean has it. So they report tomorrow night. GM, of course, has already been shellacked. So still into Ford. I do want a firm. It's just a matter of where I can pick this up that's reasonable. I tried to get VWAP, and it curled at 1740. And when I pick this up, short it. I'm not trying to go long.
I just want, maybe Brendo can get on top of this story. There's lots of people in the chat complaining that apparently there's something wrong with the CBOE, I guess, with options right now. The whole option market is frozen, people are saying right now.
What?
So that's what they're saying. No one can execute. People are saying it's Fidelity, it's everything right now. CBOE, note from the CBOE apparently, I'm just going to hear. I mean, I'm going to wait for Brendo. I mean, that's honestly why we're here, is to give you guys as much news as we can. CBOE has declared self-help. So we know what that is.
Yeah, oh goodness.
That's not good. So what that means is like that they're looking for other liquidity spots right there to help people out of their trades, and just to let people know that maybe there's a routing issue with some of their orders. So just be careful with that. It's like if NASDAQ declared self-help, that means that, you know, they would tell that to BATS and to EdgeX and all that, and to other market makers to let them know that there is a problem there. So we'll stay tuned on that one, and then if there is any issues on that, we'll go. The reason why I'm here on the SPY, and we do have to go to Brendan, is just I don't mind buying these dips. We just talked about the futures. Now we're starting to take off. I was just looking at it right here at the 50 period, and literally this minute up to the upside. So let's go over to Brendo.
Really interesting board today. Very negative overall, but we do have some positive spots. Mostly Microsoft up about 3.52% right now off of those earnings. Below it and doing the exact opposite is Google, also reacting to some negative earnings results. Microsoft seeing a lot of price target upgrades. Google seeing downgrades right now. Keep an eye on both of those names, of course. Also really interesting, I want to mention commercial services with Visa just about slightly positive right now off of those earnings. PayPal, on the other hand, really struggling along with some other payment companies like Affirm right now. Definitely keep an eye on that sector. Another sector that is pretty weak and also worth noting is that electronic technology area. Lots of weakness with those chip names. Intel actually getting a price downgrade from Raymond James. Keep an eye on all these sectors right now, but it looks generally negative across the board right now, guys.
I've seen a couple people in the chat said working now. I mean, this is the kind of thing they're going to figure that out relatively quickly. Because that's a pretty big deal. Just pointing out here, the VIX, if you're watching the VIX, this is an hourly chart, just to get that out of the way. And we just tapped 20 again. Like, we tapped 20 and pulled it back. And it's like, if we don't break this 20 level, you can see some bounces. Let me just go to a shorter time frame. If you look at like a 15, like you get up to that 20 and without it breaking through, that's where the market catches a bit of a bid. But if we break this again, I think looking for dip buys is going to be a little bit dangerous. I'm keeping my eye on the VIX as the market is bouncing now nicely, better off the 14.6 level. Square, I was just looking at this. This cannot even get off the low. That 42 was the big level on block. So the fact that it's holding right here, this is where you look for a long. It's just, where's the bounce? Where's the buyers? They're just nowhere to be found. And as Adara reminded everybody, oh yeah, Neil, remember Intel? The thing that you didn't short today? It's at VWAP. So the thing I will try to short at VWAP is Intel. I don't have a funny quip for that. I thought maybe something would come to me there, but nothing did. So shorting Intel into VWAP there is going to be the name of the game. Manuel saying PDD has some strength. That just reminded me that I have not looked at, I haven't looked at BABA today.
You good, Manuel?
Shoot. So this is, I'm going to slap a fail. If you're looking for longs and your best long for the last couple of sessions was Boeing, or not Boeing, it definitely wasn't Boeing. I do this with Alibaba. It was Alibaba. Then on day three, you should look at Alibaba long. Pinduo Duo just ran back to 110, so I'm going to assume that fail is worth it because BABA was probably a very good long at some point today and rather easily. Okay, maybe it wasn't an it wasn't an easy long at all. But it did. There's a bottom, then a hold at 81. It's not an easy long, but 81 did eventually end up holding out. So it's a bit of a fail that I wasn't looking at it. I can't guarantee that if I tried long here, would have worked. But you got to at least look at it. Baba looking decent. But Pinduo Duo is the one that looks very strong.
I did, again, not ignoring super chats here, of course. Majid right here, he's been talking about it a couple times today. I think that thank you so much for bringing that to our attention, because we haven't really done too much crypto here other than our update today. But yeah, Mara, Riot, all starting to move again. I mean, obviously every single day we're going to get some big movements up and down through these names, as it appears that the crypto game is not really changing. It seems like the market wants to head higher right now. And there goes Bitcoin right now, taking out 34.7. Nice little move to the upside here, continuing to go. I mean, this is a 5-minute chart. So you're looking to break right now 35, right? We've been up here before. It was 34.850. It looks like that was roughly the top right there. So we will continue to look out for that level right there, 34.850, something like that, coming through on Bitcoin. And right now, as you can see, we're just right here, 34.713. So we'll wait to see if that can get going. So thank you, Majid, again, for your super chat. And yeah, Mara, I was going to move this out of the way so we can look at it. Thank you so much one more time. Mara, yeah, continuing to go. But the only thing is, everybody that's looking at this, you are bouncing off $10, and that's also the 50-period moving average. I feel like we got that move.
Neil.
Like you kind of won already with this move to the upside to the 50-period from $7-8. So you may want to look at possibly taking some profit right there on Mara. So we'll wait to see as that comes back in right there. But thank you so much for all that talk, Mara, Riot. The blockchain crew continuing to get some love in our chat, and for good reason, man. I mean, I think it's been an exciting time right there for anybody holding crypto.
Oh my goodness. I mean, at least the volatility's back, right? So if you don't like that, then, I mean,
Back again.
you like to trade. That's what it's all about, to be sure. Just very, very quickly, back into VWAP on Roblox. I'm going to take some out there. I said I would take some out if it got to VWAP, so that's what we're going to do. We cannot break out of this range on the NASDAQ, so respect it to best you can. I forgot to mention this. There was a couple of questions about Jerome Powell today. He's speaking aftermarket. It's aftermarket at 4:35. Brennan confirmed that like a half an hour ago, and I just forgot to say it out loud. So Powell is aftermarket today. We don't have to worry about, well, I mean, we can worry about what he says. We just don't have to worry about him moving the markets. While they are open, it's probably good out there in Roblox. It's not too far. If it comes back into that low, I'll try it again. But until we get there, I'm going to be very patient. I was a little slow on the trigger. As Sharif says, sometimes you got old man hands. Intel wicked VWAP, and I missed getting short in the 70s there. It pulled down in the 60s. I will wait patiently for the top end of the range. If we're going to be range bound, wait to get the fills that you want, which is failing at VWAP, not chasing it down here. And I got a bone to pick with Apple, and that was 14.6 breaking, getting me out on Apple is going to obviously stink. I'm not here to defend it. I'm just here to show you what happened. It sucked. I suck, whatever we want to say about it. But if we see VWAP again, I'm taking it. If it holds 172, this could be a 172 long as well, because now the market is breaking to the upside. Still got the roadblocks that I like for it. Has to get to VWAP to be of concern. But Apple looking like a strong one as well. And people are saying options have come back up and they've been locked up. Good luck to anyone out there. I can sympathize. It's frustrating. Like sometimes we've seen that happen over the 20 years where you're stuck and you can't trade and you can't get out of trades. And I remember the days where you had to call up the broker and you're sitting on hold. And, you know, good luck to everyone out there. It can be very, very frustrating. But that's the kind of thing that they get resolved as quickly as they can. Like, they work for you, and trust me, all hell's probably breaking loose there. It's the wrong day for that to happen.
I would say, yeah, in this situation, don't even like call your broker.
Well,
probably.
Today,
like if you can know that the CBOE is definitely having some issues.
Yeah, there's no point.
I mean, it's not like they're going to be able to get you out. You can maybe call and complain. But if the market is down, unfortunately.
Do you know how I feel about that? I am.
Of course.
I don't mean to be that person, but like, if you don't complain about things or at least air your concerns, whatever it might be, then, you know, things don't get better. And if there's anything that can come back to you, you know, you've got to say some things. Like I used to work at Canada's Wonderland. I'm just going to throw a story out there. I used to work at Canada's Wonderland in high school, which is like a theme park. And anybody that if something goes wrong, just say something, like complain about it. You get exit pass like that. Like that's how it works. You're just trying to keep people happy, like that they work for you. Like everyone, that's what it's all about. You don't have to be rude about it, but let them know. So good luck to everyone out there. I want to go to, you're already at Microsoft. It's Meta that I wanted to talk about. This is the one that it's getting ignored here. So I know Apple off of VWAP. The other option here is Meta off of VWAP. So there's a couple of legs on Meta. I mean, as we speak off of VWAP, it's giving you a couple of decent bounces. So I like the relative strength that you're seeing here in Meta as well. It's not just Apple. Apple looks a little bit stronger to me, and I still like my Roblox, but Meta, I don't want to ignore it. But Apple's now 173. That's still going. That is nuts. Yeah, John C., good. People don't realize how much money corporations toss at consumer complaints. You really don't until you try. And you don't have to be that person, but put the effort in. You'd be surprised what you can get.
Yeah, for sure. And that's
I'm sounding very cheap right now, I guess. But I am.
Well, I mean, it's a matter of what you're complaining about, right? I mean, I think that's that's the key thing there. You want to make sure you get your customer support.
That always freaks me out.
Okay, so 128. We could get this for Google, man. I mean, we got a great reload down there at 126. So now you're another dollar. We've already talked about that, but I'm going to hold out hope that we can get a little bit higher right there. I actually don't even have any offers, but now that it's pretty stupid not to do that. So let's just put an offer out. I mean, if we get 128 and we could take 250 or whatever, or 230, we'll take it. Okay, so now my number one stock today going long is Microsoft, okay? But right now, Microsoft is having a problem getting going off this bottom. It had a nice bottom there for sure at 340. There's no doubt about that. It actually went all the way down to 338, or looks like it broke 339 or so. It's in and around that level anyways. So watching out for that. We're going to go short. So it's coming up into VWAP right now. I was actually waiting for 342. We do have 343 up there as well. So I was waiting for a little bit higher. We could have just reloaded it there. We definitely, my offer for another shallow offer is at 65. We got as high as 58 right there. But I still like this against that 343-ish area, but I was just going to go short against 342. So if we did break it, it was sort of just a cap right there. Once that broke down, then you start to see it move. So I felt like a move back. I mean, right now, here we go. We can ring the register again. Hey guys, it's just another 40 cents right there. So if the cash cow for Microsoft, what?
They're probably at least next to each other.
They are. But right there, you could take profit here on this short for Softy. We have two shorts, right? So the bear lives on in this man's soul. As Amazon right now at the day's low, we're $1 in the money on that one, and we're hoping to see if we're going to see if Microsoft can also get back into 340 right now. A new position just put on right there for you. We'll hit the siren alert because it is making a move down, back down in right now. And if the market's going to fail at VWAP there, maybe this is not a horrible spot to get some Google love out there. So we'll offer, oh my God, I just offered 28. See, I did it again. I did this yesterday, trying to get a better price. But there it goes. It doesn't have to backfire against me. We'll take it out right there at 28. Again, just doing this, stacking it up. Look at that, man. Microsoft immediately goes down almost. We're now 80 cents in the money on this move back down. We just put this one on. So wow, there it is. Wow, an immediate Dollar Club member right there for Microsoft as it fades right back into 340 one more time. I'm going to take this dollar if we can get it there at 340.27. And there it is right there. We put it on the board and a Dara.
You mentioned the D-backs, baby.
I know.
Not too much happening with the USD right now. We're just kind of topping around this range of just above 106 and just below 106.50 right now. But it will be one to watch as we get some really important economic data in the upcoming days. We have GDP tomorrow, along with initial jobless claims and retail and wholesale inventories. We also have PCE coming on Friday. Keep an eye on all of that. It should really impact and move the dollar in one way or another. Definitely stuff to note. We also have, of note, just a reminder that Jerome Powell will be speaking tonight at 4:35 p.m. Eastern Time at just before the Moynihan Lecture in Social Science and Public Policy event. So that will be of note. Keep an eye on all of that and all of that information for the USD right now, guys.
Exactly. People are.
We were just talking about interest
People be
rates.
struggling with mortgage. It's the mortgage rate.
It's
The mortgage
mortgage
rate
rates
just
here in
hit
Canada.
780 or something in the United States. What is it here?
1% for 30-year
8.1
Oh, in the States.
In the States, 8.1 for 30-year fix. Like
There you
these
go.
are.
I was saying 7.8. I mean,
Yeah, like this is.
Use
I
your
mean,
good
the
credit.
home builders are going to be in trouble, which they were doing okay because realistically, it was new homes that was the only thing that was going to market because no one wanted to sell. No one was going to sell. I think Canada's got a bit of an issue as well, even though they didn't raise today. I'd be a little bit concerned about them doing that again, and whatever. We'll talk about that some more throughout the day. Only 7 minutes to go. I want to get to this small cap LIA, and it hasn't been a small cap kind of day for me. As a matter of fact, I haven't made a single execution on any of these. But LIAN looking it's good. It's a stair step to the upside.
wow.
I think now you can look at the mid threes
saucy trade.
as a potential, maybe a potential area to get into it. Pretty good, strong move for this one. I'll give credit where credit is due for this game. It is the one to watch, at least for now. I'm going to go back over to you because there has been, as the market tried to bounce, there's been no bounce in GM. So I'm now looking at underneath yesterday's low at 28. I didn't want to short the bottom, but we just rejected the breakout on the future. You never got into VWAP in here. I just think playing it off the 28 level is going to make some sense. If you're weak, you're weak. I'm going to sit in for it until it breaks VWAP or gets to these lows. But now I'm looking at this 28 level for an entry on GM. These guys are a dumpster fire. It's a short till it's not. The other dumpster fire is Boeing. The call is on right now, and it's still holding the low. So whatever they're saying, I don't know. I'm not listening to it. Whatever they're saying, it's not giving a bounce in this stock. And sometimes you get a reversal on the call regardless of the direction that it's going. Not here. So Boeing continues to be, it's a short till it's not. That's what the daily chart is telling you. I'm seeing nothing that's changing that as we speak.
Damn, Daniel. Giving credit where credit is due. I will pat myself on the back for this Microsoft trade, but we got out for $1, and guess where it's at now? Deuces to the downside. We just, it's hard enough to get $2 winners, sitting here all day. We just had this short on a nice move right back up to the upside right there, and then boom, it just collapsed all the way all over itself right there. So not a good look here for Mr. Softy as it continues to go to the downside. And hey, guys, look, what a difference a day makes, right? This is where you got to have, shout out to Super SPAC Man for this one. I'll steal yours. The classic Katina changeup, the CCC right there, as we're throwing it down like Greg Maddux. Did he have a good changeup? There it is. Look at that, right back into the 50 period.
Second best pitch.
Second best pitch. Okay, this is probably my second best play. Right there, the CCC back up there, fade it, right? Long. My number one stock today on the long is Microsoft, and then add to that right here with what is now a $2.50 winner. But it's not a winner because we don't have it on as it goes down there. There's Super SPAC Man right there. So, yeah, man. Whether or not this market quadunks or not, we'll do this one more time. We got to go to Brendan in just a second. It's this one right there, 127.50 for an out. So not only did we grab that Microsoft trade, but we also saved ourselves 50 cents by getting out right there on Google. Oh, okay. Well, then I'm just going to do this for fun then, okay? Okay,
That's fine.
All right.
It's only 3 minutes to go.
Never heard of a lot of these companies.
I've never heard of half of them, but I think we should probably pay attention.
Side.
Whatever this meta is, it looks interesting.
I've heard of that before. I'm not really sure what.
Don't sleep on volatility in Quantumscape ever. And after what happened with, let's be real for a second, we don't pay too much attention to things like Verizon and whatnot. Do not sleep on IBM on earnings because that'll move. Like that will move and it will trend really, really well when it does. Visa, MasterCard, we already saw Visa, MasterCard, not that interesting. Merck has been getting shellacked, same as Bristol Myers. Those two look very interesting to me tomorrow. And we always care about the, with Royal Caribbean, we always care about the cruise ships because they have a decent short float and they can move. On a personal note, I don't want bad things to happen to Mobileye, but if they do, stink bid engaged on Mobileye. I do want to wait for earnings to calm down with that one for a couple of days. I'm looking to get into the stock some more, but I'm going to have a stink bid just in case. I don't think I'm going to get filled on it because it'll be really far to the downside. But yeah, a lot to look at like today, you've got to hammer down, know which names you want to play into because you can't trade them all. That's why you stick to, I think, on earnings days like this, I think you have to be more restrictive to the setups that you like and the names that you like and try nothing else. That's why I haven't been in the small caps today, because I've been trying to find a way back into a firm.
Obi back right now, so everybody get back and get ready for that one. Obi coming through for everybody here on the midday show as we go. But I just want to say thank you so much for this. Thank you so much, Zion, man. This is exactly, he's like, how can Sean make money on the long and on the short? It is what it is sometimes, and this is what I'm doing. I mean, I'm here for, hopefully for a reason. It's definitely not for my look. All right, and just to that point about what Neil said there about earnings, look what we've traded today, right? Microsoft #1, we're in Google right now. We've traded Snapchat. We just got out, oh yeah, by the way, that's coming because I had a bigger offer there on Snapchat. Actually, I'm gonna cancel my SPY right now and rework that in a second. Snapchat came back up there. We took 25 cents more on that, 3%. So we're out of Snapchat right now as we'll look forward to this market and see if we can't get a few bigger plays on board. Amazon. Amadamzon right now. Hey, this is for you, Obi. We're $2 in the money right now on Amazon, and we'll spin that over. You've been fighting the long. Sorry about that, my guy. But right there, Amazon down to 123. We're short at 125 right now on Amazon. So there it is, man. Nice move back down to the downside for AMZN. And what a day it's been. And, we had record viewers yesterday. So I want to say thank you to everybody. And I want to say thank you to everybody for the talk about, people message me like, how in the hell does this guy have all this energy to bring the pain every single night on this recap show? Good question. We will probably burn out at some point, but take your time now to enjoy the market recap show. Yesterday we had a great Q&A with the one and only Brian Shannon. That was a lot of fun. Today, again, more guests, more talk, and more earnings. I mean, if you're looking for live, up-to-date earnings, like literally, boom, boom, Google's out, there it is. Microsoft's out, there it is. And it was actually funny because yesterday we were celebrating because we saw Snapchat come out real early, and it came out and it blasted to the upside. And we were like, all right, there it is, Snapchat. And then we started talking about the numbers and all that kind of stuff. And then next thing you know, right back down in for Snapchat. So with lots of earnings plays coming through, thank you to everybody there. Best show out there, K. Jones. Come on, man. We're on the best show right now, and it's about to get even better when we flip it over to those other guys. But we are trying. Thank you so much for the nice call there, back and forth with everybody. So it means a lot to us that we continue to do great programming. We have the midday show coming up. We have Lunch Money coming through with Neil at noon, where we'll be looking for some more ideas, and you can see what's going through this madman's head. I promise you,
Boeing's going to be on there.
Oh yeah.
One way or another, Boeing call will be over. The dumpster fire will either be continuing or it will not be. But
what is it doing now,
there'll be
actually?
Nothing good.
Because the call is it over, Brett, though?
That's hilarious because it's 11 o'clock, but I'm forced to look at the chart again. Actually, it's bouncing a little bit, but it's not close to VWAP. It's down 2% after being up on the day. This stock, like I said, it's under trouble. Before we go over, just very quickly, I took one fill at 20s on 4, and I'm being patient for the rest. Now that I've taken some out, if you get back into VWAP, I'm going to start rinse and repeat. So in the high 20s, if I can get fills there and then work it to the downside, as this one looks relatively sick. Roblox is holding on. I do want to reload that off of 3180 every chance we get. But let's get over to him. He's back. He's joined by the professor. It is Obi-Wan and the professor. A little early.
Ciao.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That is your boy, Obi. I am Sharif, and we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Guys, shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. Mr. Kenobi, how's the morning, sir?
Not too bad, not too bad. Kind of took a little breather yesterday, and I know you guys know that I wasn't here, but back at it. I was just at home, kind of just taking a day off. Kind of a big week of earnings, kind of.
Fair.
Thought about preserving a little bit of mental capital, just sitting back and doing some observing.
Yes.
As I haven't done that in a while. We've been pretty active almost every day. But took a nice little breather and came back today. Pretty strong market. Even yesterday, we got that crazy V-shaped recovery. I kind of saw that at the end of the day, and I was like, wow, wild. Nice. Volatility is definitely there. And we're getting this 123 bounce here, but I was trying to get long above this kind of like this previous week low. It was being defended quite nicely. I liked it, but there was no follow through on the long. So we do get stopped out once, twice, and thrice. So the next level here underneath that 124 was that 123. But that 123, Sharif, seems to be bouncing within the time that I got up from my desk back there and came up here. But you know what? There will be a lot more opportunities. This is not the only one. Again, I looking back at yesterday when I was like kind of looking at the market, not really participating actively. I got a chance to just patiently observe, and I realized I'm like a lot of these decent moves can come in mid to late day if I'm really patient for them, because a lot of information has already been drawn out. So I'm like, you know what? It's like in the morning I do want to be pushing, but it doesn't make sense for me to blow out of risk or even get close to let's say even like a half your daily risk when there is so much opportunities later on in the day. Again, VIX above 20 or playing with 20, a lot of opportunities for sure. How's your morning been?
You know me, baby. I just started trading right now, so we're in Tesla at the moment. We were 80 pennies in the money on this one long 218.01. Let's see how this one does. Tesla is the strongest of the bunch, obviously, save and except for Mr. Microsoft. It's given up the ghost a little bit, 3% up on the day. It's up a lot more than that, Mr. Kenobi. But Tesla, number 2 in my books, it is up 1%, give or take, a little bit above, a little bit below. Trying to ride this one for a little bit of a winner. 219.78, the HOD on TSLA, Mr. Kenobi. So we'll get another beak wetter right there. And there we go, close into 219. The market finding a footing here, Mr. Kenobi. Yep. We held 14.6, and here we go. Nothing really to celebrate. We're still down 1+% on the day, but it doesn't mean we can't trade some of the stronger equity names, and that's what we're doing at the moment. About 80 pennies or so, still in the money on TSLA. I'm looking at my side chart. We're going to bring in the side charts in a minute. I'm seeing not Microsoft. AAPL also relatively strong. I know Neil and Sean talked about that on the morning show. It was outperforming and still is definitely outperforming the market. If you're down 1.25% on the NQ, you're only down 0.5% on AAPL. But it is definitely having its trouble right now as well. 172.96 high on Apple. We're not able to break and make a new high quite yet. 172.60-ish and change on AAPL. We'll see how this one does. Let's look for new highs. There's some small cap gappers today. Surprise. There's another one that's there's one that's up 88%. The volume on it is quite suspect, though. It goes by the ticker DCA 5. Sean, why is it five letters? Yeah, DCA. What's up with that? Why is it 5 letters? On the NASDAQ? It is on the NASDAQ, yeah. Oh, good point. Data Knight's acquisition, Mr. Kenobi. It's only done about 640,000 shares. Bupkis, if you ask me, especially for a small cap gapper. It is up 71.33% since the open. We'll have to see how this one does. It's got to have more volume to interest me, though. LIAN. I ain't lying about Lion. Second day in a row. The Katina man like that one. The second day in a row, will be up 24% on this bad boy. Continuation from yesterday. We'll talk more about LIA in a minute. But I got to keep my eyes fixed on TSLA because I'm looking for that 219 break, and we're just a smidge below it right now, chilling in the 80s. I got to look at these tags in the chat. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we do get that nice rip up. I kind of was waiting for that 123 to get long again, and we missed that. So as we come right back into this heavy downtrend we've been having, I do get a little bit short here, maybe a little too early on underneath that 124, but that 124. Kind of this consolidation range from not the pre-market, this earlier morning session. We were trying to get long in and around some of these prices, and let's see if some of that support turns into resistance now as we kind of bid back up towards these highs. But yeah, that's what I'll be watching here. People are in the chat talking about gold, some SPACs maybe. Okay, are there any new SPACs that we haven't heard about? That would be interesting for sure. But yeah, no. So getting back to this, getting back to the market here, we got that crazy bounce off of that 14.6, and then we saw how we kind of just quadrunked right through that 14.7 as well. So about a 200 point. We're seeing kind of like a similar theme here, Sharif.
Sir.
The NQ just tends to do like a couple hundred points a day now. Pre-market kind of prices included, but yeah, quite a sell-off right off the open. We do make a little bit of a base on top of this 14.6, and we are catching a little bit of a bid here. But again, I was long before, and I got clocked out about 3 times. So three strikes. Yeah, I understand that the 123 was a great place to get long, but when we kind of rip right off of it with that kind of strength, I am watching for some of the selling from the morning session to kind of come back in if it's going to be there. If not, then yeah, sure, we're more than willing to be wrong within reasonable risk parameters there, Sharif. But I am watching Apple. I am watching Softy as well. So yeah, Softy kind of making lower lows, right? Making lower lows underneath VWAP. VWAP is staying heavy as well. And the same thing with Apple. Something I want to point out with Apple is, although it is kind of strong on the day, taking a look at that 174, take a look at this triple top on top of this 174, Sharif. I know we've talked about this 174 multiple times in the past few weeks, but take a look at this clean triple top that you get within 2 days. Kind of a high a day, pre-market high consolidation, end of day high, and then you come in and you fade and you test the lower end of that range. And we're kind of pushing back up into here. My question is 174 going to continue to stay a little heavy? Are we going to make a relatively lower high since we've tested once, twice, and thrice in a row off that 174?
Sorry, but you can't just do that and not say Obi thrice. I'm like, bro.
I mean, I can't say it to myself. I mean, if others say it, that's fine.
Yeah, that's true. Good point.
Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of like the bigger picture I'm keeping in mind with respect to Apple as well. So let's see if these sellers, we know that they've been on board for the past couple of weeks. Clearly, like I haven't been effectively capitalizing on the sell pressure. Been trying to fight the long, but you know what? It is a learning experience, and it is a work in progress. So we'll get there.
Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons in the chat saying, overtrading will have you give back your morning profits. I remain in chill mode. Shorts from the NQ, opening range, 30-second RTH down to trailers. Shake my hand, sir. Good for you. Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons, printing as usual on the Future. By the way, with respect to the Future, the Katina Man now has taken a short on the SPY, so people following along the Katina Man's trade, be informed about that. We're $1.25 here in the money on TSLA. We're letting this bad boy run off that 218.01 long. Let's see if we can break that high a day. 219.78 right now. We're flirting with the 219.25 now, a third. Let's see if we can get the $0.50 by the time I'm done my sentence here, Mr. Kenobi. We're doing well here on Tesla, 1 1/3% to the high side. So this is definitely a standout name in terms of strength. You saw what happened to it last week. It absolutely got demolished off tightening margins and lower demand for his EVs as a result of higher interest rates. We talked a lot about that on the show. Let's take another beak wetter right there at the 1/3, 219 and 1/3. We'll see if we get that print. We're dancing now at the $0.25 level. Shout out to Nimit. Nimit, I will bring in the 8 trusty side charts in just 1 second. But this Tesla, you know how Tesla trades, Nimit. I got to keep my eye fixed on this bad boy. Otherwise, I could find myself $1 or $2 out of the money in a blink of an eye. Just like that. Tesla being the widowmaker that it is, rivaling Nat Gas in that regard. Perfect segue. With respect to Nat Gas, 1 1/3% high on the day. Shout out to Jay Lee, who I saw in the morning, wrote in the chat that he's taking along on BOIL, the triple levered Nat Gas ETF. And I think he's printing on that. I think he took it 60 because it's at 61.19 at the moment. Shout out Jay. Just like that, we were singing our praise on TSLA, and now we're only 80-something pennies in the money as it comes off that 219.5 area. Try to exercise patience on this bad boy. We'll see if we get that. But I got to tell you, the future looks uber weak, very weak. And here's the look there on the NQ. Let's look at the NQ. What about this looks bullish? To me, nothing. Okay. The only thing that I can kind of take from this that is somewhat bullish is that we made a higher low. Right? If we danced here at 14.6, we got a quick wick below 14.6, got bought up immediately, and then we troughed out of here at 14.6, let's say 18, 17, something like that. That comes a higher low, and then we wicked in up a little bit higher highs. But most of the closing prints here on the 5-minute candles are all around the same level. So the money that's remaining is hesitant at the moment. That's kind of the way I feel, and you know how this stuff works. This stuff doesn't move in isolation. Tesla is not, you know, it's sometimes it runs secular, but oftentimes it is running with the market. So if we get a nice market run, I'm sure Tesla will benefit. Where's Stresla at now? Ooh, it's almost back at that $0.50, Mr. Kenobi. It's time to get another beak wetter here. We're going to put at 49s. And as quickly as these old man hands tried to type in, as quickly as Tesla was able to retrace off there. Zion Lala. Rap for this. I'm not sure. He texts Sean and Neil. We missed Neil Roberts' raps. Is that boy Sean? He is long on Google and short on Amazon. He making money after the Raptors made Wizards be gone. Zion, you know, the fact that you had the guts to put that in the chat, shout out to you. There's a Katina man. He's all redded up. He wore red. He knew the market was going to tank today. Are you going to the Raptors game after this? Or no, obviously he's going. Shout out to him. Where are your tickets at? Uh-oh.
All right.
I'm going with Gillette.
Nice. Nice.
That's the kind of.
Did you end up working something out with them?
Oh, I did something with them before.
Gillette,
Okay,
the
nice.
best a man can get. Gillette, the best a man can get. Yeah, bro.
It's a good shaving brand.
It's
Not
pretty
too
good.
bad.
I use it. Which razor do you use, Obi?
I don't remember. It's like a blue one. I think it is Gillette. It's like a blue one with like a little.
The blue one, huh?
No, it is. Yeah, I think so. It's one of those.
So is it the Fusion?
Yeah, the Fusion, the one with the head.
Mr.
The
Kenobi,
swivel
I
head.
like you more
Yes,
every
the swivel
day, and
head.
I like Tesla as well. Here we go, baby. We're almost $2 in the money on this name. The Widowmaker, a.k.a. Tesla, really having itself a day. Obi, we are about 20 pennies off high a day on this one. Let's see if we can hit that 220.
Yeah, so a bit of a bid back up. I see people in the chat talking about gold, Sharif. Did we take a look at gold today? Did it have some sort of catalyst? Because I pulled it up and take a look at this right here. Some crazy moves. This is just a 3-minute chart. Yeah, it's not delayed either. But in the past, just this morning session, we've got a bit of a shake and bake here on gold. So my question is, what is GDX up to? Let's take a quick look at GDX. Okay, so we did get that bit of a shake and bake. Take a look at that heavy volume candle, kind of outlier volume candle coming in on that rip right back through this 29 level. So yeah, I think there may or may not be something going on with gold there, with that crazy kind of shake and bake action. So yeah, let us know in the chat what you guys are trading here today. Like I said before, I'm just I'm trying to stay as patient as possible, kind of waiting for some trades to come in. Nothing too crazy on the board yet. Nothing like an A+ that I see as of right now. But if you guys do see that A+ or that Lambo trade, let us know in the chat, because I'm definitely curious as to what that might be. Out the open, maybe this consolidation break, this 14,720. If you took shorts off of that, that was probably pretty mint. I was looking at that at this 126 as well on Amazon. Didn't really have that short. And that came in real hot as 126 failed, and then we go down to 125, And then you go down to 124, 123, doing multiple, I guess almost a little bit of multiples of ATR kind of on the day with that sell pressure really coming in. I'm watching the TQs as well. Nothing really too much setting up right now. If there was a trade, I think that I may have missed. So far, I think it was the 126 short and the little bit of a long off the 123, kind of a multi time frame level there on Amazon as well. And we kind of get that 14.6 bounce, that confluence is with that 123. So going forward, I'm going to be watching whether or not what price is doing in and around this 123, whether we consolidate above, whether we get below. I think that'll be a nice decent tell. But again, I was watching the weekly chart on Amazon here now. A lot of large caps looking quite similar. So I'll speak on Amazon because that is the one I am a little bit familiar with. But yeah, take a look at this, Sharif. We kind of we were going green on the. This is a weekly candle, right? We were going green, and I was watching this consolidation right here was the defense of the previous week low. By previous week, I mean what the week low was before today, right? In and around these prices, just on top of 124, and I was using that area and seeing kind of the tape defending those prices to get long. 50 pennies in the money. I'm looking for the moon, Sharif, and I don't really get it.
Blame you.
It comes all the way right back in. I'm looking for at least a point. I'm looking for like 125 halves to see if this consolidation breaks, and that never comes in. We stay quite heavy. I get stopped out 3 times, and you know, I think I've talked about this rule on the show before. I have like a 3-strike rule where I know I find myself fighting the trend a lot. So in order to kind of prevent that from happening, what I've done is like I've come up with like a 3-strike rule where I'm like, if I'm trying to force counter trend and I get stopped out once, twice, thrice, I gotta either step away from the ticker or look for places to go the other way and respect that pressure, right? So we saw the selling pressure, we looked at the trend, and then we tried the long 3 times, and then when you get that crazy rip right back up into previous consolidation, and those lows kind of turn into resistance, I like the idea of getting into a potential short there. We are getting a little bit heavy. On the weekly chart, kind of going back to that, this price right here that I have on watch, is this previous kind of, look at the structure right here. We're talking about playing off of structure. That structure low is right underneath that 123. So the low of this candle right here, what do I have that as? 123.04. And take a look at how price pretty much ran away from that 123, not even testing that 123.04. I think 123.10, what is the low on the day here? 123.12. It would seem. So yeah, that 123 definitely kind of a key area that I am watching going forward on the day and on the week.
Fair. Okay, we got some out north of that 220 area there on TSLA, and it made a big move back into 218.80. It's back above 219 and a third going into a half now. 220.10 HOD on TSLA. We're going to let that one run. Let's not... yeah, there's really no point in belaboring the same thing. Let's talk here more macro market. I like that. Need a macro market animation. ES down 0.61. The NQ way more down than I was going to use a better adjective, but none came to me. Than the ES. The NQ is down 1 1/4 on the day. The Dow, likely because of Boeing, I'm assuming, up 1/4% on the Dow. The Russell, as per usual, down again 1% on the day. This is probably what's causing this. The 10-year, the 30-year, 1.45, 1.51 up respectively. Even the 2-year is getting in on the game, up 3/4 of a point. And the U.S. dollar is up on the loonie, which typically means equities are down. Obi just mentioned this in passing. Gold. Here, for me, it's flat. The gold December contract is down 0.1 on the day. I mentioned this to Adara yesterday, and I want to mention to you guys, this is my macro look at the market. I keep all these bad boys up. I don't have to have the charts for them. I just need the change percentage since open, and the volume to get an idea of whether we're light or we're heavy on the day. I would recommend that you watch all of these, okay? Because usually they are interrelated. And bonds, especially these days, are really affecting the equity markets. There's no question about that. You know, I learned a little tidbit yesterday about bonds, and I know bonds, the bond market's much more sophisticated than the equity market. But Listen to this, Kenobi.
What's up?
1 percentage point up or down on the 10-year equals a 20% cap gain or loss.
On what?
On the actual bond itself. So when bond prices go down, yields go up, and inverse, and the inverse is true as well. So if we go from 4 to 5% on the 10-year, you just lost 20% of the bond value, and the inverse is true. If you come down from 5 to 4, you just gained another 20% on the bond value. So I think it's a fantastic little gimmick there that they got, because you're getting money while you wait, and if you hold it to maturity, you get all your money back. Right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know. I need to get more into bonds, but
I
I
don't really know too
much
much about. Yeah, I don't know too much about bonds, but yeah, no, that's definitely an interesting tidbit there for sure.
Yes, sir.
So we are short a little bit here, a little bit of Amazon right underneath that area, kind of the previous week low, and the market kind of quadunking to the downside, coming back into that 14.6. Let's see how far we can get that. That was quite fast. So you know what? Thank you. Come again. I'm going to cover a little bit right there because that quadunk was quite fast. Let's see that 123 defense. We were talking about that 123 defense. Let's see if that actually comes in, or we're going to break that previous structure low on the Amazon as the NQs kind of come right back in, chopping and churning on top of this 14.6. Still well within consolidation in my opinion, because we do kind of look at this churn. Again, real quick, what's the VIX up to? Let me just take a quick look at where it is doing the dues. Okay, so right here, in and around 20, right? We kind of have a level of interest kind of marked, and it seems like we're doing a bit of a chop and churn on the VIX index right there, just underneath that 20. I was talking about the VIX a few weeks ago, just saying like take a look at how it's ramping up. We might be coming into some good times, but do I get aggressive on the short? Absolutely not. That's something I do have to remember and keep in mind as if the VIX is kind of pushing around, the pressure, if it does come in on either side, buying or selling, pressures must be respected. Thank you. You know, just getting a little bit lucky, right? We had some confluence. But hey, man, look, I lost on the idea 3 times before flipping to the short.
But you didn't really lose. You got out for break even on each of those wicks, correct?
Not really break even. I did lose, but yeah, we kept our risk managed. I have no quarrels with my entries here. The trade just didn't work, so that is what it is. I was 50 cents in the penny, and I didn't properly assess the type of volatility and the type of range we may be having, as the selling pressure is quite heavy. And I was looking for the full dollar, and I wasn't happy with that 50 pennies. So that's definitely something on my part that I have to kind of work on as well. I was in terms of aggressiveness, trying this 3 times and it not working. Sure, it is a little bit aggressive, but we were a little patient for our entry, so we managed to manage that idea pretty decently. So yeah, it kind of working out right now. Coming back in again, that 123. What do we do with that 123? We're only about 30 pennies away as the NQ kind of quadunks back down into this 14.6. So let's see what we do with this 14.6 going forward. Let me just take a quick pulse check on the market there, Sharif. Let me just go through, maybe not the Mag 7, but we'll go through the top 5 at least. So, okay, Apple coming back into VWAP. Softy to the downside, I like that. That's definitely giving us some strong tailwind. I see the TQs coming into consolidation lows as well. Let's see if those buyers kind of come back in, kind of confluencing with that 14.6 as well. Watching the ES as well. Let's take a quick look at Google. Google kind of lower end of that consolidation. Amazon we're watching as well. So Amazon kind of coming into that 123, that 126. Oh boy, that 125. Oh boy, it seems like sellers are stepping down, and we finally caught a piece of those sellers. All right, what's that last one, Sharif? Okay, we can take a look at NVIDIA as well. Wow, NVIDIA to the downside. 435. Interesting that 435 kind of does that wiki action. Can't really get through pre-market highs, fails to follow through, then also breaks pre-market lows. So multiple places where you could have gotten a little spicy with this name here. I know I'm forgetting one, Sharif. We got Amazon, we did Microsoft, Apple, Google, Amazon. What am I missing?
Forgot about my boy Tesla.
Oh Oh, sure, Tesla, yeah.
Well, I just
Tesla.
want to tell everybody quickly here
Tesla's
my plan on TSLA. This comes into 218, cutting it. Not going to give up 1 penny back on this trade. We're long 218.01. We got the top wick for now at 220.08 or 5, something like that. If it breaks 218, I'm out. A couple of people are asking me what my plan is on Tesla. I'm letting it run, baby. I want more than 220. If it makes its way back up there, fantastic. You know, if I really believed in this trade, others would say, add to it on this trough. I suck, right? So I can't add. My hands physically won't let me do it. No, I'm kidding, of course. But if it breaks down below 218, I'm gonzino on this trade, Mr. Kenobi. Before I send it back to you, Hillary Tate was asking me my opinion on BBWI, Bath, come on, bro. Bath and Body Works down 0.75 or 76 on the day. We all know what Bath and Body Works is. I don't have to explain it.
I keep thinking you keep calling it like Bethany or something, like Beth.
Yeah, Bath and Body Works. It's the Invisalign trays, man. You have to like enunciate every single word, otherwise you just slur everything. All right, BBWI. It's, dude, I'm lucky to be able to speak like this. People have like full out lisps on this stuff. But my cousin, actually, when I saw him at his house, because he did Thanksgiving at his house, punk. He has a house. He's like, dude, do you have them in? I'm like, yeah, man. So you can't really tell sometimes.
Yeah, that's the thing about those Invisaligns, right?
Yeah. So quickly here, BBWI. All right, Hillary. On an intraday basis, you know, this is not something that interests me, right? Number one, because the volume's low. It's about 654,000 shares on the day. That's not enough to get me interested. With respect to the actual price action itself, I mean, it's all over the place. It dipped into about 28, bouncing here into about 28 and a third. This ain't it for me. So let's look at the daily. Let's talk a little bit about the daily, and let me put in the ticker here so people can follow along. BBWI. All right, so it's had a rough go as of late, and essentially, much like every other stock in the market, save and except for a very select few, it topped out towards the end of 2021, early 2022. The best it could do, I believe, let's go to the weekly here before I say something incorrect. Go refresh. There we go. So top wick here came in at about 82.5 bucks, and then you could see basically what's happened since that time. We've been stair-stepping down, making lower highs, and you guessed it, about lower lows. But we've had a bit of a resurgence since around, I would say, July of 2022. That seems to have been the local bottom. Brought us down to about 25 bucks, and we held that quite well and actually started trending up. But the larger or the greater trend continued, and we started making lower highs after that. Anything off 25, Hillary, I like to defend with a tight stop, maybe $1 or $2. I think you're talking about a swing trade here, because I don't think you're going to trade this intraday. Anything off 25, I like, or in the 25 vicinity. Look for a breakout, though. So if you're looking for an actual trend change, you're going to want to see a higher high. So you're going to want to see something above 45 bucks. And once it comes above 45 bucks, you're going to be looking for something above 50, because those are the crests. And so you're looking for a trend change here to say, okay, well, this is something I should be carrying. So that's my outlook on that. Without knowing anything fundamentally about the company, buy off 25. If you're not willing to wait on a dip for 25 and you're waiting for the confirmation that the trend has changed, wait for something above 43, 44-ish area, because that is where we crested out back in June of this year. Hope that helps, Hillary. And I haven't seen you in the chat before, so I don't know if you're a new viewer, but if you are, thanks for joining. All right, Kenobi, we're doing the little dance with no pants here on Tesla south of 219, but here's a look on TSLA, and this is why I'm bullish on the name on the day. Look at this. Higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. I sound like a broken record, but these are facts, okay? We troughed out 214.26, and every time we trough higher than the area before. I'm going to keep playing this until it doesn't work anymore, but look for it. Now, if I get out of this at 218, what I'll be looking for is a bounce off VWAP, which is around 217.5. So if it breaks that 218 level and we don't continue to trend up, I'll be looking for something around 217.5, Mr. Kenobi. But the trend, in my opinion, will have changed if we make a newer low. So if we break below that 217 area, which is where we troughed out last time, that's maybe when we should start looking short on TSLA.
Yeah, so we are holding a little bit on this consolidation here. Yeah, that Tesla, I was just on that before we pass it off to Sharif. That trend there that you pointed out, it's holding VWAP quite well. Take a look at these buyers kind of show up in and around VWAP again. So for a potential reload, I don't know. I want to be looking for kind of this pressure to come back in. We churned VWAP as a core, and then we hopped up on top of it and started respecting it. And take a look at this right here. The high has the kind of like the largest volume candle, maybe not the largest volume candle on the day, but quite large there, kind of coming into that same level as some of the largest candles on the day. So question I'll be asking is a buying pressure going to come back in here, or have we kind of made this top with this high volume candle pushing off of that 220? As well as Sharif said, this is it seems like it's the gift that keeps on giving, but once it does stop giving, you do have to keep it quite tight here. But very distinct kind of a chop and churn here on Tesla on the day. Yeah, now some of the other names that I kind of had on watch today were some of the earnings names there, Sharif. So again, Google and Softy we're already watching, but I know that Snapchat was on my radar as well. It was quite peculiar how flat Snapchat was printing after its earnings. We saw kind of a crazy shake and bake right there once again, and then you come right back in and go flat. And out the open, take a look at this. You're well within this range. So this $10 area is definitely, or was definitely interesting to me last night. And it seems like as if that range and the VWAP kind of confluencing with that $10 area. Take a look at that. A bit of a double top, or a double top and a triple bottom. So a bit of a chop and churn there, a bit of a range on Snapchat as well.
Happy J is new in the chat, and he asked, what's BWAP? I think he means VWAP. Do you want to explain quickly? Because we always have new viewers every day.
Sure, yeah.
Right.
Volume weighted average price, right? So you basically calculate. So there's different type of parameters you can give it. So I like to give it the past 14 days. So based off of the past 14 days, it's going to calculate the average volume weighted average, right? So basically where the most price has traded based off of volume. So right here, how to kind of read that here. So VWAP is in and around $10. So it would say that in this session right here, most of the volume, most of the transactions kind of took place at that price in and around that $10 mark. So that's kind of volume weighted average price.
I appreciate that. All right, Tesla, we're out. I've got another dip trade right at VWAP, and I'm going to give this one a short leash. It's sitting at 217.55 because on my side chart here, VWAP is at 49s or 50, so I want to front run it by a couple of pennies. It may not make its way down there, and I may not be able to get in again on TSLA, but the exit corresponded with my entry. I know the market doesn't care about where I get in and where I get out, and I have to play key levels, but that 218 to me was important because, well, I don't want to give anything back. Now, the trade technically would have been valid, this long on 218 would have been valid until the break of this trough over here. We talked about 217 being the higher low. So if we were to break and make a lower low than 217, that's when it would become invalid. But then if it breaks this level, I'll be looking short. But here's my order. We're going to sit at 217.55, looking for a possible bounce off VWAP because Tesla has been trending up the majority of the day. Very much sideways right now on the NQ. Mr. Kenobi, despite the fact that we've held 14.6, we really haven't done anything with it. We've been holding it, possibly setting up for a flat bottom break here if I had to guess, at least if history is any guide with respect to how we've been trading on the day. Here, look, everything into VWAP has been immediately sold off, right? All the pops on the NQ into VWAP have all been met with aggressive selling. Don't necessarily make lower lows, but you have that big move down, that consolidation sideways, and then, we could see another move down, breaking 14.6. And I said to Breno this morning when we sat down, I said, wow, look, another earnings beat. I think we're like at 80% or something like that so far of the companies that have reported have beat earnings, and we're selling off. Same thing that happened last time. NVIDIA beats double the guidance or whatever the hell they did last time, sold off 25, what was it, 25%? NVIDIA off earnings last time, 25%. Yeah, 500 to 400. Do the math, 20%. So, I mean, it seems like it's happening again. And I think that has a lot to do with yields. Yield, with the 10-year and the 2-year and the 30-year all being at that 5% and really not really slowing down. So, tough go. It's a tough go if you're long and, you know, if you're holding on the personal account like I am and you got rinsed last week and you're going to get rinsed again this week. Maybe not as bad because, you know, some other stuff is up here on the day, but yeah, it's been tough for equity longs as of late, but patience pays. Okay, here we go. We're going to come into that VWAP area on Tesla. I think we came into 56s. I'm sitting at 55s, and I should be getting the fill quite soon. There it is. So now we got the fill on TSLA, and we're going to have to watch what we do here because this could become crazy quickly. Now, where's my out? We're going to have to give it to 217.11 area. That is the bottom end of the trough. If we make a newer low, the trade is invalid, and therefore I want no part of it. But if we hold up here, let's see. Go.
Yeah, Sharif. So as the market kind of is testing near its lows, there's really one name that I'm seeing which is clearly not necessarily a short, and another earnings name on the day, Boeing here. Take a look at this, Sharif. Almost a V-shaped recovery, pretty much coming back into some of these opening prices, not too far away from it now. Only about 2 points here, and we kind of got a nice quadunk out the open, and we're reclaiming a lot of these prices here. So let's take a quick quick look left on the Boeing and just see what levels we may come up with. But the thing is, right now this opening range is quite wide, almost 190 to 180, just underneath 180 there, almost a 10-point range. What is this? So 180, 189 into 179, 178. So yeah, pretty wide range, and we're only printing right in and around that range. So that's pretty interesting here. But looking left, taking a quick look, take a look at this consolidation base right here, just underneath this 184, 185-ish area. So let's see whether or not this previous kind of support turns into resistance there, Sharif. That 185, just underneath that 185 area on the Boeing. But yeah, definitely some strong action going both ways there. How many of you have been trading?
Obi.
Bitcoin is flying.
Bitcoin
Okay, yeah, let's take a
really
quick look at Bitcoin flying. But as I pull over to that, I can see that 123 is coming right back in on the Amazon. Let's see what 123 does. Do the buyers come back in? This is kind of like that structure area just off of a weekly wick. So if we break this, we haven't seen some of these prices for quite a while there. Let me just take a quick look and show you guys. By quite a while, I mean a few months, a couple of months right there. So these prices we haven't necessarily seen since June, July, right? So actually June. So yeah, so this is the wick that I'm kind of talking about. And yeah, September. At the end of September, we obviously printed these prices. But if we break this wick, is what I'm saying. The prices, if we break this wick, we haven't seen since June, May or June of this year. So that 123 definitely kind of a key structural area on the long-term chart when it comes to Amazon. But yeah, let's take a quick look at BTC, as Sharif was pointing out. Let's take a look at what BTC is doing. 35.
Yeah, I got to tell, because Brendo just messaged me here. BTC is moving on Russian nuclear headlines. Russian defense minister, I don't know how to say his name. We are to start training on nuclear strike.
What,
yikes.
Are they using blockchain, or like what's going on?
Like, the world doesn't need this right now. We don't need more. Oh, goodness gracious. All right, go ahead. Have a look at the technicals.
All right. Well, yeah. So as things apparently heat up, let's see what we do with some of these levels. Again, watching that 123. Okay, so that BTC, we were taking a look at that. So let's go back to this one right here. Kind of that 35 test we got on that initial push. I was talking to Wayner in the back in the evening right there, as I think he was trading some crypto names in the evening, and off of this move, which was quite crazy. We were talking about how this 35 test was definitely a bit of an exhaustion point there temporarily, and then you kind of hold that 30 thou, which was very interesting to me. You hold the 30 thou, and then you kind of inside range just underneath that 35 and that 33. So that's very interesting. Things could be kind of heating up there on the Bitcoin as we are starting to wind back up. Again, I talked about this multiple times. I was looking for a distinct push below this 15, and we just held on top of this 15, and now we've kind of done over 100% off of that area on the BTCs. But you know what? Every cycle kind of has a pretty hard quadrunk before it kind of restarts again. So maybe we wait for that nice capitulatory move once again on the crypto cycle. And it would seem as if thank you, as if that 123 is knocking on the door right there on the Amazon as we push into that 14.6. Like I said, it's well within consolidation range since the open here on the NQs. Kind of what is this, 14.680, kind of these highs and these lows right on top of that 14.6, and we're just chopping and churning just inside of this range for now. Now, whether or not the range break here will definitely be telling. Take a look at that 123 quadrunks right through that level, giving you about 20 pennies right away, pushing into the 80s, and we are already short. So let's see how well this price action does in and around this 123 level. We talked about how it's a structural break on the weekly. So let's see how this comes into fruition. That 14.6 also getting violated on the NQs there, Sharif. Newer lows. So next thing I'm watching is, what is the ES up to? Is the ES going to break some lows as well and give us some more pressure and add fuel to the fire, because we are hot right now.
All right, here we go, baby. This is what we did. We took this dip off VWAP. One little out here, one little out there. That's a quarter, and then we get a half for a loser of 50 pennies here through the break of 217. We tried to take that VWAP trade on TSLA, profitable on some, on half, not profitable on the other. We're out of that one, and this one is no longer valid to me because it did make a newer low. So here was the low that we were working off last time, that 217.12, and now we dipped south of 217 Kenobi, 216 high 80s. Is where we're dealing with now. News coming in, we could, I don't know, I think we could really see southward action here on the market. Let me see something about this whole Russia thing. Let me see if there's anything on my blotter. Russia. Yes, it's Russia tests its ability to deliver a massive retaliatory nuclear strike.
Interesting.
Lovely. I'm just making
so
sure.
What I guess the first thing I'd be looking at would be LMT, RTX.
Yeah, you got to look at some of
the
war names here. I think that's a good move.
So it did cover a little bit here, just underneath that 123. That 123 is holding for now. Okay, so I just want to cover a little bit more if we can kind of dip back into this, and we will be good to go for potential ads. If they do come in, if you're going to give me that price, if you can just, okay, well, if that's not going to do that, let me, you know what, I'm going to wait a couple more seconds there, Sharif. What's going on with you?
I'm just...
Are you in any positions there?
No. Okay. I was looking at myinvesting.com app, the Bank of Canada, which is essentially our version of the Fed, has decided to hold interest rates put at 5%, citing the weak consumer and relatively deflating prices. I don't know, probably most of you don't care about this, but there was a little bit of a tit-for-tat exchange between our governor here, the Bank of Canada Governor Tiff Macklem, and some of the premiers who are essentially the governors of our provinces. Some of the governors or the premiers were telling him, please don't raise rates. We don't need any more hiking because the consumer squeezed this, that, and the other. And then he responded and he said, you don't tell me what to do, right? This is not a political thing. I'm the Bank of Canada governor. I decide what happens. And so there was some back and forth stuff. going on in the last few weeks. And today he decided that, well, there's not going to be any more rates. So we'll hold put at 5. I mean, I don't know if you've looked, but some of these 5-year fixed mortgages at like TD and Royal Bank and all RBC or whatever for our American friends, like 7.25%, 7.5%, man.
Damn.
Right? It's like half a point below the American 30-year fix, which is like 8 something now, or it was last week anyway. So no positions for me at the moment. Keeping an eye here on the market. We're in a full. We're not doing that well on the market. We're holding 14.6 for now. But as Obi mentioned, we made a new low. 14.596 3/4 is the low on the day. It is now time to bring in the trusty 6, or if you include these two on the side over here, this is the NQ. That's the ES. Let's talk. Lion, whatever you want to talk about. Very interesting level where it's at right now. Look at this former area of resistance, this 350 area, 346. This takes us to the pre-market, less volume. I realize that, but the fact that we're stopping and holding this area currently on LIAN is a little bit bullish. This is an interesting area at which to start a position. It's the $0.50 level. There is support for this $0.50 psychological level on the actual price action of the chart. That takes us from around 7:30 to around 8, so about half an hour of resistance at that level. Look at the wicks. They're all sold off. The wicks don't mean as much to me as the closing prints do. So this is a very interesting area. And then we dealt with that area again, 9:30 and 9:45 when we couldn't break that 950 area. And then boom goes the dynamite at 10:25. We break through that area and now we're back at it. So this could be an interesting area to get long on LIAN. Looks good to me here. I'm going to be patient. There it is, going off that 50 area, 354 or so. It's currently trading at. That's on my watch list.
Yeah, Sharif. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I thought you were done.
You need say something important. Go ahead.
No. I didn't mean to cut you off there. I thought you were finished talking.
No, I've got 5 more to talk.
Go for it. Go for it.
All right,
I heard the pause and I was like,
Oh, it's all good. INM was a big boy mover yesterday, Mr. Kenobi. It's I kept that on my chart. I thought maybe we'd see $1 again. It's done bupkis, so INM, not much to say on that one. DCA, this is the one that was up like 80-something%. It's up 16% now, rejecting off that 1350. And this one, it has been quite illiquid. So I'm not going to trade this one, but I did want to mention it for anybody following along. PRZO having a nice little day there. 930 came in and it started moving. This one was a former runner from a couple of days ago. I thought it was forming a bull flag here north of VWAP, and now it's south of VWAP, and it puts it on my S list because, well, I don't take these small cap gappers north. I don't take them long if they are south of VWAP. It's trying to break through at that $1.95 area, but the volume is really declining at the moment, so I don't have too much good to say about this. Affirm, not a small cap gapper, but definitely volatile, heavily shorted, has a catalyst. We saw this. What was a French company again called, Neil? Okay, huh? Worldline.
Yes.
Thank you, Adara.
Oh yeah,
Adara
that news
comes
from
in
this
hot
morning.
with that. Yeah, Worldline, some French finance company coming out with not a hit piece, but they're talking badly about the buy now, pay later space. PayPal, Upstart, Affirm, Square, all down on the day. Looks as if there's some fraud issues and some demand issues with respect to that space. So Affirm taking it on the chin today, Mr. Kenobi. How much is it down? I'll tell you in 1 second. Where is my fintech play? Yeah, 12.75% Affirm on good volume, 11 million shares.
Wow. Sorry, this is quadunking, man.
You're in a print factory.
The selling is absolutely insane through that 15.6. Like I'm just going crazy. I don't mean to cut you off, bro,
oh, man,
but like
it's more important.
the tape like wipes down below the bids. The bids getting wiped in the book, and I'm just like 20, 30 pennies. Very, very distinct selling right there on Amazon as I watched the book get absolutely rocked, or the buyers at least get absolutely rocked there. I said I was going to be a little patient there on that 123 hold. I cover a bit on top of it, and then we do get that quadunca below that 123. So a little impatient on that one. That's again, it's like these minutia that like make such a huge difference, and I'm realizing it's just like the fine line that stands between having a decent win versus having just a mediocre win. But it seems like this. Thanks, man. Again. I wouldn't call it great, but I'd say it's a work in progress. Definitely something I got to work on there. Maybe talking about getting a little more aggressive through that 123 fail. We saw how it happens when you can't really carry above that 123 and you come right back in, and the book gets wiped 50 pennies, right? So clearly, multi-time frame level, kind of a structural level on the weekly, a lot of confluence in and around that 123. And yeah, definitely we were talking about how confluence can really give you a nice umph on a trade idea that you may already have. So yeah, so about I guess about 2 points in the money right there on this position. But where's the size? Gave most of it up over here on top of the 123. So again, can be much better with this trade. Still have a lot to work on there, Sharif. But something that I did want to point out was, remember, Sharif, I forget who it was, but somebody talked about charting the SPY on Monday. Remember that?
Yeah.
And we defined some levels. So I pulled up the SPY again today, Sharif.
And what happened?
And I was just like, wow, take a look at, like, I wasn't here yesterday, but we talked about these levels on Monday, right? And we said how some of these Fridays levels were pretty distinct, and then Monday's levels as well. Take a look at this. That 424 acts as a resistance, triple top right there, 425. And then you come back in, that 421, kind of that core of price action. Take a look at what we did with that price out the open, Sharif. Boom, straight slaps to the downside. 420 comes in, and then you chop and churn around the lower end of this range. So the SPY on the weekly, definitely a lot more tame than the rest of the market, giving us maybe some direction here. Let's see what we do. We broke a key level, quite a key level, that 123 and that 122 incoming. I was watching pre-market. We were doing some significant R-vol in the pre-market, so I was like, maybe some multiples of ATR are on the plate today for Amazon, and that definitely has come into fruition as we've done about almost 2x, definitely over 1x ATR, almost 2x ATR there on the Amazon for the day. Well, we'll be coming into it quite hot if we get pretty close to that 120, 122-ish area today. So let's see how far we get. 420 on the SPYs is something I'll be watching very closely. 420, kind of a level of interest as well. We did violate it. What was this? This was on Monday. We did violate through that 420, but as of right now, we are making relatively higher lows. So that 420 could come in as a level of interest. So as we kind of rebid back up, I don't want to, as Neil likes to say, look a gift horse in the mouth for too long. So I should probably piece off of this position right now there, Sharif.
I don't know, man. I like that trade. I don't know. I think we're 14.6 is definitely in view here. It's trying to reclaim it on the NQ, but if we can continue to trend down, I think you're going to see more profits on that, Mr. Kenobi. All right, Affirm. I finished my little spiel on that one. It's a tough go here. It's holding the general 17 area, 1696 the low, but holding 17 for now. The daily look on Affirm. I mean, that 1350 is where a lot of the volume took place, and it's 1350. It's basically the support area that we've had essentially since around May. So makes its way down there. I'll be looking for a possible swing long, but for now, nothing really on Affirm. The last one that I want to talk about here is Boeing. BA having itself a day, despite missing on earnings. It's up 1.25%. But it had a big move down initially. You know, essentially what they're saying is they're not going to be able to deliver as many 737-800 Maxes as they wanted to or they had predicted earlier in the year. That doesn't bode well for their customers. There seems to be a lot of demand for this short-haul aircraft. They won't be able to make them. They pointed the finger at Spirit Aerosystems. Spirit Aerosystems pointing the finger at some of their subcontractors as well. It's a he said, she said type situation. In any event, we do have a bit of a top here at 185. Having trouble clearly breaking this 185 area locally here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6 candles now have rejected off that 185 area. We'll see if we can break and stay above 185. If we do, we can squeeze to about 189.5 or so. That is the higher end of the range from the pre-market. Yeah, we're obviously way above anything that we traded at yesterday. So I'll be looking to see if we can get above the 185 area. In fact, I like it so much. Here I am. I'm going to put a 185.10 alert to let me know when we've cleared that area. I may want to get involved in BA, up now 1.42%. Not a bad day for Boeing here. Off what could just be, you know, honestly termed as suspect earnings. The other thing I want to talk about before we send it back to the Kenobi is Softy. Mr. Softy does have some sort of catalyst here. There is an event going on at the moment with Activision and Xbox, which could, you know, spell some sort of move up for Microsoft. We're not seeing really here anything showing that it's going to trend up. Like, it's still up 2 1/3, but the majority of the move on the day after the bell has been down and to the right with lower lows and lower highs. I don't know what to make of this. The Chilean nightmare, I'm going to call him now, Fabian. So he sent that to me in the group chat there. He's like, this could be a catalyst. Shout out to Fabian. And yeah, he's in Bitcoin, and Bitcoin is having itself a day, Mr.
Oh yeah,
We're
for
about
sure.
to break 35,000 again.
Bitcoin
Anyway.
moving around, man. Do you think that's playing a little bit of a part in this equity market move there? Because when the cryptos get to moving, I think that sometimes it has had an effect in the past, but I don't know if that effect is kind of coming back in. As take a look at this, we talked about kind of this consolidation on the NQs on top of that 14.6, and it seems like we're kind of leaking below. We're pushing to the downside there, and Amazon making new lows as well. Kind of about to just this point marking about 2 points in the money right there. Let's see, like I said, let's see what we do with that 122. 123 break was quite distinct, a significant structural break with a multi-time frame level there, kind of a monthly low, weekly low as well. So maybe we get a couple points of selling off of that, off of a distinct level break. Clearly, the NQs are giving us tailwind as well. Same with the ES. We talked about the NQ has already broken its opening consolidation range low, but the ES is still kind of holding well above it. So that's definitely something, just like a nuance to keep in mind, I think. Yeah, let's see how far we can kind of really push through this level. TQ is already breaking as well, but not really distinctly. Yeah, let's see what happens here, Sharif. Let us know in the chat what other names you guys are trading. Clearly, like I know I'm focused on Amazon, surprise, surprise, but there's other names that I like to trade as well, right? I know I missed PayPal out the open off of that same news. I think, was it World Vision? Yeah, so World Vision News. I kind of posted it.
World Vision's a charity, bro.
Sorry, was it
Worldline?
Worldline.
I
sorry.
love it.
The world, the world company or whatever it is. But yeah, so they pointed out a few tickers. I think it was Upstart, Affirm, Square, and PayPal was the last one. And all of those doing some significant RVOL in the pre-market. And I took a look at them after the opening session, kind of like after the first two 15-minute candles were printed, and I saw that we had quite a quadunk right off the open on both of them, PYPL right there. Let's take a quick look. So yeah, straight selling right off the open, kind of a pre-market low break as well. 52 comes in real hot, stays below VWAP, and take a look at this now, right, Sharif? We're continuing to make new lows. Same thing with Affirm. Now the other ones I didn't necessarily see quite a similarity there. Square did sell off, and what was that last one there? Upstart, right? Upstart was the one that was least kind
These
of
are
looking
heavily
like
shorted names, by the way.
Oh, of course, yes. Yeah. So definitely catching quite a bit of a sell on some significant news out the open. I was talking to Max. I was just like, this could very well. Yeah, this could very well be the low-hanging fruit for the day, where these companies have a very strong catalyst, and it's a European catalyst where those markets have already closed, and they got quite a bit of a sell-off off of that news, and we're getting affected by those. So maybe some European players shorting some of these names as well, trying to catch a bigger piece of that catalyst, right? So increasing market share as
There's
well.
a couple of things here. Boeing just absolutely tanked the $1.50 right there. I don't know what the hell is going on with this stock. I ended up getting stopped out for almost $1 loser, quite frankly. That was a big move through 185 and an equally aggressive move down. We'll talk more about that, though. Neil, he's at the big desk. He's got lunch money. Take it over.
Take it easy, guys.
Welcome to Lunch Money, where I predictably was going to open with Boeing because obviously the last thing Sharif talks about is the first thing we're going to get to here. Look, this is all about, look, there's a lot of ideas this morning. There's a lot of things to trade today. You try to narrow down the best you can, but Lunch Money is about what is happening now and for the rest of the session. What can you set up, trade at lunchtime, trade in the afternoon, trade into the close, or maybe set something up for tomorrow or the rest of the week. Boeing earnings, absolutely all over the place. At the end of the day, it was a huge quadrunk to the downside at the open, despite being up early in the session, and then a huge V-shaped recovery once the call was done. You just saw a pullback now, but contextually, this hasn't really moved too much out of last week's range. So if you look at the daily chart, not good. Not going to pretend it's good, but if you look at the last week's range, we've just been up and down within it. A slight break of the bottom, which did get rejected. So when you look at that pullback that was just mentioned by Sharif, it's still in the midst of a very strong V-shaped recovery. Now, where it ran into resistance, 185, you can see at the open, right at 930, there was a dip into 185. That level briefly, very, very briefly held, came right back into 186.70. Then you got a flush into the downside with a slight stop at 185. So I think just a bit of a rejection of that open area here is what happened on the breakout. This is put up or shut up. If it does not hold on to 184, you could easily gap fill back into the downside, but it's still, that's a very bullish move. Back up, like you'd like to see it hang on to this, go scalping, and then break out the top on what could be a 180. Unfortunately, that liquidity grab underneath 185, or sorry, above 185, is taking it the other way. So you want to see a break in one direction or the other from here. You know, when I sat down, obviously when I was going over this, it looked like you were taking out the top. It's still not through support, so that's in theory still in play. Like you could bounce from here, retake 185, and then you go. But if it's a flat bottom break, it's a flat bottom break. So I'm not here to tell you that you have to be going in one direction off a consolidation like this. I think that's crazy, but I want to give a chance for that long if it can get back above 185. The market's going to dictate a lot of that as well. I mean, you can only buck the trend of like the ES for so long. At some point, if we were to continue any rollover to the downside, I could see that gap fill coming back in. But I do know if the market has legs, then Boeing back through 185 after that V-shaped recovery, I'd be all for it. And that's just not biasly talking about the fact that I hope it goes to the upside in the long term, but that thing needs 200 to regain momentum in my eyes. It needs at least $200 to regain momentum on the daily chart, if not the weekly. What a move in Bitcoin. I mean, if you were looking at Riot or Mara, maybe I'll actually start with a Mara for you guys. The test of 35,000, retest of 35,000 was absolutely huge. You briefly saw Mara break up and take $10 again, and lower high got put in. A couple of things, candidly, I did short this move to 10, and I'm out of most of it in front of 980. And you look at this, there's double top, there's a consolidation for the rip. Like this hold is almost perfect for a higher low long. Make sure you follow what's going on in Bitcoin. But that is it's a good retracement play back into 980. But at the same time, that is a nice area to go for a long, stop out 975 on Mara. Coinbase, so you see the breakout, the pullback, holding previous highs for support. That's all bullish on Mara. That's not what you see on Coinbase. I mean, Coinbase in the midst of that bounce, tried very meekly to get above 81, failed right here at just above 82, and is barely getting off the schneid. So if Bitcoin fails 85, look for short in coin. So if we don't break that 35 or start rolling over from it, I mean, does that look like a strong chart to you? I mean, I don't think it looks like a strong chart. When I look at what just happened in Riot and Mara, when I look at the chart of Bitcoin, I don't understand how this can be a long unless something really extreme happens in the next hour or so, taking out 35,000, and then maybe this can get back to the upside and join the party. It's putting in higher lows, which is about the only bullish thing that it's doing right now. It's channeling to the upside while things are breaking out in its space. So you could, and I emphasize the could, I think I'd rather play the long in the explosive names where it's an easier trade, at least an easier setup. You could be just buying the dips off these little support areas and scalping it in the hopes that it joins its brethren. That is certainly a play out there. I'd rather look for any rollover in Bitcoin, any rollover in the crypto names, just take the consolidation short wherever it happens to lie in Coinbase. So that's more of a reactionary play for me there. Relative strength and weakness is what it's all about a lot of times. And I think you got to focus on that. When you're trying to find opportunities in the afternoon, at lunchtime, you want to be prepared for both directions. And I find that if this happens on Bitcoin, these are the longs I like this as a setup. If we fail 35, this is a short I like this as a setup. Instead of, I know what's going to happen at 35,000 Bitcoin. If I knew that, then I would just make a play on BTC. Tesla. You know, for a hot minute, Tesla was looking really, really good. I mean, like, not kind of good, but really good. Higher lows all the way up, double top at 220, gonna break out, should have broken out, the market couldn't go, Tesla back into the bottoms. Now, at least one caveat here with Tesla, there was a lot of barcoding going on yesterday at the close. It just could not seem to move that much. Like, here it is. Like, you're just not really going anywhere every time we get to this 216 area. Like, it has a way of consolidating all the time. There's been some breakouts, but those are pretty shallow there. So as you get into it, and then at the end of the day, it was absolute nonsense. So aftermarket, nothing. End of the day, nothing. It's just something about 216 has a lot of gravity towards it. So as we speak, you're underneath clearly this little breakdown area here, and then morning range, that was your higher low at the 216. You have a chance to hold the bottom at 214.5, but if Tesla never recovers this 216, I don't like the way that this looks. From going that strong into a reversal, it's hard not to favor the south side of the trade underneath that 216 number. And just one other one, because I always like talking about these as a pair. That's Rivian. If Rivian wants, there we go, Rivian wants to load. If you're looking for an EV name, maybe a little bit weaker, that's already broken the low, then Rivian's your cup of tea. Because triple bottom, quadruple bottom, broke the low, retesting it as we speak. The bounce was off 17 even, so it's got a 17 flat bottom break, a 17 even break in store as well. So I do like this one for some weakness. If it never gets back and pops VWAP, I think you can take this one in the 20s with a reasonable risk reward. Just a little bit weaker of a name than Tesla. And then when you look at the daily chart, the other thing Rivian has going for it is the stair step down. Just recently broke these lows from after the billion raise, and the consolidation. I think when you have a consolidation like this under, give it a chance to get to the bottom at 16. So I would favor shorts as long as this isn't busting 1775. I'm favoring shorts. That sets it up for, you know, consolidation short, a pop into VWAP, just a trend short here. I don't think we see 1775 today, but I don't think you wait till that to get out if the market starts going to the upside. But I'm looking short on Rivian, just the manner of weakness that it's giving you. Cannot ignore all of the earnings names today, can we? Teladoc. Shout out to you-know-who. Hey, Teladoc is challenging the highs of the day because obviously, clearly this is the one that has to be making highs. This is the one that is setting up like it's breaking out because why? I'm going to guess 15% short float, and the daily chart is a dumpster fire. So a lot of times when you have a move like this going into earnings, stock is beaten up, I could pull the daily chart back further, but it's lunchtime. I don't want anyone to lose their lunch if I show you the daily chart going back 2 years. So we'll just leave it at here, and you can pretend like 35 is actually a reasonable high on Teladoc. It's not. So you have broken down here, flat bottom break through 18. Some short covering is the reason I believe this rally is happening on Teladoc. No question about it in my mind. This is short covering. This is earnings that were actually, they weren't from expectations, they weren't that bad. I mean, they're not good earnings, but they were able to do well versus expectations. So you get some short covering. You are once, twice, thrice, 4, 5, 6 times testing 1750. What level should we trade here? Okay, liquidity grabs over 1750. It's broken. It hasn't gone more than 10 cents. That gives you the chance to short 3, 4, 5 with 10 cents of risk, pulling back into 1730. This high here, going back to about 1050 just before we sent you guys off to the midday. Support, support. It's just an obvious scalp trade. And if it clears 1760, it's a squeeze to 18. You worry about that when it's done. But for now, it's a very good looking range bound trade. It even gave it to you during the chaos of this morning. That's how good the levels were. So don't get too complicated about this one. If you're trading Teladoc, the scalp trade's right there for you throughout lunchtime. If we go nowhere but sideways, then let this get you in and out and in and out. It looks like someone's, like this is so steady at the same levels. It's almost as if someone's manipulating it. To me, that's just obvious technical levels when no one has any conviction in either direction, so you play inside of the range if that's your cup of tea. Speaking about sense of direction, Apple was headed up for most of the day. Again, super, super strong name, was looking great, and another rollover. I want to give Apple the benefit of the doubt. After that turn, I look over this daily chart, and there's another reason I want to give it the benefit of the doubt. You're holding that 200 period. You bounced off it once. It looks to me like you're bouncing off it again today. When you look at that, I understand it's reverse trend. So a lot of times I'll look at Tesla and say, yeah, you're looking for shorts. Once it reverses trend, it never held on to 172. You should be looking for the short. But that bounce off the 200 period a second time, I just have to give it a chance if we head down to that low. So I love the 200 period moving average on the daily. I find when there's support there, there's a lot of big money that buys that kind of a level. So Apple's there at 171. Acknowledging the fact that there was a very clear change in the trend on Apple today, I still like a 171 bounce, at least in that area on Apple. You got to be very patient for it. I'm not saying get in now. I'm not saying get in 171.50, but allow it to get down to that support level and try to hold. When you got a major moving average in front of you, it can give you a little bit of help as well. And then we go back to, hey, it's not just about who reported, it's about who's going to report. And who do we have coming up? We still have some big names. One of them is going to be Meta. Like everything else, I'm not here to tell you that it was pretty at the open. But the interesting thing is, look how clean, I could draw a trend line, but you guys can see the imagination here. Look at how clean this trend is down on Meta while still hanging on to the opening range first higher low support at about 305. So it's holding on to this 305 area. You've got a very clear trend to the downside, which is broken at about 305.50. As a matter of fact, any consolidation in here above 305.50, and that looks like a bit of a recovery play. We have seen the reversal on a name reporting after hours, right? And sometimes it's just whichever direction it happens to be going. If it's trending down, then risk off can be people getting out the other way. And when you throw in the fact that Alphabet already had strong advertising numbers, that was some of the good points about their earnings, a lot of that does lend to, okay, well, if you were swinging Meta, recently it was a short off the top on the daily, right back into support off 300, and that's a 50-period moving average. So I can see some covering going into the afternoon. So I'm looking for that trend reversal on something like Meta for scalp trades into the long. Sometimes that's just how it is. Risk off. I'm always thinking of who's the counterparty, like who's the weak hands in front of earnings, the ones that are the most recently in position. And a lot of that, to me, would be either consolidation longs, which might want to gamble on 300, or anybody short up top. It's like, why not take a shot and cover some of that? Bank your profits on something like a Meta. Can't really, look, we have to talk about Alphabet here. We have to talk about Google. And Alphabet today, look, I don't think it was that bad, the report, but we all understand, and we went over this already in the morning show about cloud, the comparison to Microsoft, the fact that they're the third wheel, the growth that wasn't as impressive, and that this is the space with AI, the cloud is where they're going to need to have that continuous and more rapid growth. if they're going to keep up and justify their valuation. So as impressive as all the numbers are, if you're looking at future growth and what you're going to pay a multiple for, all that good stuff, they didn't pull it off in cloud, so that's why you're down 9%. It's an extreme number for Alphabet, and it's hanging on to some support on the daily chart. When you look at that 127 area, it did breach multiple times today. It's underneath it right now, so it's not as if it's looking all that great. However, we're here to look at what's going on here. Liquidity grab under 26, bounce off 26, bounce off 26. If this gets right, remember, when it gets to 127 on the daily chart, that is that previous support level. If it does not break this, it's probably a short off 127.5. But look at the 126. Just respect the fact that that is going to be the bottom. If you're anchored off the 127 level, then that's proven to be a $1.50 range in either direction. And these levels on the daily, they're never really that clean. It's generally a price area when it comes to Alphabet. Doesn't seem to want to be 10% down. I would tend to agree with that, but you're not going to have any kind of wild V-shaped recovery unless you get buying above the 127 level, which has not happened. So this is more of a scalp trade than anything else. I also feel that if Meta starts going, if there's some risk off in Meta into the afternoon, that could pull Google upside as well, sort of dragged along with it. So you get those two. You have the fact that Apple has a chance to hold this bid support. That's what's going to give the market some juice this afternoon. I think it's got to be those three names. That's why we're focused on them. Do not sleep on something like a Teladoc as well if you're looking for relative strength. That's literally at the high of the day, which most things aren't. So a lot of ideas out there for you for lunch money. You really can pick and choose. Just about everything that reported is giving you a trading opportunity. And we're just beginning the heavy hitters in earnings season. I mean, come on. We got Meta. We got Amazon still to come. We haven't even got to the big chip names. It's going to be a wild one. But for now, that's been lunch money. Let's go right back to the desk. We got Sharif and Adara.
Thank you very much, Neil. Insightful as always. Welcome, Adara.
Hello.
Hola.
Happy to be here.
You have a very interesting trade on Tesla that I know you want to talk about.
I do want to talk about my Tesla trade. Thank you. I'm going to start with the Apple trade I'm currently in. Have to say I love where we got in here. Look at this mid candle wick. Other than the dark pool would be bottom of the wick action here. I got it right as it dipped to 170, 64, and then we swooshed to the upside. I was like, thank God we got in where we did. Staying in for now because we're holding that 71.80 area pretty steadily. We're having a little bit of trouble getting over VWAP, so we might leave soon. But I don't mind this trade right now. We are seeing, higher lows here, slightly higher highs. Trying to make a bit of a rebound here. So still negative on the day, but definitely one that I have my eye on right now. I mean, obviously I'm in it, so have my eye on it. But anywho, I also like to talk about Tesla. Over here, Mr. Stressla, although today he actually proved to be a bestla for me right now. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit. Yeah, so I really liked where I got in here. This is basically like right where I sat down to get in. I was keeping my eye on Tesla all day. We were seeing, these slightly higher highs, just play around VWAP. I got in around 218.20 because I was noticing we had some support there. Hopped in, jumped in, got in on the ride here, and then I set 3 stops, got in, all just a little bit above 219 for all of these. Very happy, profitable trade, no complaints here. So I got in a second time, basically got out. You can't really see here, but I got out basically exactly where I got in. We were taking a little bit too long to get running, so I literally lost, we got into 1850, we got out to 1850. So we didn't lose anything, but then I was noticing I got out too early because we were still seeing some support. So I just decided to scalp kind of up and down the wick here. Made a couple pennies here, no complaints, but definitely all profitable trades on Tesla. I do, however, have to address, regrets. My friend NVIDIA, we did not lose too badly on this. I also should add, and I'm not looking at NVIDIA for the rest of the day because we took that steep swoop to the downside. Basically, so let me see. So yeah, so we made a little bit of profit, honestly, on both of these trades. We got half the shares out in a good place, and the rest out we lost a little bit on. I did not realize it was NVIDIA 3 times. Yeah, so this trade was successful. Second trade, not as successful. Third time, yeah, again, we got half out. I got in around 428 or 429, sorry, because we were seeing some support there. I get in, we do get half the shares out. I just missed my fill for the other half. And then the market kind of had this swoop to the downside, as you can see kind of on this candle here. Recovered a little bit, but not much. I'm happy I got out before we went back too violently, but definitely gonna stay away from NVIDIA. I had the best intentions. I was watching what we're doing in VWAP here, but in retrospect, this definitely is a retracement-ish pattern that I should have noticed. And I will atone. I will own up to that, and hopefully, I will atone and I will learn from this mistake. I also have the Gap. The Gap had an upgrade. I don't know why I was here. I should have stayed in a little bit longer because so actually I do know why I was here. What am I saying? We were basically kind of seeing, these higher highs. We did have the positive news of the upgrade. I ended up losing like a cent here. Basically what happened was we had this wick to the downside that scared me a little bit. Once we recovered and we were kind of in my area, I just got out because I honestly, there was a time where I kind of forgot I was in this trade. I was like, I'm not feeling super confident about it anymore. I do like this whole movement around VWAP. I will keep an eye on it. In the meantime, Apple seems like it's kind of pacing around where I entered. We might need to make a break for it on my friend Apple. How are your trades going?
Well, they're not bad, but we made a nice trade on Tesla and then a bad one on Boeing. Nothing right now for me. Keeping an eye on Bitcoin though, because we're at that $35,000 area again on BTC. 1,800 now on Ethereum. We were talking about, this one trying to reclaim 1,600 not that long ago. Now it's decidedly above that 1,800 level, but Bitcoin far outperforming Ethereum on the day, about double, 3% for BTC, but 1.5% there for ETH. But here we go. We did break that. Let me put in BTC here so people can follow along. We did break that $35,000 level again, but a double top here at 35,130, and then boom, we come right back down 34,774, making a rejection off that level. Not surprising, obviously. We know 35,000 is a level going back a ways. May 2022 was the last time we were up here, so it stands to reason that we do get some resistance at that level. And this is what I was talking about here on the 23rd when we broke 35,000 for the first time in I don't know how long. And but we're making higher lows, definitely. So I see the chances of us breaking above 35,000 as being pretty good at the moment. So let's see how we do.
Covering some Google.
Say that again.
Covering that Google.
The Katina man is covering the Google long, by the way. He had Google long, I believe, at 125.80-ish area, and now that will be covered. So let's see how that trade ends up doing. Let's bring in the side chart here and look at Google. It's doing okay. I mean, it's not bad. Obviously, it got rinsed earlier today and yesterday. With those big moves down. Guys, we closed out at 139 yesterday, and we've been singing Google's praise for a while, saying it, is outperforming the market, this, that, and the other, and, it ends up giving the ghost big time, both after the market yesterday and today at the bell. Look at that big huadunk off that buck 30 and a half that we were dancing with in the pre. All right, this is a look on Google on the daily. Let's have a quick look here. So we did make a newer low, and that's not what you want to see. There is a trough that I would have earmarked for a level of support at that 128 3/4. If you were to take the bottom look of that, it's about 127 1/3, and we have printed far below that 125 1/3 is a low of day today. But we're definitely, still holding that uptrend. It's just this is the only concern over here, that lower low that we made on GOOGL. Can't even get that right. Yeah, but Google, it's doing well right now. I'm just hesitant to take anything long. I gotta tell you the truth. We're below 14.6, and we've been making newer lows all day. So anything long right now is going to be automatically suspicious to me. In fact, I'm looking short, which I typically don't because I'm a long bias trader. But we're going to have to look and play the hand that we're dealt. And today, I think the majority of things are likely to be short. Let's look at some small cap gappers. I negated to add ASPA to my small cap gapper list, and I'm not sure why, because it is a
I
big.
noticed that one earlier too. Yeah.
It just hasn't done that much volume, Adara, about 1 3/4 million shares, but it's a big 157.94%. That's not small. It's just the liquidity on this one is super suspect. About a $79.89 million market cap. The float on this boy Whew. Micro, 682,000 shares in circulation at the moment. What does this company do? Arbri SPAC. Okay, so it's a SPAC. Okay, it's a SPAC. I should have known. Guys, for those who have just joined the channel, a SPAC is a special purpose acquisition company. Essentially what this is, it's another way to come to market. The other two are direct listings and IPOs. The SPAC, it becomes a blank check company where investors pool money. It trades at, typically a minimum of $10. That's not a hard and fast rule. Sometimes it closes below 10. The purpose of it is to take a private company public. It has a different mechanism by which they do that, differing themselves from direct listings and IPOs. So, I know most of our viewers know all about that, but we have new viewers every day, and I just wanted to get that out of the way. So this one obviously spent its life, most of its life at that $10 area. As early as yesterday, it was trading at about 10.5. Then the volume started picking up at around 1 o'clock. I think, when news broke out of whatever the hell the reason this is moving, we'll get to that in a second. And there you go. Now we're getting the big boy moves up. 38.40 HOD at the moment. We're trading at 32.90, 33. The spread is wide on this one, so do be careful. That has a lot to do with the fact that it hasn't done enough volume on the day. So the reason this one's moving higher is Arbri SPAC shares are trading higher after the company announced its stockholders approved of the proposed merger with DLQ. Is DLQ that solar company?
I feel like I've heard the tickers.
What the hell is DLQ? It's not even listed.
Oh.
Maybe it's not a public company? SunPower? What is it? DLQ, Katina, man. DLQ. Is that? It's not a stock. What the hell is this? All right, let's read a little bit about what to know. Arbri held a special meeting of shareholders on Monday, late Tuesday. The company announced the shareholders approved the business combination with e-commerce and digital customer acquisition solutions provider DLQ. Obviously, it's a private company. I just finished saying it takes private companies public. The moves in shares appear to be related to the high number of investors who opted to redeem shares during the merger process. Okay, so there you go. It's taking some company called DLQ. Public, and that's the reason it's moving up, and it's an e-commerce company. We'll keep an eye on that, but I don't have a trade on it at the moment.
I am looking at Tesla for an entry point because I'm noticing some strength around 216, 60, 216.80 area. Having a bit of trouble getting a fill. I'm going to keep my eye on this one, though. I like this because we do have, slightly higher highs here, slightly higher lows. We're up on the day, on a day where the market is mostly not. I do like the kind of pattern that we have here. Again, this is not something I'd stay in. Also, we're getting towards VWAP. So this isn't something I would stay in like super long term. We would scalp it, but I'm very intrigued. I'm going to keep my eye on that. In the meantime, we got out of our friend Apple just before it hit VWAP. Probably could have stayed in a little bit longer, but honestly, we were getting to a point where it seemed kind of dicey. So I wanted to take what profit I could. Bang, bang, bang. Kind of took it all around that 170, 180, 170, 170 area. No complaints here. Wish I could have gotten out a little bit earlier, a little bit higher, but c'est la vie, it is what it is. We made profit. I still stand by, where I got in here. I can't complain. If this name kind of continues to show some form of movement up and towards VWAP, I might hop back in. In the meantime, another VWAP play that I've been keeping my eye on, I tried to get into earlier, but I could not get filled, unfortunately, is Netflix. Netflix still positive on the day. Honestly, I'm going to zoom out a little bit, and we'll switch to a 10-minute. I kind of love the movement here. We're seeing, VWAP is definitely a point of contention. We are, again, like Tesla, positive on a day where the market is not positive. Volume is pretty good. For a stock like Netflix, the spread is 10 cents, so not bad. I've been kind of looking at it in that 413.5, just below 414 area. I'm going to pull the book for this one up on the side so I can reflect, keep an eye on that. I am definitely intrigued by Mr. Netflix, and I do think, honestly, it could still be an earnings play. This one, I haven't seen any specific news. I'm going to check on that. But this one did report earnings alongside Tesla after market close last Wednesday. Apparently, progress in ad strategy supports more balance in revenue growth. This is just someone analyzing the Q3 2023 earnings. So it looks like this is still an earnings play. Either way, I am intrigued. I'm going to keep an eye on it. Another one, earnings related, that is not from today, from yesterday, I want to check on is Spotify. Yeah, no. I like, I was intrigued. I don't super love what's happening. Although we are seeing, I guess, slightly higher highs here. I'm going to keep this one up on the side chart. I was trading this one yesterday. We did have strength after those really strong earnings. It was up at one point like 11% on the day, Spotify. Well, it doesn't look like it's having quite the same performance, but we'll see if there's a bit of a rebound or a correction here. I will keep my eye out. In the meantime, Tesla still looks pretty strong. I might dip my toe in the water there.
Cool. Trying to take Boeing here for a ride. I was feeling it was curling. There we go. Nicely in the money, about 50 pennies in the money now on BA. Let's see if we can get a nice move up. 2 beak wetters so far. There we go. This was so volatile, this stock. My God. We got rinsed on it before lunch money and sent it to the Neil. But now it's coming in and knocking on the door of that 184 again. It's trading in the 90s. We have a 187 high. But I would say to you that, the real break here is at 185.50. Right, because it was a consolidation area that we dealt with all across here. We couldn't break it. Now I'm kind of getting it on the back end again. Let's see if we can run up. The out is the break of 183, not a penny more on this name. Up 0.75 or 77, whatever it is at whatever second I'm speaking. This one had bad news. I think the market was really buying this off the fact that the news wasn't as bad as they anticipated. Now, we've been hearing a lot about them going back and forth with Spirit Aerosystems. Their main, it's basically their main contractor where they essentially source out the production of a lot of these parts. And Spirit also has contractors as well. And so it's a kind of a multi-chain system there, which is expected for something as big as Boeing. They had not been doing as well. They haven't been able to deliver as many airplanes despite the fact that there has been ample demand from carriers, whether domestically or internationally, as a result of, more consumer demand for travel because of the lockdowns. You guys get the story. But Boeing isn't able to deliver. And so I think that the market was looking here and saying, oh, it's not as bad as we thought. And hence why it ran up 3 some odd percent on the day, retracing back in now about 0.7% to the good. Gonna really gun for that 185 level, but we'll have to take 184 decisively before we really start looking at 185, curling a little bit here. Let's see what else is moving. Wow, I can't believe we almost hit 4,200 on the ES today. Oof. The ES is down another percent, 4,222 low on the ES. Yeah, Dan's just saying in that chat, we thinking alike, man. NQ below, IB low, ES trading at IB low. Markets have not found sellers yet. Have not found forced sellers yet. It's a tough couple of days, and you need only look at my long-term portfolio to know that, Adara. But we'll keep an eye on and see what else is going on here. Boeing's doing okay. I talked to you about a couple of small cap gappers before lunch money. Nothing really happening here except this PRZO decided to go. And as I come back into it, just to talk about it, it starts giving up the ghost right back at that $2 area. I wonder if this is a good area of support for PRZO. I don't even know what the catalyst is on this one. Let's have a look quick here. Nothing. Okay.
I'm seeing some people suggesting a war catalyst in the chat. I couldn't find anything specific.
On PRZO?
Yeah, that's what I saw.
What the hell does this company do? Israel-based aerospace company.
Okay.
Makes sense. Okay, that makes ample sense. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we did get into Mr. Stressla. I was loving, we got it. I really like where I got in here. 216.70, was noticing some support there. Gonna set, a couple stops, try to plan my outs here because I have a feeling when this runs, it will run. I would like to get everything out just around that VWAP area. That would be the end goal. Yeah, I like to set my stops in thirds, so we have little tiny beak wetters or profit takers along the way. Shout out to Sharif, beak wetting. But yeah, I like the movement here. We are seeing lots of support in that high 216 area, so I like where I entered. And we're gonna let Tesla do his thing 21. Still have my eye on Netflix as it kind of dips back towards VWAP. I'd like to see, once we get below VWAP, I'd like to see, some, actually no, we're still up. I have the 3-minute on my side charts. That's why I'm a little confused. Oh, let me switch to a 5-minute. There we go, yeah. So so in the 5-minute, we're dipping a little bit. I'd like to see what it does kind of around this VWAP area. The one thing that concerns me is I'm seeing slightly lower lows and yeah, lower lows and higher low or lower highs. So not, not super loving the movement, but again, this would definitely be a scalp. I do think within the range, there's some room to play for the type of trading that I like to do, which is very short term. Reliable Rudy, TGT actually a decent look. Okay,
Target.
let's pull up TGT. I was looking at Walmart actually earlier because that one was positive. Oh, Reliable Rudy, I do agree. This is a decent look. I'm gonna put this on my side chart. I'm gonna switch to a 10-minute as well for some comparison here. Yeah, I mean, we're definitely, like, from what I can tell, lots of strength here, dipping a little bit, continuing to fly to the upside. 4-cent spread, so for a name like this, not too bad for me, but 1.5 mil volume. I like the chart movement. Let's see if there's any specific news here. I'm not seeing anything here. But yeah, no, I mean, it is, I'll see if there's anything on like any of those other.
What are you looking for, Dar? I'll
Target.
help you look. Okay, sure.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
I saw so Walmart is trading. I mean, I don't know if it would be trading in sympathy with
It could
Walmart
be. It could
because
be.
Walmart got a maintain a buy from Tigris, and the price target has been raised to 196. And again, like TGT continues to stay strong. Thank you,
Walmart
Reliable Rudy, for
reports
that.
too in a couple of days.
Oh, it does. Okay, that
like
makes sense
tomorrow
too.
or the day after or something like that.
Yeah,
Is Amazon tomorrow? It is. Yeah, Amazon is tomorrow, guys. Yeah, so it could be running in sympathy to that. Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt you, but go.
No, it's okay. Thank you. I'm also going to look at Walmart now as well. Okay, so Target definitely stronger than Walmart. I'd like to see what it does around VWAP here. Could be a bit of a, a dip buy, swoop to the upside. We are still positive on the day, which is definitely of note on a pretty rough trading day right now. In the meantime, I'm going to check on my Stressla as he continues to, get closer to that 217. I like this long for the time being. Yeah, I'm all happy, no complaints here. Still having my eye on the Netflix book for a good opportunity for a dip buy.
All right, we got a couple of outs here on Boeing, but it's coming into that 183 level, and if it breaks this level here and makes a newer low, we're going to cut this trade and lose, or we won't lose. Well, yeah, we will lose on the remaining amount because it'll be a 50-penny loser there. So we'll have to be patient, see what it does. Very consolidative at the moment. I'm trying to look for trades here, and some people ask me, Hampton's Trader, shout out to him. He came late to the chat today asking me if I traded ASPA. I just finished talking about it. The volume on it is a little low, not to my liking, so I'm going to stay away from that one at the moment. PRZO is the one that I may trade if the volume picks up a little bit on it too. It's also suspect, $2 name. It's only done 5.43 million shares of volume, but it is holding VWAP. It had a dip into that 195, 197 area, which is where VWAP is, and got a little bit of a bounce, but the volume super suspect on this, and I'm not gonna take any trade on here, which is not justified based on the technicals. I gotta tell you the truth. Yeah, I'm not feeling this one. It's really not doing much. Coming back into Boeing because we're about to get stopped out as it comes into that 183 level. If it breaks that level, I'm gonna have to cut this one. Very consolidative, and I was hoping that it would start curling up. Was multiple wicks south of that 183, all of which got bought up quite aggressively, and then we put in a couple of green candles. But this one, I really don't trade Boeing all that often, and it trades very aggressively. The way that it moves bunches at a time, I feel, and the spread is quite wide, despite the fact that it's done about 10 million shares, about 9.5 million shares done on the day. Quite a bit more than what it typically trades. So obviously that to be expected. In spite of all that, it is still very spready. But this is what I'm looking at here. I'm looking at the bottom. Have a look at the chart, Rammer. Yeah, this is what I'm looking at. If it breaks this level, I'm gone. And we're right back at that level again, 183-ish area. Let's see how this one does. Let's see the big caps. What's moving in big cap world? Not much. You're either moving down or you're moving sideways right now. At least that's what I see in big cap world over here. Let's have a look at the Mag 7. Yeah, it was a big move down for NVIDIA. It's down big on the day, 2 2/3. Tesla, we had a good trade on, but it's since given up the ghost and really can't break above that VWAP area. Apple's also a slave to VWAP right now. It can't break through that 172. And Amazon is the gift that keeps on giving. Shout out to the Kenobi and the Katina Man for taking that one south. And there you go, Meta making newer lows as well, coming into that 303 area. It has a 301.80 low, but look where the closing print is, right? It's north that. It's about 304. So this is the real low right now. Meta giving up the ghost. It reports tonight after the bell. We were just at almost 330 bucks, and we were talking, oh, remember when we traded Meta at $300? Well, it's right back there, baby. And yeah, so not much changing in that world. Softy, fantastic earnings. Fantastic earnings, sold off. Yeah, that's just the way it is. VWAP as well, kind of holding. Google South makes a 125 and a third low. And then it's been dancing with VWAP, but VWAP definitely holding it as a level of resistance right now around that $127 area. I said to the Katina Man when he came in today, I'm like, you adding? You adding to Google? Because that's how impressed I was with their earnings. Now, whether or not you reap the benefits of that in the short run, like in the next 3 to 6 months, or in the long run, I think you reap it nonetheless, because this company is on the right track, and we heard a lot made about this company earlier in the year, that their model was being disrupted, search isn't going to be the same. All right, just tell that to their revenue, for advertising revenue, which I talked about on the desk this morning. It's huge, huge. What is it, Katina Man? He shorted Tesla. The Katina Man took Tesla, what, 217? 216.65, and now we're at 215 and 70 something. So the market continues to make newer lows. 14.5 is a real thing. We're at 14.542 right now, the low. We could see 14.5 easily. Guys, we're at 14.8. What? $3 in the... Oh, I like that one too. $3 in the SPY.
Remix.
Short there for the Katina Man. Renata says, today, not for the longs. You are right, Miss Renata. It is a short kind of day, believe me. And I think anybody looking at the index names knows that all too well. You only need to look at the Mag 7. Hampton's Trader, I added to Google all my long-term portfolio and also to my swing account. Shout out to you, my friend. I believe in this company. This company's really impressed me with their earnings today. Let's see what Meta does. Can they rival Google in terms of ad revenue? Here's the thing, guys. When the consumer gets weak, one of the first things as like an indicator of that is ad spend, because the companies that are spending on Meta, on Google, are small and mid-cap companies with respect to advertising. If they're not seeing the bang for their buck in terms of sales generated because of ads, they're going to cut their ads right away, and you'll be able to know that. So we'll have to wait and see how this does. I mean, right now, Google didn't show any weakness. In fact, even Netflix, think back to Netflix's earnings. Their ad tier did so well because they're making more money per user off that new tier. And, you know, who did they use? Netflix. Was it Softy? They're using Softy, right? Yeah, Netflix is using Microsoft for their ads business. They're bringing in like that. I'm not sure exactly what Softy does. Obviously, they have Bing for ads, but yeah, in any event, I digress a little bit. Let's talk back about Boeing before I send it back to your girl Adara there. We're moving back up here possibly into that 184 area, but very consolidative and very just inconclusive at the moment.
Yeah, also inconclusive is so Tesla, we were dropping below. I tried to get most of my shares out here at Tesla around that just under $1 from where we got in on the downside. Here, just below that 216, and then now we're kind of looking like we're showing some traction again. I'm hesitant to take everything out, but I have set some stops along the way. Definitely don't want to stay here too much longer, but I also don't want to lose you know, more than I need to. Do you know if that makes any sense here? That's kind of what we've got going on right now in Mr. Stressla, but we do seem to have a little bit of a hard time holding above that 216. We just broke above it now. But yeah, I mean, definitely like the plan is to be out pretty soon. I have some stop set, some plans set around here, so we will see how that goes. In the meantime, Netflix is getting kind of close to where I would like to enter. In an ideal world. So I will pull up my friend Netflix. Yeah, I mean, so I'd probably like to see, like, once we get kind of below VWAP and we have a a place from which we're building the upside, I would like to wait and kind of see at what point we're going to kind of swoop to the upside. Once I see, a candle or two to the upside, I would probably get in. But honestly, like, we are seeing some patterns around VWAP. So for a short-term trade, I generally like the look of Netflix right now. Also, NVIDIA, pretty down right now on the side chart. Looking here, pretty intrigued by this. Yeah, I mean, NVIDIA is like getting close to that 423 area. Oof. Yeah, we took a sharp dive to the downside here. Giant little, swoop. Definitely not a good day for our friend NVIDIA here. See what else I have. Amazon also down about 5% right now, so I'll pull that up.
Oh my God, it's down 5%.
Yeah, it's a rough.
Wow.
Google down about 9% right now. I mean, that that name since earnings has been struggling. This is, here we are. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a strange day to trade. I'm happy, I'm trading. I feel like I learn more on the days when the market's chaotic. Do you know what I mean? Because you get to have, these experiences in these kinds of markets. If we get closer to VWAP and Google, I could be interested. But right now, there's just so much volatility that I would not want to get involved. Also, I want to take one last look at my friend Target, too, because I was looking at Target earlier. Shout out to Reliable Rudy.
Reliable.
Yeah, I mean, we're still seeing some support around here. It looks like, I'm going to switch to a 5-minute. Yeah, it looks like this area of 110.80. I'd like to kind of see what it does beyond here because we're getting a little stuck, but definitely interested. In the meantime, Tesla's still trucking above that 216. I am going to see what I want to do with my stops and my outs here.
All right. And after a nice touch there near 183.80-ish, Boeing right back into the previous support level, right at 183. But it's been holding this general level for a while. But it makes me feel like this might be an incoming flat bottom break around 183, given the state of the current market. We've been, it's been weak. Everything's been weak, whether earnings names or not on the day. It's been selling off. So we'll see what we get here. I'm not gonna just get it out for no reason. I'm waiting for the stop to trigger, but we're waiting south of 183 to get triggered out. If we do break above 184, I've got my profit takers set up there. We're already about a quarter out of the position at the moment, but looking for more. The 183 level seems to be legitimate here with respect to it being a level of support. But I also felt that 185 was a flat top breakout, and that didn't materialize. It broke through 185, almost touched 185.5, and retraced about $1.50 in the matter of seconds on this one. So the technicals maybe, they're a little trickier here on BA, at least on the day. An eye on that. Reliable Rudy, LOL. Haven't been the most reliable as of late. Been sticking to my plan, getting better every day, my friend. It is a work in progress always when it comes to trading. Shout out to you and your commitment. Really like that. Michael Lloyd, pump it. Sharif, you mean plummet it.
That's pretty good.
It's not as easy to say though. Plummet it. No, I'd rather say dump it.
Yeah, I know, because I think dump it, yeah.
Yeah. All right, what else is being talked about in the chat here? SoFi, says Villa. I haven't looked at SoFi in a while. Let's pull that up. We know that the Biden administration just extended some new program for the student loan forgiveness, I think yesterday or the day prior. What is SoFi doing on the day? It's down 4%. Nothing really for me to get excited about here on SoFi. Yesterday closed out at 7 1/3 and is trading at 709. Definitely some support at 7 with a 705 low. Yeah, SoFi not for me on the day, but for a swing, this could be, it could be quite volatile. It hasn't been as of late though. Tight range going back into August even. 9 high and a 7 low. So yeah, nothing for me to do on SoFi. Roku, says James Choi. Let's have a look at Roku. And their platform, or that we always joke about Roku on the show here, that it's kind of, loose a little bit. I don't mean to say that. It's not a good looking hourly chart, obviously, here on Roku. Let's look at what it's doing intraday. Big move down. Wow, what the hell was that move back up into 64.25, and then it's been printing south of that, giving up the ghost at 60. This is actually an interesting trade, especially if you were using 60 as a resistance level, because you broke down to 5.5 and it couldn't break back above 60. And there you go, moving right back down to 59.5. It's been stair-stepping down, making lower lows and lower highs. So it's been a nice move after that bamboozling initial print where it moved up decisively, about $2 from where it closed the day prior. No, actually closed at 61.50 yesterday, and then it shot up all the way to 64.24, but only momentarily, and then it shot right back down. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on Roku, but really no catalyst is not really going to interest me too much. Let's go back to Boeing here, because now it's dancing again at 183, and my concern is now we're putting in a series of lower highs with that flat bottom. This 183 is going to break. It's just a matter of when.
So we got out of Tesla. We got everything out just above 216. We are still kind of seeing this area just below 216 as an area of support. So if I see more support there, maybe another baby long, but I just wanted to get out for the time being. Wasn't super loving what was happening. In the meantime, trying and right now failing to get a fill on Netflix just below that 414 area here. You know, maybe I'll cancel this for now, but yeah, I mean, still keeping an eye on this area. I just kind of want to wait for a bit more of a movement upward. But we are seeing 414 as a bit of an area of support, which is why I was interested in the first place. We also have Microsoft that I've been trying to get into on this stutter step towards VWAP. I have my entry set around 339.50. We kind of keep flashing around that area. We're definitely seeing some support and, you know, some stutter steps to the upside over here. Very much interested. Someone putting NVIDIA in the chat. Shout out to Salir Gazan. Let's look at NVIDIA. Oh yeah, I mean, NVIDIA continuing. Right? Last time I looked at this one, I said, oh, you know, we might break below 432. We did, yeah. We very much did. NVIDIA is not a name I'm going to be touching for the rest of the day. It's way too volatile right now, even compared to the rest of these big tech names. And like nothing big tech is going particularly well right now, with the exception of Microsoft. I want to look at Apple as well, because last I checked, Apple was still clinging on to VWAP by the skin of its teeth. Still kind of doing that. Yeah, I mean, we are seeing slightly, you know, stutter steps to the downside here, slightly lower lows. Looks almost like the Christmas tree retracement kind of vibe, a little bit with Apple, I think. But yeah, definitely not something I'm super into right now. Although we'll have to see if it breaks above VWAP, then I think it might be more worth discussing. Also, we did get into Microsoft. I just saw here we got our fill. We're dancing around that area here. I don't know how long I'll necessarily stay here. It looks like we are kind of fighting to stay above that area right now. But because this candle was green initially, now it has turned red. But yeah, we'll see what happens here. Might be like a shorter term trade for me on my friend Microsoft. Amazon continuing below that 5% as well. Yeah, Amazon about 122 right now, which is nuts. Earlier today, so pre-market we were around 127. At open we tanked, but we were initially kind of just above that 126, 126.50. Very interesting. Yeah, what a time we have over here in these markets. See what other ones I had. Oh, I had Coke and Pepsi on my radar because we had Coke earnings yesterday. So I would love to look at both of those names. Okay, Coke's still positive on the day, but I'm seeing slightly lower highs here. And then Pepsi, which I'm going to check if there's any Pepsi specific news, but I know we could be trading in solidarity with our friend Coke over here. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything specific on Pepsi. Still positive on the day, kind of a less decisive chart movement, but kind of similar to Coke, where we are seeing those lower highs here. In the meantime, Microsoft dancing around that 340. So I am very happy indeed. I'm going to probably set some stops in here. Very exciting times. Oh, how are your trades going?
No
Nothing
trades
right now.
at the moment. Yeah. This is what I was looking at here, guys. I've been thinking about this is an interesting little purchase. I want to know what you guys think here with the.
I'm down.
What is going on there? Is that Ram? It is. Okay. Do you guys know too much about these? This is the Can-Am Riker. And it's not as dangerous as a motorcycle, I would say, but it's also kind of fun. And it's a nice way to be able to get to work without breaking the bank on a V8. So I was thinking about this one. I've been looking at these ones for a while now, trying to get myself a deal, and this one showed up. This one's got a little bit of kilometers on it. It's 600 cc's though, so not slow, and it requires a 3-wheel license, which is not a motorcycle license, by the way. If you guys have knowledge about this or anything to do with this product, let me know. Tag me in the chat. I'd like to know. Gotta get the leather jacket too. I'm not going to get a bike, so don't suggest that I get a bike. It's not going to happen. My mom will disown me. So this is kind of like a little workaround on these. If anybody has one, or if anybody knows anybody that has one, I'd like to hear your opinion on it. But yeah, looking at getting one of these, and it's probably not a bad idea to get these in the winter. Because, Rayman, put the pictures up, man. I think that these probably would, you'd probably be able to coax somebody into giving you a better deal in the winter on one of these, right? So, yeah, tag me in the chat. If you, Well, yeah, there's several models. This one's called the Riker, yeah. But yeah, there goes Boeing. Boeing breaking that 183 level decisively. Should have went with my gut on this and taken the short through south of 183. We're 1 for 3 on the day, guys. We got rinsed on this trade on Boeing, and we lost a little bit here because we were able to get a little bit out on Boeing. We had a good trade on Tesla, but we're negative on the day right now, trying to take these longs when we should really be going short, baby. It is a short kind of day today. Whether it makes sense to you or not, really not the point. Everything's selling off. We're almost 2% south on the NASDAQ. We are 1.99%, 14,550. Where does the bleeding stop? 1.82% north on the 10-year. We're about to touch 5% again on the 10-year. 1.51% on the 30-year and 0.79 on the 2-year. Wow. Bonds going, yields, going, and equities tanking. We are now at 2% on the NQ. Here we go, down 2%, I should say. All right, here's some tags. Let's see. Get a slingshot, says Chuck of all trades. I like your name, by the way.
I like that name too.
I'm going to have to go read back and see what everybody's saying because people negate tagging me, despite the fact that I said tag me. There's a bunch of those near me in New Jersey. They're like crushing the beach towns in the summer. Looks like fun, but I prefer my bikes, not judging. All right, fair. Dano, I don't know how to say your name. My 7-year-old parents have... There is a G-force sensor that cuts out in tight corners. Really interesting. I'd like to know more about that. I'll Google that. Lark Motto, the Can-Am is a midlife crisis mobile. Don't get one. Dentists and chiropractors ride these Birkenstocks. LOL. Yeah. The Katia man says, yo, what's your beef with Birkenstocks, baby? He says I should test drive them in an earlier tag there. For your wife, right? Oh, wow. Shots fired, says John Athan Batista. Okay. Biker gang, says John Sproul. Real bike safer, says Bill. I don't know about that. Definitely test drive one first, says Chimps. I feel safer on a bike, to be honest, says Different Person. I like your name, by the way, Different Person. My parents have them, and they are meh. Okay. Scarjo Rabbit is Sharifa, 1%er. I don't know what that means. Just get an electric scooter, says Alvin. They're cheaper, but I don't know about that. Yeah, fail, exactly. Thanks, Ram. My kid has a trike. Aura Alpha says. Abrar says, nice, I drove a slingshot Batmobile down in LA over a month ago. If you're into fun, get it. Thank you. Okay, that was a positive comment there. Dory Toe says, easier to drive out of a potential accident on a bike. I see what you're saying, like in more maneuverability. Okay, I see that. Renata says, I think a bike is safer. What? I don't know about that. Renata, come on. Dude, just get a Jeep. I have a Jeep, bro. I have a four-wheeler, a four-wheel drive. I really like it. You should get it, Hampton Trader says. Eric, I agree. A bike is safer, easier to move, and these have low profile. Nothing against these, but safety versus a bike isn't a factor to use. Okay, fair enough. Dan the Man Emmons, Ackman, NQ, and UB lows getting tested today. Yeah, well, I mean, Ackman already shut down his short on, I believe he took the 30-year short. And
I saw that yesterday.
Yeah, I don't think he got top wick, but it was a hell of a trade. He sized into that bad boy.
Nice.
Why Brothers United? I love bike, but my mom and wife not going to allow me. Yeah, my mom said, you know, don't think you're going to be coming over on the weekends and eating my food if you own a bike. So I was like, well, I don't need that kind of heat. Chris ML. My bike was safer, always in bits. All right, man. All right, so it looks like we got some good feedback here, and I appreciate it. Thanks for all the fun that you made fun of me and the jokes pointed about the midlife crisis. And this is for my wife.
Yeah.
Jokes. How's it looking on your end right now, Adara?
That's how it's looking on my end. The NQ had a whole little flush to the downside, which unfortunately has impacted and continues to impact my Microsoft trade.
Wow.
We were really staying strong to around that 339.70, so this is unfortunate. I'm trying to get out here. Been setting some stops here. We're gonna have to see if these things come to fruition. We're really trying to hold above that 339, but I'm having very little faith right now in this market, which is unfortunate because I did like where I got in initially. We were showing strength there again initially, so this is sad day. I also tried to get filled on Tesla when that was having a baby long, but then that did not come to fruition. And honestly, thank God I didn't get in there because we kind of flushed to the downside on that too with the rest of the market. Also, Netflix, though, still staying strong around here on VWAP. This actually might be a decent opportunity to try to catch a fill because, like I said, I've been keeping my eye on that 313.50, 313.75 area for a fill. Looks like a good opportunity. I will be trying to dip my toe in there. In the meantime, Microsoft continues to crash further. I'm probably going to have to try to tie the bow on this and get out. But yeah, definitely interested in entering some Netflix if I can get my fill for once. I'm going to try to get out of this Microsoft here. See what is happening in the chat.
Do you want me to take over?
Yeah, for
okay,
sure. Sorry,
sure.
yeah.
Okay. Well, WeWork, Sean alerted me, WeWork just started going there. I don't have an entry on my newsblotter to account for this move up, but I do know that the CEO took a break from buying yachts with investors' money and made his way on to CNBC this morning to explain himself.
That. Yeah.
No, that's just a joke, guys, tongue in cheek, obviously. But yeah, WeWork up 5% here, going through that $2. $2 was a level that we had trouble breaking, whether it was in the pre or after the bell. And there goes, boom, we add up into that 212 area. I don't believe in this stock, obviously, on a longer term basis, but intraday, we can definitely play around with this one. It is near highs. No question about it. 212 the high. We are trading at 212 right now. We're talking about 6% of a move. The float, 50.8 million shares. You guys want to see where this stock came from? Because I think it probably, it's a good idea to show where this was and where we are now. You know, bankruptcy has been an ever-going, ever-present issue for WeWork. Look at this, guys. This is not a joke. This is the daily chart of WeWork. Okay, we're going to put in "we" right there. $600. Now, to be fair to them, the pandemic really ruined their mojo because of the hybrid work environment and the fact that, you don't need these offices, these portable offices, not portable, but you know what I mean, these offices anymore that you can kind of just use on the fly. That's an ugly, ugly looking chart if I've ever seen one. There has really been no bottom to this. Now let's zoom in and see where the bottom is. Why is it distorted like that? Why isn't it showing me where the actual low is? They did a 1-to-40 split back in September to maintain their position there on the NASDAQ because they have to be above $1. But yeah, they've had trouble staying above there. Anyway, let's see what this one does. I don't really have any levels off which to trade it, just because, it's been so depressed as of late. But yeah, it's getting a nice little move. Hampton's trader letting me know ASPA is halted. This is the one that we were talking about. It's halted to the downside. This is the SPAC, guys. It is lightly traded on the day. Let's pull up ASPA. Okay, on the NQ. It is halted south, and I'll tell you where in a second. $27.85 is exactly where we're halted. And the tap on this bad boy, ASPL, I'll tell you in 1 sec as well, $27.75. So about 10 pennies lower from where we halted. It's up 121% on the day. The issue has been with this one, the volume for a $27 name. I mean, it's only done 1.94 million shares, so nothing to get excited about. I'm sure you'll get out of it in due time. Hampton's trader, he was taking that one for a ride. Look at the short on Boeing. That 183 flat bottom break, that was the move. Have a look at the chart. This was the move. Oof. This was the move. This flat bottom break was absolute money. How many times did it wick off 183 only to find a defense for it? And I kept thinking like an idiot, like it was going to trend back up into that 185 area when I should have been setting up for the short south of 183, given the day that we're having. But in any event, Boeing heading south now is now negative on the day, about 0.2% south. The bleeding continues, Adara, as we get into that 14,516 low now on the NQ, the corresponding level on the ES, 4213. Do we see 4200?
Honestly, literally anyone's guess. It seems like we are continuing to tank. I did get out of Microsoft. I can show here. Basically, I kept trying to catch fills. It kept continuing to flush down. Now it's slightly higher than it was when I exited, unfortunately. But, too bad the market flushed when it did here on this name because we were approaching VWAP. We actually did have some strength just below 339 for a time. I will keep an eye on this one if it gets closer to VWAP, but right now seems to be a bit of volatility. What with earnings, I'm going to stay away, I believe. In the meantime, Netflix still trying to catch a fill on this guy because we are continuing to see that support just below. Oh, we just got in on Netflix. Okay, let me pull up this chart here. Yeah, so we were seeing this movement off of VWAP and a lot of support around that 413.50, 414 area, which is why I've got in where I did. Planning on setting stops all the way kind of around and up to maybe 414.50, just below that 415, because that seems to be where we have support and range here. This is a chart I've been watching since we had earnings on Friday. I feel like it moves pretty consistently around VWAP. I'm going to pull up the daily on this too, because it's quite the one to look at since we had those earnings, like green day after green day after green day here. Green candles to the upside, definitely showing continued strength as a multi-day earnings play, which is why I did want to trade that one. And again, because it is positive right now, even if just barely on a day that we are seeing a lot of negative movement, it was of interest to me. Happy I'm in on this one. I will be setting my stops on that, in a moment. NVIDIA is showing a little bit of support too around this 421 area. Again, not something I would want to get into because we were just continuing to see these lower lows here. I would like to see if it breaks below 420. I think if it can hold up at 420 or not will be an interesting test for our friend NVIDIA. Taking care of business. Wake me up when September ends. I mean, yeah. Also, shout out to, Green Day. Shout out to Green Day there. I forgot I said that. Yeah, so also in the meantime, our friend Netflix is running. So very happy with that. This is a trade I have enjoyed. In terms of past earnings plays too, I would like to look at Spotify again. That was one on my side chart that I have been watching. Spotify still down about 5% in the day. This was a good one for yesterday. We did have some strength and we were up like 11% at one point. I'm just gonna show the daily to compare here. Yeah, I mean, comparing, this is definitely like, we had that earnings strength and now we're kind of rebounding off of that earnings. Sort of the opposite of what Tesla was doing on Monday and Tuesday, where we were seeing original earnings weakness and then strength. Spotify is doing the opposite. But yeah, Netflix still strong. Definitely one that I'm excited to be getting my stop set on as we get towards VWAP because, I'm happy the strength there has paid off. The trend is your friend and the trend's paid off for me in this case right now. Microsoft also curling back up wish I was able to kind of stay in now because we are getting back towards that 339 area. Lots of earnings plays today. I think that might be the main kind of theme of the day. Earnings plays, past earnings plays, trying to, kind of work off of that right now.
If you're enjoying this video, please take a second and hit the like and subscribe on this channel. And never forget, do not put pineapple on your pizza.
I love it, bro.
Like, subscribe, and share the show. It takes you to the
Where's my fail button? Where's my fail button? I don't even.
That was good.
I filmed a new one, guys. I don't know where it is, but maybe one day it'll make its way onto the Say it again. Come on. In your face. That's Chappelle reference right there, baby. I love it. Neil and I love Dave Chappelle and the Chappelle Show specifically. And he need only say a couple of words, and I know exactly what episode he's referring to. Say it again. He said, I should grow the beard back, and in exchange, he will never hit that again. Mr. Neil, I'm going to have to decline that offer. The beard ain't coming back, baby. It's too much work. All right. Thank you, Hampton's Trader, for letting me know that ASPA is reopened, and now it is actually moving back above that halt level at 27.75. Now it's above 28, dancing in the high 29s, 29.60, 30-ish area. The spread is wild on this, okay? It's 38 pennies, number one. Number two, it's moving like it should be a dollar spread. It's up 138%. It's good. It's holding on to the key levels. I like the fact that it held the halt level, no question about it. You're seeing the higher lows throughout. We haven't made a newer low. A newer low comes vis-a-vis a break of 23.80-ish and change. But yeah, this is just far too dangerous for me to trade. It's just the spread is wild on it. It's 40 pennies now. And the volume is suspect, hence why the spread is so tight. Boeing. Finding some support at 180 for whatever reason, got dipped into that. Okay, so that's not a right wick right there, by the way. Let me just make sure that that's incorrect by looking at my other platform. Yes, so this is a dark pool. That's incorrect. The low on that candle is 180.40, and the previous candle is 180.56. So we haven't dipped into 180. That's incorrect. Finding some support here. I have no trade on it. Let's see what else is moving. Let's bring in a big tech, see what's up. Google is definitely doing this fight with VWAP that it's been doing for the majority of the morning, started around 11 a.m. and has continued since. It really can't break and stay above VWAP, but what I do like is there are higher lows involved here, and we know the flat top is essentially VWAP. 126, and change, 80-ish, 70-ish, somewhere around there. Google could be an interesting long. It's just I'm very hesitant to take anything long in this market. The market really has been pushing everything to the south side as a result of rates. We're up over 2% right now on the 10-year. Oh, hold on. We actually had a bond. We had an auction. We had a 5-year note auction. Okay. And wow, look at this. The 5-year note auction previous was 4.659. 4.899, essentially 4.9 was the actual, this time, the yield, meaning demand, again, for the 5-year note auction, probably from foreign buyers. We know that the bank or Japanese holders are buying less of this. They're choosing instead to buy the JGB, the Japanese government bond, yeah, JGB, instead of picking up American treasuries. And as a result, when there is less demand, the yield has to be higher. So another treasury auction that doesn't go according to plan, despite the fact that Powell said in that New York meeting last week that there is still good demand for U.S. treasuries. I think that the facts would show otherwise, but that's neither here nor there. Anyway, it looks like as if we're decidedly above what we printed last time, Adara, 4.659. This time it comes in at 4.899.
Oof. Yeah, it looks like the market just took a little bit of a tumble too. I'm still in Netflix. We took out a third around just below that 414.50 area. We're still holding strong above 414. We did obviously though take that little tumble here that wicked down with the rest of the market. Up until that point, it did seem like we were about to break over a VWAP. I'm going to stay in this trade for now because we are seeing some strength where we entered or just above where we entered. Still liking this 414, just below 414 area as an area of support. So I am going to stay in this one for the meantime. I have, my book set up. I have my stop set up. We are going to let this one run. I also want to look at NVIDIA, which is still, I mentioned that 421 area as being of interest to me as an area of support, at least short term. Looks like this is still kind of the case. This lower low here kind of concerns me a little bit, even though it was a candle to the upside. And as I say that, we swoop above 422. I'm going to keep a note of that. Take a note, keep an eye on this one because it does, we could have a bit of a rebound in NVIDIA, but then again, we've been seeing these baby rebounds and then continuing to flush to the downside. So I don't know how comfortable I feel about this until we have more kind of news here. Also TDOC, actually, I have up here that I would like to take a look at. Meta still strong. It looks like that might have just been a Netflix specific tip because we have Meta still strong after this news. NVIDIA still at 422. Yeah, TDOC could be like a good short-term play. I also want to look at, we are seeing these slightly, higher lows here, slightly higher highs of interest here. And let's look at Target. That was the one I had said. Target, so Target's slightly lower. I would say I'd like to see what it kind of does around that 110.80. It looks like we couldn't really hold that. Now we're back to 110.50. Could be a bit of a retracement here. Not super confident in this name for right now, but I will keep an eye on it. We did have that Tigris upgrade with the price increase. Netflix still kind of dancing just above that 414. Might have to plan the rest of my stops out here. We are seeing, I'm just going to show Meta because Meta, at least on my 1 minute here, Meta flushing to the downside on this one. Let me see. Yeah, so yeah, the 5 minute, you can kind of see it too. But Meta getting towards this VWAP is interesting. However, the lower lows are less interesting. So yeah, going to keep an eye on this for like a shorter term trade because this whole 302 to 303, 304 area was not a bad stretch. I do like this as kind of a shorter term movement play over here on Meta. In the meantime, I'm going to go check on my Netflix, fix some stops over here.
All right, Teledoc. Oleg wants me to look at TDOC. Brendo and I were going back and forth on this name today. It was interesting because we were trying to think of what Aunt Kathy's cost basis on this was, and I think we were looking at the wrong source in the morning. He thought it was around 18. No. It's 150 something. So our friend Aunt Kathy's like $1 billion out of the money or something like that on this. It's a wild one. Yeah, it's a tough show. This hedge fund business, no question about that. Teledoc having a decent bounce off the lows. It's down 3.25%, no question about it. 8.37 million shares done on the day. Here's a look on Teledoc. Ever since the bell, right? We've been printing higher lows. So look at that. This trend line has been, pretty much respected, but you do have a bit of a top with which you need to contend, and that's about 17 2/3 or 17 3/4, give or take in that area. The gap to be filled from yesterday's price action takes us to around 18.10 or so. So if we really get going here on TDOC and to go green, and I don't know why we would, because the report wasn't great. It wasn't terribly bad, but it wasn't great. And analysts were, kind of unanimous on their opinion that they need to make more money. Their revenue just isn't there yet. 812 was where we closed out yesterday. 1766 is the high. We're trading at 1751. Perhaps a dip off this trend line. VWAP really hasn't been a factor in the trading today. It's been, not really respected either from the north side or the south side. The trend line, though, seems to be in place. So we'll have a look and keep an eye on Teledoc. It will be a counter trend long, obviously, because we are down 3 1/3% on the day. Shout out to you, Oleg. I didn't really notice that we had been doing that on TDoc. We'll keep an eye on it. The other one that I want to talk about is Google, because if there's anything that I want to take long, it's going to likely be Google. The Catena is still long on GOGGL. GOOGL, I don't know why I can't get that straight, but it's having real trouble here with VWAP. There's no question about that. All right, there's another wick that I have to deal with, so let's just bring in this. Look how many times we're going to come into VWAP and reject, right? And again, for people wondering what the hell this VWAP is, OB explained already the function of VWAP, but the even more important, what I would say, is its use by big money, hedge funds. So Michael Noss used to work at a hedge fund before he was with Trade Ideas, and when he was here, he talked to us a little bit about it. And he explained, he's like, look, you know, if if the committee, the buying committee, or if my boss, whoever's making the decision at the fund, comes to me and says, look, you know, we want 500,000 shares of Google. The way that the trader is going to be judged on their performance is the price that they get relative to the day's volume weighted average price. And so it's used by them as that gauge. So when you come into it or come down to it, this is the relevance on an intraday basis, not in addition to the fact that we're watching it, right? And other traders are watching it as well. So it becomes almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy where it becomes relevant only because so many eyes are on it. But that's the reason I would say the big money use of it is probably the better use for VWAP and how their traders are judged on the price that they get based on the day's VWAP. So when we keep coming into this, right, it could be people getting in shorts because, well, the committee says, well, we're going to short Google now. So every time we come into VWAP, we're selling off. Yeah, there's buy committees. Yeah. Sean likes that. But yeah, anyway, we're making higher lows on Google after troughing out here at 125.70 or so. But by no means are we really breaking to the north side. So we're still down 8.69%. Is there a mean reversion trade to be had here? Only time will tell. But right now it's looking, you know, it's looking tough. It's looking tough, no question about it. All the other names are selling off. There's really nothing to talk about here for the long. I should have been short NVIDIA. I mean, and what a fantastic short NVIDIA has been. $16.50 off the highs, guys. 436.50 was the high. Sure, it was a quick wick right up into yesterday's close. But look at this move down on NVDA. You'd think that it reported or something. It didn't report. It's down 3.57%. And AMD as well, 5%. Intel, 4.7%. It has been a good old-fashioned shellacking to the big tech names and some of these microchip names today, guys. Looking for anything green, there's nary a green entry on my chart.
Yeah, I'm still basically every time I'm like trying to get out of my Netflix because I'm worried it's not looking promising. We do have a swoop to the upside. I just missed my fill here at 414.50. We got to 414.50. I unfortunately was not able to hop on that train. I'm trying to get out of here right around 414, so we're still getting some kind of profit. We will see if that comes to fruition, but definitely as we kind of made this lower low, that was when I was like, we got to get out of Dodge here. Not a huge fan of what is going on here. Also, cute puppy in the chat. All those people who said October is the best month of the year definitely got it super wrong. You know, we were hoping for October over here, and it unfortunately
nothing.
Yeah,
nothing.
did not really work out the way that we wanted it to. I'm gonna look at Meta now because I have that on my side chart. Yeah, this one I liked the way this long was going. As we kind of dip, I get increasingly nervous about it. I also pull up Microsoft too because this was the big earnings play of the day, and a day that mostly seems to be earnings plays. This is really sad because if I had stayed in this one, we actually would have been positive right now because I got in at 338.50. Now we're breaking above 339. I'm going to keep an eye on this if we see like another candle to the upside because I don't want to get in too early just on, you know, being upset we missed that fill earlier. But I definitely am. I like the movement here. I liked the movement earlier, and now we seem like we have more traction on that. The big thing that got us here was this giant candle to the downside when we kind of got flushed out here. Other than that, we were seeing some support around those levels.
Something's happening with Ford Adair. We have to interrupt.
Okay.
Yeah,
let's do it.
Let's look at Ford here. The Neil was just yelling over there, and there it goes. Wow, 11 1/4, and now we just gapped up heavily into that $1/2 area. Did we get up to the $1/2? Let me just make sure that that's not an incorrect wick. No, 11.44 is the high. I'm not seeing anything on Ford, guys. I don't know if you guys are able to see anything there on Twitter, but I'm getting nothing on my blotter here from Ford. What time is it? 1:25? No. Brendo's not at his desk, is he? No, he's not. Okay. Go. UAW, surprise, surprise, looking like they're going to move into a potential deal with Ford. The stock reacting. It's up nicely here. GM went too, says Eric. I don't have GM up at the moment, but there it goes Ford back into local highs, 11.45. We're trading at 11.44 right now, up 1/3%. Ford has been absolutely beat up because of these strikes. We saw GM report, and they're losing $200 million a week without the Arlington plant being included. Add the Arlington plant, and then it goes way higher. We don't even know what it's going to be yet. Ford just made new highs, 11.46. It's running big.
Yeah. In Netflix above that 414 again. I was trying to sell at 414, and then we didn't get the fill, even though it went above. So confusion all around here. Not really sure what it's doing. We're going to hopefully wait for Netflix to figure out what it wants to be when it grows up, because I am increasingly confused with what is happening in this book and in this chart and with these fills. Microsoft just took a huge dip to the downside, so happy I did not get in on that one. Seems like, yeah, so here we are. So we went, we were around 339. Now we're turning towards that 338.50 area. This one kind of continuing this pattern where it gets close to 339, just above 339, and then has a wick to the downside.
You covered?
I also, what else do I want to look at? Oh, now we're recovering, I think, on Microsoft. But yeah, definitely that wick to the downside. Absolutely of note here. Google, let's see what Google, I've not checked on my friend Google in a while here.
Good trades,
I'm gonna
obviously.
pull that one up. Yeah, okay, still dancing around VWAP though. I mean, I don't know if it'll cross VWAP, but I think if you buy it on a dip, because we are seeing, I believe, slightly higher dips here. So we were here, we're a little bit higher. I'm kind of intrigued, honestly, as we kind of get towards VWAP. I don't know if we'll break VWAP, mind you, but I mean, I'm willing to scalp. I'm willing to buy a dip, kind of like what we were doing on Tesla earlier, or NVIDIA, though the Tesla one was more successful than NVIDIA. But I want to look at a couple different charts on Google to get a better sense for myself. That being said, very much intrigued by the general movement of the action here. We are seeing consistently these slightly higher lows, which does give me a little bit of confidence in this trade at this moment. Have to see what I do here. In the meantime, yeah, we're still seeing a bit of an area of support on Microsoft. So that is of note. And let me see what else I have kind of up for earnings coming up, or things I wanted to look at here. You'll see, yeah, we had GD, General Dynamics. This one was one of the few positive tech names earlier today, which is why I had my eye on that one. Still positive on the day. Kind of wicking towards the upside, but definitely above VWAP. Volume on this is not great. Spread is a little abysmal, but I did want to look at it as one of those few positive tech names. This is also an earnings play from this morning. Speaking of which, in that tech sector, I would like to look at Apple, because I have not looked at my friend Apple in quite some time. Yeah, Apple dipped. It'll be interesting to see if 171 is an area of support. I think we'll probably see this in seconds, or if it falls out below that. But yeah, really struggled getting above VWAP. Would kind of wick and kind of wick to the downside. Definitely a strange name today. We had that retracement pattern, and it looks like it is following into that. Tesla also dipping below 215, close to 214 over here.
Be careful with the shorts here, though, because we're at 14.5, right? And now this is an important level. It's a 100-point level, 500-point psychological, right? We're already very extended on the short, 2.25% south. Not saying we're going to bounce here, but watch how it trades before we jump into anything. I'm looking for a possible hold here. Not going to jump in just because we're at 14.5. We need to print a newer high, which we haven't got all day. Well, no, we did get a little one there at 10:30 or so. But since that time, it's been down to the right, and there has been no reprieve since that time. Tesla dropped into a low day. Sorry to cut you off there, 214.12. But that 14.5 is what I'm fixated on right now. I want to see if this level holds. Now, this may take like 15, 20, 25 minutes to be able to figure out because we're going to have to see how it trades, right? And I talk about this a lot on futures levels. If when you get into that level, you wick quickly below, or for just a short at like for a short minute or whatever, 30 seconds below that 14.5, then you got bought up again. Then you have the body of the candle north of 14.5, and then it happens over and over and over. You can tell the buyers are overwhelming sellers at that level. But we're definitely gonna have to see how we trade here. For the moment, we have a 14.496 and a quarter low. And we really don't have any reason to feel that we're going to move up other than the fact that we're at 14.5. So I'm going to exercise patience here, but the futures trade could be an interesting one, especially if we mean revert, man. 2 1/3 negative on the NQ when you had a couple of beats yesterday. I feel like the market was just waiting to beat and let's smack it. Let's take it right back down, right? That's literally like what is happening here because, you know, all logic points to us going up and we're not going up at all. But who cares? The market can stay illogical longer than you can stay solvent. Have you heard that one before?
I've heard it, yeah. I've heard it a couple of times, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So, yeah, 14.5, interesting level. Definitely going to watch with a keen interest here.
Yeah, I'm just seeing some mention of AMD in the chat, so I'm going to look at our friend AMD. Oof, AMD and Amazon, both down about 5% right now, but AMD is this, I was going to say beautiful, but beautiful is a strong word. This very interesting swoop to the downside here. Was there any specific AMD or chip news here? What's going on with AMD stock? Oh, trading in lower, possibly in sympathy with Texas Instruments, which reported worse than expected third quarter sales. Okay. So yeah, so I knew Texas Instruments reported. It looks like that could be what's happening here. Also in that chip and semiconductor realm, I want to look at Tower Semiconductor because I know they got an upgrade, and I am going to confirm from where and in what way. Oh yeah, so Benchmark initiated with a buy rating and a price target of $36. Not doing too much right now though. Definitely 300,000. I guess this is one. I'm still kind of learning which shares are and are not the day trading stocks. I'm guessing this one maybe isn't, but definitely some movement around VWAP. Although there is no volume really to support this. I also want to look at Netflix. I did get out of Netflix. Happy we got out where we did, 414. We did not lose anything on this trade. I wish, honestly, that the fills could have been we could have gotten some fills there higher because I did have the stop set. But you know what? It is what it is. I'm not going to cry over spilt milk. We did end up making profit on this trade. I also still have my eye on Google, which, yes, is down on the day. But I will lose interest if we kind of break these lows here. If we go kind of, it looks like we might already be breaking these lows. Like if we go below 216, not interested, but I'm liking these slightly higher lows we're seeing as we creep towards VWAP. Again, not for a long-term trade. It would definitely be a scalp, like in and out kind of moment. But yeah, I mean, definitely of interest right now, but it looks like we probably are going to make slightly lower lows on that, at which point my interest would wane pretty quickly. Microsoft also does not want to hold on to 338. Like we'll get to that 338 kind of area, 339, show some strength and have this giant flush to the downside. I was interested in this name when we were kind of seeing a bit more support around 339, but it looks like it sees that support around 339 and then sticks its tongue out at it and it flushes to the downside. So until there's a bit more consistency here, I am still a bit worried. And it was too bad because we were seeing before this first candle the downside here, why I got in, we were seeing some support around 339.50. We almost got to 339.40 before the flush. So yeah, I mean, honestly, like to me, if I was to do a long at Microsoft, it would probably be like 338 to like 338.50 because that seems to be where we have the best range. But even then, I don't know how much I trust it at this juncture. That's what I got going on over here. What else do I have on my side charts? TDOC actually still a bit of a swoop and baby dip kind of play over here. Last time we checked, we were down. I know when Sharif was checking, we were down like 3 1/3%. Now we're down about 2.6. This could be an interesting long for me. I like the chart movement. I like the spread, a 1 cent spread. I like 6 mil volume. Not a bad time at all. And we are having some recovery from being down on these earnings. Still, admittedly, not recovered to the point of being positive on the day, but we are kind of having this consistent movement higher on a day where we are mostly doing the opposite across the market. So I'm going to keep my eye on TDOC, maybe try to catch a fill here.
Boom goes the dynamite. 14,481 3/4. The low of day now on the NQ. Almost 2.4% south. We're trying to move up back into 14.5. Didn't look like we got any breaks there at 14.5. My goodness. And Dan was writing in the chat that he's moved down his stops to 14.560 from the opening range of 14.733 on the short. Shout out to Dan. I'm sure you're up nicely on the day. Look. Wow, what a move down. I've got nothing. I got nothing here, baby. I really don't have anything today. Keeping an eye on some of these side charts. Nothing's really tickling my fantasy at all. Small cappers or large cappers included. I mean, I feel like every time it heads more short, I feel like I've missed out the short, and then it goes further. Let's bring in a side chart here, find where we can possibly find some support on the NQ. Let's bring in the daily. All right, where did we, guys? Wow, we are at. Okay, I don't think this is the best one to chart because it is. This is the contract, and obviously there was. It was very lightly traded. So let's go ahead and put the continuous contract NQ. Oops. Let's go NQ, and then we'll choose a continuous contract futures. There it is. All right, now let's go to the daily on that. Give us a better look. All right, so we haven't been down here since May 30th, I believe. What was that low right there? That was 14,436. Okay, so we haven't been this low since June 7th. The last time we were this low. I don't know how many months ago June was, but I don't know if that's 6 months low or whatever. But yeah, there we go. No real level off where you could say, okay, well, we're definitely going to find support here because it was a consolidation area. You got 14,000. Really, that's the only area that I think is an obvious level of support. There was this bottom over here. You had a couple of bottoms here, a couple of support levels at 14,425. That takes us back into end of May, early June, this level here. But it's just the downward slant of the lower highs and the lower lows. And I was talking to Sean off camera. I was like, yeah, you know what? We are making lower highs and lower lows, but you haven't gotten that outsized move. They've been like baby lower lows.
Baby dips.
Yeah. With this trough, and now with the lower trough here. What's Ford doing? The Katina man short 1160 Ford. In any event, I don't have trades on at the moment. I got nothing. I'll keep my eye on this NQ long, or NQ not long, but yeah, it's tanking here. We're not even slowing down at 14.5, 14.822. We're almost down 2.5% on the NQ now. I don't know if this is anything macro related. Let me have a look at some of the websites here. Let's see what CNBC is saying. Anything there? Nothing coming out there. Looks like the Republicans are making a new bid for a new speaker.
I feel like this is like happening every 20 minutes.
Yeah. Nothing that I'm seeing here geopolitically related or macro related. It's just market selling off.
Yeah, I mean, we are still kind of seeing support at Microsoft, at least for a very, very, very tiny long, a medium, if you will, around 338. I was trying to get filled right below 338. We missed that opportunity. It looks like I'm going to have to wait for the next mini trip to the upside to be able to get in on that. In the meantime, also trying to get in at our friend TDOC, which I will pull up here just to kind of catch this swoop to the upside that we're continuously seeing. You know, higher highs, higher lows. I like the movement. I am trying to get in here at about 1754, so it does seem like a possibility. I feel like what I used to do and what I still sometimes do is, in effort to catch a fill or try to get in on a movement to the upside, setting the entrance point too high. So I've been trying to set, like, you know, a little bit lower, in a range lower than what we're currently trading at. So with these stocks that I find like move a little bit more slowly, I'll maybe try to set it like, 4 or 5 or 10 cents below where we're currently trading. For the mega caps, maybe you want to set it like 20, 25 cents lower than what we're trading, just so I can kind of catch it if we have a quick dip and then a flush back to the upside. Feels like algo trader. Feels like BTC is the only safe asset in this environment. Let's look at, I would like to look at some of those crypto names. Marathon down. I mean, these are, to be fair, these aren't like actual, like the crypto, it's just like the crypto related stocks, but Mara's down. These names were all having a huge rush to the upside as well when we were having that, the Bitcoin swoop up towards 3,500 or 35,000, sorry, yesterday. Yeah, they all kind of have the same pattern. They'll kind of hit VWAP and they will dip to the downside. Riot kind of almost having a bit of a barcode over here around that 1060, 1070 area. We did get in at TDoc, so I'm going to pull that up because we got in there. I would probably try to take most of this out around that 1770 seems like a bit of a, sealing a bit of a point that I would be willing to exit at. I don't plan on staying this super long, just trying to catch, the baby swoop, kind of scalp in and out of these lines here. But in the meantime, I really like where I entered. We hit 1754, which is where I got in, and then we're right at the bottom of the candle here, continuing to move to the upside. I like this. I'm probably going to try to set these exit points soon because I don't plan on being in this one super long.
Okay, let's have a look at the watch list here and see where there's anything of an outlier. Everything's red, obviously, so we're going to look for some outliers. Microchips are decidedly red, whether it comes, NVIDIA's down 4 1/4. Wow, Intel down 5%, AMD 5 2/3. Okay, we already harped on that. Chinese ADRs as well, taking it on the chin. Wow, look at XPEV down 7 2/3. Neil down 5.5. Lee doing a little bit better with 2 1/3 there. But Chinese ADR is all red. Bitcoin, Bitcoin's not bad. Bitcoin's up 2/3%. But when you look at the actual equity names, you got Coin, Mara, and Riot. Coin's down 4. Mara's down 4 1/4. Riot, for whatever reason, performing a little bit better here, 1.2%. On good volume, too, about 30 million shares done for Coinbase, for a Riot blockchain here. Oh, they changed their names. It's Riot Platforms now. It's not Riot Blockchain. Okay, fine. The meme stocks as well. VFS up 2 2/3.
What?
Up and to the right goes VFS. Oh, VinFast, you little devil, you. On light volume, though, I have to mention about 2.75 million shares, but VFS having itself a bit of an outlying day. Moving down here, cloud computing and IT security, everything taken on the chin. CRM down 4, CrowdStrike down 4, Zscaler down 4, Cisco definitely performing a little bit better here with only a 0.75% negative move. Everything else down decidedly. Affirm, oh my goodness, down 16.5%. When we started the day out, this was only down like 8%. It's doubled its losses on the day. Affirm, Upstart, PayPal on that hit from Worldwide. What are they called? Worldline? Worldline. Bit of a hit piece there, taking those guys out. Visa reported they had a better report than expected. They're still up 1/3%, but definitely gave up a lot of those gains earlier on. Everything else in that category, same thing. Even the weed stock, CGC had a hell of a day yesterday. It's now down 10%. Oh, but CGC just started moving up here. Nice breakout for CGC, breaking through VWAP. What happened to Tesla, Katina, man? Oh, it's absolutely. Tesla is absolutely tanking. It was a 320 high. Now we have a 220 high. We have a 212.94 low, essentially 213. $7 off the top for TSLA. But CGC running here for whatever reason. What the hell are these Bollinger Bands showing up for on my chart? Okay, we'll take these off. Nice move up here for CGC. Not sure what to account for this, but they're breaking through VWAP. A nice 1 penny move. Count it, 1 penny move on CGC. Moving down here, mRNA also taking it on the chin, 3.12%. Pfizer having an all right day, actually, believe it or not, up 1%. And moving up towards highs at 30 3/4, acting as a bit of a top here on PFE. And you know, it was at lows about 320 there in the morning, getting a nice 50-penny bounce. Moving down here, Roblox also 5 2/3, Pinterest about 5%, Snapchat off the mixed earnings report is now down 4.75% as well. Solar has been absolutely beaten up lately after what was it? First Solar was Sedge. It was Solar Edge reported, and they said that European demand was very weak, and everything has been selling off since then. As you can see, the trend continues there as they all sell off. Let's go and see what energy is up to. The barrel, the West Texas Intermediate moving up. So the barrel now up 1.84%. It's very close to highs. 85.53 the high. It's trading at 85.31 right now. XOM and CVX, bit of a mixed bag. CVX down after its acquisition of Hess. XOM barely up 0.18% after its acquisition, the $60 billion acquisition of Pioneer. And you know, that's still to close, but we'll see. Oxy up 0.75%. Someone was saying somewhere, I think on a podcast I was listening to, that anytime this dips below 60, Uncle Warren is buying. Berkshire Hathaway picking this one up. Essentially, all outstanding shares are looking to pick it up. So it's not really an acquisition, but yeah, he's really not leaving anything for anybody else. Airlines down, cruise lines down, banking also, but marginally. Now, when you compare banking to how badly tech has done, banking looks like it's not that bad. You got 0.81 for JPM. Goldman Sachs down 0.2%. Bank of America down marginally here, 1 1/5%. 1/5%, I should say, sorry. Target, someone mentioned this one earlier, it's stronger, 1.87%, despite the fact that Amazon has been absolutely shellacked today. Target running higher. Costco and Walmart, not bad, both down about 1/5% each. Keeping moving down here, Nat Gas, not a bad look, up 0.9. Uranium, we won't talk too much about that, but it's been a good trade lately. Cameo Corp, CCJ, now up 1.2%, but it's also been selling off the highs as well. 39.77 high on CCJ. And woo, Caterpillar continuing to take it on the chin, and I'm sure if I load my portfolio today, I'm going to see bigger, even uglier losses as Caterpillar continues to break down below that 250, 247.14 currently trading at right now, Adair.
You know what's wild is VFS is up 5% right now. I've literally just been watching this chart in like fascination because so when I first opened this, when you first were mentioning VFS was positive, and every time VFS is positive, I have to take a look. We were around 506, 507. In that time, we have now gone up 10 cents. What is happening? We've only seen one red candle in the period from around 12 to almost 2 p.m. This is wild. Like this is apparently the midday trade of the day, question mark. Right? Be up like 60 cents on VFS, question mark, question mark. No, in all seriousness, this is stunning. And I can't see any news on it either. Also, I'm so sad that we were pennies away from getting our Microsoft fill just below that 338 because now we're at 339. Like I said, though, I've been noticing this consistent trend where this one will flush from 339, 339.50 all the way down to 338. I'm going to try to get that again because we are seeing slightly higher lows here, and it is pretty reliable around that 338 level, if only for a very short, you know, rinse, like scalp type of trade. Also, we are in TDOC, which has been moving a little more slowly than I would like, admittedly. Here we are in TDOC, yeah, a couple cents below where I got in. I honestly, if we get to about where I got in, I'll be happy. I don't expect to do a ton off this trade, but I still like where I got in on it just because we were seeing these slightly higher lows and higher highs, and we were trying to recover from being, a bit more down on the day after that earnings news. NVIDIA also trying to make a bit of a recovery from that 417 point, but I don't trust it because it keeps trying to fake out with these little tiny little baby swoops, and then we continue to flush to the downside, and it's not a move that I really trust, quite frankly. Also, Netflix I want to talk about because I pulled up the wrong chart on this one. Apologies. But either way, I'm super happy I got out of this one where I did because we made profit. And then we kind of flushed, almost $3.
Oh, I got to interrupt you. I think we do have a new House Speaker finally. Looks like Representative Mike Johnson. I don't even know who he is. appears to have the votes, sufficient votes for Speaker. So it looks as if, 219 for Johnson, 207 for Hakeem Jeffries. I think 220 now for Johnson. He's got it. I think this is it. This is the end of that debacle. So it looks as if that comes to an end finally. It's been a long time here without a speaker, man.
Yeah.
I don't even know who this guy is, to be honest with you. All right, I'm in this trade here on VFS, and we're pumping here. For whatever the hell reason, we're moving up heavily. What is going on? What did I do?
I was considering getting in on that as well.
We're moving up heavily here on VFS. We're about 16 pennies in the money. We're about to be 17 pennies in the money. VFS is squeezing here. I'm not really sure what the hell is going on with VFS. We're about to touch 540. We got long 520 there. We're trading at 537. Careful with this one, guys. It can retrace in a quick minute. In a quick second, I should say. Let's take a little bit out there as well, Adara. We're nice move, though, on VFS. 9% to the good now. Let me just double check to see if there's a catalyst for this. Doesn't have to be. No, there are none. VFS is squeezing, Neil. Up 9%.
VFS is crazy looking.
Well, it's like the only thing that's really moving to the high side.
Yeah.
Up over 9% now on VFS. Where do we find resistance? There's probably plenty of areas we can find resistance. Let's see. That 596 looks good. So if we could squeeze up 60 more pennies here, that would just be aces. There we go. Another move up and another beak wetter. Come to the chart if you're able to, Ram. There we go. Moving up nicely here. 9 1/3 now on VFS. Could we see the $50 mark, Adara? Nice move up.
No, that's gorgeous. And like the little profit taker is up. That is a beautiful move. I considered getting in on this one, honestly, but I don't really trust myself to trade a stock like this. It's something I would need a little bit more practice with. And I also think I would be worried because of the squeeziness. Oh, yeah, here we go. We took a little bit of a tumble to the downside here. Couple cents. Yeah, I don't know. I think I would like to practice trading this type of stock, but I think it was one of those ones where I'd have to watch the book more. And to me, because it moves so fast, so quickly, I would feel like I didn't have a ton of control over it, if that makes sense. Also, I thought we were getting a bit of a retracement on our friend Microsoft as we were dipping below 339. We continued to kind of flush up above to that 339.30 area. Like I said, keeping an eye on this one around 338 because that has been a point of support. Also, NVIDIA. Oh, no worries, sorry. NVIDIA, again, a little bit, actually, this might be real support for NVIDIA around above 417. It definitely seems a bit more significant than these other baby candles we've had to the upside over here, over yonder. Can NVIDIA hit 419? Seems to be having a bit of a struggle, but this is one that I'm definitely looking at as a bit of an area of support right now, although I don't know if I would get in it, don't know if I feel super comfortable getting in it at this point. Also, Google, someone was saying in the chat, meanwhile, Google, shout out to DC, Google seems to be taking, a bit of a dip here. I mean, it's been tanking all day, yeah, but true, and kind of continuing. We have almost that M shape here, and then we kind of broke decidedly to the downside. Really happy I didn't get in this one. Like I said, I was kind of waiting to see what it did around 126. Obviously failed 126 quite significantly, swooped to the downside. Microsoft still staying strong, though, above 339. Meta at 302. I'm going to pull this one up. Yeah, Meta's kind of scary, honestly. Like we're seeing these these little tiny swoops up, and then we just continue.
Meta 300, you've got to be all over that.
Do
you remember what happened the last time Meta 300? There were multiple days where we traded that
around
with
that
great
300,
success,
yeah.
and we are 40 pennies away from that right now.
We're dangerously close. Like we're every second it gets closer. Every millisecond it's getting closer to that 300. Definitely interested. Someone saying, Brian, shout out to Brian Torres-Siles in the chat. 124.92.9 is the 10% mark on Google. So if we hit that, we are below 10%. Right now, it looks like we are about 30 cents or so away, give or take, from that point. In the meantime, I will talk about T-Doc. I exited T-Doc. I should have made, I got in for a reason, but someone was saying I was a little too late on this. I would agree. Definitely should have probably gotten in earlier, even though we did have this trend. I'm happy it got out the top of this candle here, though. We lost a couple cents per short versus this giant swoop towards 1740. Super happy it got out before we got to this point here. Also, let's see. Tesla is not having a good day today. Saw a little bit of support around that 213. I will see what it does at 214, but this seems to be a bit short-lived given the general pattern to the downside. Even though this one honestly was having a strong morning, I was trading this one this morning as a long. I know Sharif was in this one this morning as a long, and then Tesla unfortunately died a little bit. Looks like it wants to get to 214, but we'll have to see if it holds. That will definitely be of interest. Also, just one more update on my friend Microsoft for those watching that Microsoft long. Yeah, literally it seems like it is keeping going above that 339 now. I'll keep watching this one for that jump around that 338 area if that remains an area of support, because that could be a nice baby long. But yeah, right now it looks like it's saying sayonara to the 338, staying steadily above in this 339. Going to keep my eye on this name for sure. I think if it steadily breaks 340, it will be of interest longer term, because that was the big issue it had. Also, shout out to D's Nuts. Tesla needs aspirin and a hug. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, yeah. Earlier it didn't, and now it's a little sick. It needs to lie in bed a little bit.
That was fantastic, Adira. All right, in this VFS trade, 5 out so far, dipped right back into my 520 held. Here we go. Wow, VFS, man. Somebody's manipulating this stock. Another move right back up. We just moved 15 pennies in one swoop. Somebody took out all the levels there in one buy. You could tell by the way it was moving, and here it goes again. Are we going to see 545? We're about to. It looks like we're going to put a beak wetter at 545. We'll see if we get that fill. 544 showing up here on the ask. No size on the book here to show that we could, we're going to get blocked at that level, but VFS now up 10 1/3. It's moving here for whatever reason. Somebody was tagging me in the chat, says earlier it signed a letter of intent with some American company. I don't see it here on my blotter, but if you're able to tag me in the chat and source me that link, I would really appreciate that. Here we go. 544 showing up. We're about 24 pennies in the money on this bad boy. Let's see if it can continue to run up. We're also finding a bit of a balance here at 14,450. Technically, the low day is 14,453 exactly, and we're getting a nice curl back up for now. You see it on Tesla, you see it on Apple, you see it on Microsoft as well. Google, not so much. Amazon, just a smidge. We'll have to wait and see how they do. Even the dead one, Apple, is getting a bit of a bounce through 171 there, Adara. Even NVIDIA, 417.
Yeah, I was going to say NVIDIA around, trying to get to 420 has been crazy to watch. We had this giant, on the 5-minute candle, we jumped from, 417 to 420? Yeah, I have no words except for, I guess, go NVIDIA. We'll have to see if it can actually maintain 420, because NVIDIA and staying along have not necessarily been terms that are compatible today. Take it from my experience, as you can see my little mishaps with this one over here. But yeah, we just broke 420. Honestly, shout out to 420, I guess. But yeah, I will keep an eye on Mr. NVIDIA, because honestly, I would like this as kind of an in and out short-term long. In the meantime, our friend Microsoft breaking back a little bit from that 339.50, which has been a bit of an area of resistance. Kind of waiting for it to go back to 338. We'll see what to do there. But yeah, NVIDIA hitting 420, and the way that it hit 420, when I saw that on the side chart, I was agog. My mouth was agape. I was shocked. But yeah, lots of interesting action, especially on these large caps today. The market is a beast. It is a beautiful creature to behold. And I feel like I've learned a lot throughout this whole earnings season, but especially today with all this volatility. Super happy I've been able to trade in this area, and I'm looking to trade a little bit, perhaps, in the end of the day as well. Yeah. Okay, well, we're about a minute or two away from the end of the show. We send it over to the Big Kahunas for the closing show. Who do you got on today on the market recap? Chris Brecher from Simpler Trading, which is also Danielle Shea's company, will be on with the Katina Man today after the bell from 4 to 4:30. Make sure to stick around and hear what that individual has to say about the epic flush that we had today on the market. 2.5% on the NQ, almost 1.5% on the ES. The Russell faring no better, 1.5%. The Dow, the best of the four, down 1/3%. But if you're a bond holder, I mean, obviously the bond principal has gone down, but you're probably quite pleased
with the yields that you're getting, baby. 5.11 now on the 2-year. So short duration, high yield. I'll take that all day. 5.066 on the 30, 4.943 right now on the 10-year. The US dollar is pumping against the loonie here, up 1/3% on the day. Gold also up almost 0.5 point. It's above 19.9. At the moment, it's 19.94. We'll see what the rest of the day brings, Adara. I am in this VFS trade. We got some nice out there at 544. Wasn't able to get to 545, but coming right back down now into 530s. It is 2 o'clock, though.
It is.
So, Adara and I and Obi and I will see you guys same bat time, same bat channel. Brindo is at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. 2 o'clock on a pretty negative afternoon here. I'm sitting here staring at the 10-year, the 30-year, and the 2-year, even back to